4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hey, yep, see, ha, yeah, hey, 3.
morning. Here we are at Pro Hair Live in Manchester for our second day, and we've got an action-filled day here. It was really great yesterday. You were here with us, Jack. I've got the wonderful Jack Howard here on the live lounge with me, so I'm going to give him a grilling in a minute. But how was your day yesterday?
I had a great day yesterday. So it was business talk on the business stage, and I was talking really about your brand, how to build your brand, how I've built mine, and the impact of social media and what I do with it, my tips and tricks, and what's working for me and what isn't.
You have amazing social media. I follow you all the time, and some fantastic hair. I'm going to call you the balayage queen, but no, that's a bit
That's
wrong.
all right. That's fine.
Because you are amazing, and I know one of my team's just been on your course, and he came back completely inspired and changed, and I just think it's great. You've got that persona. So what drives you for that?
Well, I think that for me, what I realized about my Instagram account a couple of years ago was it was sort of all over the place, and it wasn't really speaking to who I was or what I wanted to be seen as. So I turned it more into sort of education and some pretty girls on there. So it sort of speaks to a consumer as well as the industry. And I'd noticed that although I'd been widely credited for bringing balayage to the UK, what I'd noticed is that lots of people were just ad hoc doing it, so they really weren't sure. So I've really tried to focus on all the things like the classic gestures, which are 4 of them, and talk about negative space and really keep it educational and try and help people up their game, because that's really what we're about, isn't it? It's helping others as well.
It so is. And it's interesting, the education, and I mean, you've had a glamorous lifestyle as well with the balayage in America, New York and DC. One of the issues we've been talking about on the live lounge over the weekend is how do we get young people interested in our industry? How do we get school teachers and parents to see just how wonderful this career is? Any tips on that?
Well, I think it's really hard because I think that the schools, obviously in the UK, are getting paid to keep them on until they're 18. And so, and everyone has always said hairdressing, if you can't do anything, become a hairdresser, which of course is a total fallacy, because you can travel the world, you can earn fantastic money, you can live in a very nice lifestyle. I think that things like Instagram actually probably will benefit us as an industry, because young people can see what's happening and what's going on. I think with myself, what I've tried to do is I've tried to speak quite simply and honestly and in an authentic manner on my account, and it does speak to younger people rather than necessarily older colorists like myself. And so I try to keep it in that sort of time, that framework, that language. And I think really it's up to us as an industry to get out there more, to get into schools, to start talking to young people. But young people are different. They don't want to shampoo and work for 5 years until they're a junior colorist or a junior hairdresser. And I think that we as an industry need to look at other ways in which we can engage and employ people and maybe change our business methods too.
I think that's so true. And, we now employ somebody full-time to, the salon assistant. They're not training to be a hairdresser. They make the teas and coffees. That's what they're happy doing. And our assistants assist now. And they're right beside us. And we had a chat about that the other night.
Yes. So it's really quite an American feel, because in America, of course, everyone has to go to school and get their license and can't be on the floor. And so what lots of salons do is they employ them when they come out of school, and then their assistants assisting, and they have people who just shampoo and make coffees. But shampoos are very important, of course, but they're trained to do that specifically. And so you have a bigger team, which of course costs more money, but there are more people there and people willing to do that. Or we have to start shampooing all our clients ourselves and change the business model again.
Yeah, and I think that is it. We've got to keep moving with the times and changing our business model. So
absolutely.
Which is great. So you're on the Fellowship Live Lounge. You're a member of the Fellowship.
I am indeed.
So I suppose, why? Why are you a member of the Fellowship?
I think the Fellowship showcases the best of British. I love the Fame team, which I'm going to do a day with them this year too, and I think that's a wonderful way to nurture and grow talent. And the Fellowship offers people experience, and it also offers networking. It's huge. It's really successful. It's really modern. It has a very modern feel at the moment. I love things like this. Your content is strong, from inspirational to commercial, like myself.
Yeah, it's a great place to be in. Just interviewing everyone over the weekend, it's been really good fun, and just feeling the spirit of the community. I really love it. So is there anything you want to say to our watchers out there?
Well, I could say lots of things, you know that. But it's like, don't forget your Instagram account. Even if you've got like 2 followers, start working on that. It's a great showcase. It's your calling card to the world, and really work on it and grow your business.
Jack, it's been wonderful having you on the Live Lounge. Hopefully we'll see a bit more of you, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Could you turn the heat down on the dryer, please?
Yeah, it's frizzling your hair a bit. Yeah.
Thanks so much, Kareem.
Thank you. morning. So we're back on the Live Lounge again. It's our second interview of the day. But just before I bring Susie McGill on from the Rainbow Room International, we've got a fantastic lineup coming up. So if you can't be here at Pro Hair, it's all going to be on our website live through events. So if you go to fellowshiphair.com, go to events, and you'll be able to catch all our artists on stage today. So our first artist up this morning will be Bang Artistic Team. They're out back there. There's a lot of models, so it's quite exciting. So get your cup of coffee and come and join us for a fantastic day on the Fellowship stage. So Susie, I've got you up here on our Live Lounge, which is very exciting. We've been working a lot with you guys up in Scotland.
Yeah.
And it's 40 years of the Rainbow Room.
Yes, it is. So we're 40 years old or 40 years young in May. So we've got a really exciting year ahead of us. Just lots of different events. So keep your eyes peeled. Yeah.
All over the country or just in Scotland?
No, all over the country. So just different events every month to celebrate the
Brilliant.
Rainbow Room.
I had a fantastic interview with Linda and Alan last time we were up in Edinburgh. It was in Edinburgh, I think it was.
Yep.
What a great couple, aren't they?
Yeah, and it's a really amazing success story, the company. I mean, just now we're kind of going from strength to strength, so
And that's
it's really
good to
fantastic, yeah.
Because a lot of salons are struggling with teams and getting young people into the industry, but you guys are just blossoming. And you've got some great hairdressers. Paddy, former Fame team member.
Yeah, I know Paddy done really, really well with the Fame team and all the way through the Fellowship, as do most of our young stylists. So
I love
really
that the Rainbow Rooms are so behind the Fellowship as well.
Yeah.
Why? Why do you become part of it?
I think it's just really important for young people to be able to have a really strong career path, and I really think the Fellowship helps you do that. You know, they help you find your feet and find a different path for, you know, all different ways, whether it be business or whether it be, you know, down the show route or whatever, yeah.
That is the great thing. It does cover everything.
Yes, it does.
You know, it looks after our youngsters. It looks after us, the business people. It looks after the creatives.
Yeah,
you
it does,
You've been on stage for us many times, and
Yeah.
I think at 12:05 today, come and catch Susie.
Yes, please
on
come
stage
along.
with us. So I think that the creativity, you know, is part. A lot of businesses don't join in that, but it's important, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, for us, we've got a fabulous art team, and we really start to train our team from a kind of early age to really, whatever they want to go into. So I think it's so important just to really cover every avenue that way.
Which is fantastic.
Yeah.
Now, you've had a great year yourself.
I did, yeah.
3 times Scottish Hairdresser of the
That's
Year.
right, yeah.
Tell us how
So-
that feels.
Oh, amazing. Absolutely amazing. So I had been nominated 10 times, so I've really been working hard on it, and eventually I got my Hall of Fame. So absolutely delighted, but I'm not stopping there.
I was just going to say,
So,
what
yeah.
next? What are you going to aim for now?
So we're still working, we're going to be doing a shoot again this year, so and we'll just see where it goes from there. I don't want to give too much away.
Well, I hope we're all pitching to go for British Hairdresser of the Year. That would be
Yeah,
great.
oh.
Get some more females up there, and
Oh
that would be
God, I
brilliant.
would love that, yeah.
So we're up in Scotland again on the 29th of
Yeah,
April.
That's fantastic.
With events. So if you're based in Scotland, we would love to see you come along to our event at Drygate in Glasgow.
Yeah, and it's such an amazing event, actually. It's a great venue. And really, I think, really get behind that. For all the people that are up in Scotland, it's a fantastic show and a really good night.
And I've been really privileged the last 6 years, being able to work with
Yeah.
everybody up there.
Yeah.
And it's great, it's like that, bringing Scotland into the fold and getting to know everybody. and
Yeah, absolutely.
it's
I
been
mean,
really
for all
good.
the salons up in Scotland that aren't part of the Fellowship, I would really, really recommend that they, go forward with it, because there's some amazing opportunities there with the education and all the scholarships and all the things that you can really get into.
Yeah, and I know a lot of the events are based in London because logistically it makes it easier. But the more people we can get involved out in the regions, the more events we can do
Yeah,
out in the regions.
definitely.
I know Ken's from Wales, and he's our president-elect. So
Yeah.
we've had a couple of events in Wales, which has
Oh, is
been
that
great.
right? Yeah, that's fantastic.
So, you know, hopefully we can get our members all behind this.
yeah,
and really enjoy it.
absolutely. Yeah.
So, what's your role within Rainbow Room?
So I am the creative director for Rainbow Room International. So my role is I work really closely with, I call him my hair husband, Dylan Britton. And we work really closely together with our team. And my role is to create the looks and the imagery for our photographic collections, and also the education and all the seminars that we do. We've got our own academy in Glasgow, and we do lots of different courses from there as well. So just really organising that part of it. I mean, we've got a fantastic art team. They're all really good at what they do, you know. So really it's just kind of heading up that role.
Fantastic. And do you still work with clients on the salon floor?
Oh, yes, I do. I mean, I'm actually one of the UK ambassadors for Schwarzkopf as well, so I'd really do quite a lot of travelling and working out of the salon. But actually, I do work in the salon from a Wednesday to Saturday. I have my own salon, so I know exactly what it's like to be a salon owner and how important it is to be on the floor also.
And to be around your team as
Yeah,
well. You know, as a salon
definitely.
owner, I know when I'm not there a lot, my team feel it.
Yes,
They like to have you around. They like
do,
the comfort.
most of the time.
Yeah, yeah. Although sometimes I think my team, I come back and there's been something that's gone on, but we fixed it, and they're really proud and like, well, we didn't need you. I get a bit upset with that one. So is there anything that you'd like to say to our audience out there just about hairdressing career in general?
Wow, that is a big question. So, I mean, really, for me, I have been hairdressing for 35 years. I've had a fantastic career, and I really love my job. And for anybody that's maybe thinking of coming into this lifestyle, because that's what it is, then I fully recommend it.
Oh, Susie, it's been a pleasure
Thank
having you on the
you.
Live Lounge today.
Thank you.
And please come and catch Susie at 12:05 on stage presenting her amazing work. And we will talk to you all later.
Thank you.
Power it up, power it up. it up, power it up.
Good morning. So I've got Mr. Errol Douglas, MBE, here on the live lounge. We're going to do a little warm-up, so please come and join us.
Yes, come and join us. We're about to start.
Bang Artistic Team is our first guest artist up on stage. And then we have Urban Hair and Beauty Art Team. So Errol, tell us, yesterday, what did you think of the day?
The day was amazing because, and I'm going to keep on telling this story. I've told it on Instagram and I've told it on Facebook. I had a little bit of a disaster yesterday because all the people who should have helped me were either sick or couldn't get childcare. So I had nobody to help me. And a young gentleman, oh God, he was so good, contacted me on Instagram and said, can I assist? and he assisted me, and honestly, he was amazing.
Well, I had the pleasure of interviewing him up here on the Live Lounge, and Jack was absolutely amazing. Came all the way up from Wales just to assist.
Yes, his surname was Williams. He came from just beyond Ken Picton land, Cardiff Bay.
Wow, I think
Yeah.
that is really amazing. It's what the fellowship is all about, isn't it? It's including people and bringing people in.
Yeah.
So we have some fantastic artists on stage today. I've already interviewed Susie McGill this morning, so she's on at 12:05. We also have Alexander Hardy.
Wise.
And David Boot Baker.
Yes.
Say that properly.
Put your teeth in.
Yes. And Paul Mitchell from Salon Services will be on stage. I was chatting with them in the bar last night.
Yeah.
So hopefully they'll be fresh as a daisy today.
Yep.
We've got James Earnshaw from Amica.
Yep.
He did a blinding show yesterday, so we have him back again today. Who else? We've got Rick Roberts, one of our own homegrown. Again, another fellowship success story. And we've got the Lewis Moore artistic team and our one and only Michelle Griffin. So,
Wow. So who's closing?
Michelle Griffin.
Oh, Michelle Griffin.
Yes,
Yeah, that's
Michelle's
gonna be
closing.
amazing.
We've got Bruno, our former president and current ambassador, comparing this afternoon. But if you can't be here for all of these events, please go to fellowshiphair.com and follow all our events live. You just hit the events button and away we go. So, Errol, please give everyone a message before we move in to Bang Artistic Team.
My message would be take in as much education as you can. And I know today is a particularly good day because we've got a lot of the colleges who come here. So, again, don't be intimidated to speak to any of the guys. It's amazing to see the people who gather around this stage anyway. So it's the who's who of hairdressing. But at the same time, don't be afraid to approach anybody and ask them, you know, how did they become successful? How did you have a successful salon in Knightsbridge, Covent Garden?
Covent Garden, me.
But, you know, it's that whole thing. And then again, I always say this because a lot of people think, you know, everybody has to have a hairdresser. You don't. You can become an educator. There's so many things you can do.
Educator, travel the world, you're session stylist. I mean, our careers are limitless. And I think it's really important that you come and talk to us if that's any way of the direction you want to take. So, Errol, I'm going to wind us up here, and I'm going to swap over microphones and bring on our first team of the day. Good morning, everyone. Please come and join us on the fellowship stage today. We're really excited to be presenting the Bang Artistic Team. They've got some amazing models backstage. You're in for a real treat. And stay with us all day, but if you can't, please follow us on fellowshiphair.com, or you can catch up on anything that you would like to see in the future. So please, welcome to the stage, Bang Artistic Team.
Good morning, Manchester. It's a pleasure and a privilege to be opening up the fellowship stage on Monday at Pro Hair Live. So we've got for you our collection. It's called 1989. Very influenced by the rave culture, as you can see. 1989 was a year that shook the world. The Berlin Wall collapsed. It was the end of Thatcher's rule. It was the end of the Cold War. And there was a revolution amongst youth culture. The youth came together to party like they'd never partied before. There was fashion and music revolutions as well, which reflected these times. So you had fashion designers such as Catherine Hamnett, Vivienne Westwood, Wayne Hemingway, who were making political statements with their work, and also the music scene. You saw a clash, a crossover between punk and rock and acid house, and that's what led to the birth of techno music. And this is what our collection's based on. It's based on the techno culture in Berlin around 1989, which is still one of the strongest rave cultures in the world today. So I'd like to introduce our team to the stage. Are you coming out? Are you shy? We've got our creative director, Sarah Cotton. She's working on Mia.
This way, this way.
And we've got Tim Clayton, who's going to be working on 1010. We've got Andrew Feeve, working on Caitlin. And we've got Johnny Scott, aka Johnny Scissors, working on Tommy. So, we'll just let these guys get set up. And I'm going to come to Sarah first of all. I'm going to talk about how this rave culture, this scene's come around again.
Yeah, so we've been looking back into the 30-year cycle. So for those of you that have heard of the nostalgia pendulum, so what the sort of ethos behind that is, we're thinking that everything kind of recycles every 30 years. So trends, music, fashion, it all sort of follows on. Every sort of 30 years we see a resurgence in what was fashionable then, but a new take on it. And also 30 years ago, in 1989, as John was saying, the Berlin Wall came round and it was the birth of rave. So rave was massive already in lots of other cities, Detroit and places like that. And then in Berlin, when the wall came down, the youth on both sides united, coming together and forming these super clubs, and the rave culture was born.
They basically wanted to make love, not war, and just party all weekend. Something else exciting happened in 1999, didn't it, Tim?
My birth year as well, so obviously I came out raving as well. So, yeah, Manchester happened as well. It's all about the In Spiral Carpets and obviously the Hacienda Club. All about the Hacienda Club, and obviously I was born in that year as well. So that's you, John.
Of course, it was a great year. Tim Clayton was born, brought into this world, possibly the biggest Stone Roses fan I've ever met in my life, Tim. And we've got Andrew here working on our Atomic Blonde. I don't know if any of you guys have seen the film Atomic Blonde, with Charlize Theron looking smoking hot. And that was based in 1989 in Berlin, and it was all about the KGB and the UK government, the secret services, and the fall of the Berlin Wall and the end of the Cold War. So yeah, you're Atomic Blonde, Andrew. Yeah. What you got to say about her?
Yeah, so with Caitlin's hair, we started off all natural, so this is full head bleach. We wanted to keep it quite raw looking, nothing too overtoned, nothing too matte, ash, anything like that. So using the build-up of iridescent and gold, layering them up on top of each other to make more of a neutral base. We've used that across most of the colours.
Can I interrupt? Can you all hear Andrew? Can you hear him? Is that all right? Yeah.
Can you all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
good.
might need turning up.
All right, okay, so yeah, building up on mauve, iridescent sort of ashes and golds, layering them up together to create more of a neutral palette, a little bit raw looking, slightly untoned looking, but obviously still keeping that nice high shine.
And Johnny, let's come to Mr. Scissors. How you doing, brother?
Yeah, good. How are you?
All right, not too bad. Yeah, it's a nice day in Manchester. It's nice to see we've got a good crowd here now.
Yeah.
Let's talk about your look, Johnny. What are you doing?
Okay, so with Tommy, like we were talking about before, you know, rave culture, bringing a lot of different types of cultures together. For Tommy's look, it's more of a mixture of like punk rock and acid house. So still with the with a slightly warm golden bleached ends with a little bit of a root coming through. And then for the punk element, you know, we've worked a little bit of an undercut, not too short like a fade, but very disconnected through. And then on the top, we're really just going to keep it nice and long, you know, like that classic late 80s, early 90s centre partings, you know, that a lot of guys had. Yeah, quite simple, quite a raw look, but still very cool. Yeah.
Well, while I'm talking to you, Johnny, Johnny's like one of our men's hair specialists, very keen on the barbering scene. I want to talk to you quickly, bring your attention to Jake, our model here with the awesome pink flat top. Jake, do you want to just come forward to the middle? So what have you done here, Johnny?
So with Jake, what we did is it's like a 2019 take on a flat top. What we've done is we've just kept it nice and long through the front, so instead of it being fully flat, just turn your head slightly, sort of working a bit more length through to the front there. I'm not sort of shaving it all the way down to the middle like you would see on a classic flat top. Left it a little bit long with a slight bit of texture. Just worked a nice little high fade through as well, and just rounding the crown off. So a classic image that you might not see a lot these days, but we've just sort of, you know, updated it for 2019.
Thank you, Jake. You want to take your way back to your spot there? Don't trip up all of those wires. So, Sarah.
Yeah.
What are you doing here now?
Okay, so this look that we've done here is inspired by the club cultures and how everybody in the imagine being in the rave club and having your hair all over your face. So we worked. There was a lot of hair being slicked back, a lot of china buns, which you'll see later, a lot of plaiting, lots of things taken away from the face. These guys are dancing for hours. So we've worked on a shape that's been inspired actually from No Doubt.
No Doubt, yeah, Gwen Stefani, yeah.
Gwen Stefani, who wore something very similar to this after 1989, but we sort of stole that look. So
artistic license, so.
So we've worked on some plaits. So we separated the hair, as you can see, if I turn around, into 5 sections. And we've worked a braid on top of the scalp here, through the 2 back sections and the 2 side sections. And then through this top one, we've done a rope braid, ending up in a little version of a china bun through here. And products that we've used on here were mostly L'Oreal Pli Technique. And we've also used some of the wet look gel in there as well, the Extreme Splash. And then we've brought the 2 plaits into one through the sides, and this is why I've left this one down so you can see how I've done it, is added in the extra hair through here, which we've coloured using L'Oreal Chromative. It's real hair. And we've just used L'Oreal Chromative on the copper sections, and then we've used some crazy colour on the pink. And we're just going to tie this up and then put our little plaits in the sides. And this is our look, our plaited look from the 1989.
Really beautiful. Right, so you just mentioned china buns there, Sarah.
Yep.
So Andrew, are you going to tell us a little bit about what happened with this style?
Yeah,
Do you want to come forward? Megan?
Okay, so we start with Megan's hair. Colour-wise, we just cleaned it out, made it look really nice. And then with the china buns, we've gone through and done something too symmetrical, but still nice clean lines. really wet them down with either like flea or water, a mixture going through, tightly secured them in, like ponytails everywhere, and wrapped them all around the head. So then each China bun has got little elastics in, and then the ribbons over the top, just complementing it. And then just with the hairline around the front, just with them hairs we couldn't get in, we've again wet that down and just sort of kiss curled it a little bit, just to contour her face, just so it was suited the look a little bit more. So yeah,
beautiful. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Megan. So Tim, come on, our kid. Yeah, hold the mic up to your mouth. Right, do you want me to cut that fringe for you while you do this? Yeah, let's give us a little insight into what's going on behind your look, mate.
Right, so can everyone hear me? Yeah. Basically, behind my look, it was basically inspired by an LED analog electronic equalizer. Which I did is I took a bleach panel, made a shattered bleach panel. Shattered, shiny. Just put a disconnected, really quite heavy front fringe in there. Sharp. So yeah. So basically, this is 1010, my model. Cheers, John. Thank you.
Nice one. Disco Queen. At the end of the catwalk for us then. Who's talking about Jennifer? Sarah, you're going to give us a few words about what's happening here?
Hi. So this is Jennifer. She's got pre-lightener, which we use L'Oreal Platinum Plus with Smart Bond. Curls, so some of these copper pieces are sitting. And then we went around all of the ends and lightened all the ends up. And then we've toned out using copper mix from Majorelle Mix. And then we've dressed her out today. The full-on afro and these curls. And some of the Mythic oil from L'Oreal again. Just to get that real sort of oily texture through there. Lovely. Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Sarah. I've just realised I just asked Sarah to speak about Andrew's model there. So,
John, it doesn't matter. Me and Sarah did.
I was going to say
together anyway.
You guys pretty much do everything together anyway.
Yeah, we come as a pair. So
I think we'll talk about our last model back there, young Jade, and yeah. So, Andrew, do you want to tell us what's going on here?
Yeah, sure, no problem. So let me just. So with Jade's hair, we've made a faux hairpiece. If you just turn to the side for me, made a faux hairpiece with just fake hair from like a hair. It's called Hair Universe where we live. I don't know where it's called.
Hair City, Hair World, Hair Universe. Every town's got one or three.
So that's been sort of knotted and plaited through, and then we've made holes in where the ponytails are going to go, and then you can see the sections going through there. There's ponytails coming through each one, so obviously to secure that in. And then that hair is then wrapped around that just to disguise. And then again, these blue and purple pieces you can see coming through, again, just fake hair, texture dusted through, secured in there, all wrapped in, texturized with scissors and shears, and just making it look really textured. Yeah.
A bit funky.
Yeah. And then
a little punk raver, isn't it?
Yeah, it's cool. I love it. Cool.
Thank you, guys. So yeah, I think what the guys are displaying, it works some street, and it's photo shoots and shows is want to put those colours into the hair, and you know, if that model's got a photo shoot the next day and there's got to be wefts, use fake hair, use women.
Oh, did you want to go, Johnny?
No, it's fine. You crack on. Yeah.
The technique used for the rope braid, so you can see on this side, I've also mixed look through here from the top. So what you need to do is remember to keep the hair twisted in the opposite way that you want your rope to go, otherwise it'll just all go the other way. So,
yes, we've got about 5 minutes, guys, so just letting you know.
So we're going to twist to the right, and then we're going to go to the left. Twist to the right, go to the left. And that's going to hold it in when you get down to the bottom. Most important part. And then again, keep prepping with your plee as you're working through. Make sure you've got an even amount of moisture working through there so it's not going to dry out. Okay?
I think I'd just like to take this opportunity to just say thank you to the Fellowship. This is actually our debut performance on this stage. Really hope they'll invite us back sometime. We've loved it. It's been a big day, big weekend. We've been up since 5 o'clock in the morning doing these looks. So many models, so little time, but we wanted to make a really big impression on this stage today. Yeah, so the Fellowship, and we've been members of the Fellowship now for maybe 10 years. But we've used, we've used the like services like the Colour Project and various education systems that they've got going on there. It's an amazing organisation to be a part of, the Fellowship. And if you're not a member, I really highly recommend that you become a member. It can lead to so many fantastic opportunities, not just for your business, but for your team as well. They help, give you the best education from some of the biggest names in the industry. And yeah, and put you on stages like this, and you never know where it might lead to. So yeah, so thank you, Fellowship, for this opportunity. Johnny, how's your look coming on?
Yeah, very nice. Yeah, I'm just really finishing off the look now. I was going to go for something that was a bit more solid, but because of how it sort of sits with the undercut, I'm just going through and just softening and just taking pieces out of the edge, so it'll just show the undercut a little bit more if you want to separate it, but it just softens it.
Can we possibly see like a bit of a profile of this look, see what's going on from back to front?
Yeah, sure. You can sort of see through here. If you want to show off the undercut, you can separate it a little bit, or you can just, it kind of almost like elongates the shape a little bit, dropping that low weight line through there.
I think in the 90s they would have called that a wedge or a step, wouldn't they?
Yeah, a wedge.
Now it's a disconnection or an undercut, right?
Yeah. In the 90s it would have been like a more solid shape. So yeah, you would have gone with like a wedge and stuff, and then with this sort of classic centre parted look, even I had this hairstyle in the 90s.
Really?
That's a really wide parting.
Just a really wide parting. Okay, so are you guys ready to wrap your looks up and give us a recap of what you've done?
Yeah, definitely.
These models are looking amazing.
John, shall I quickly go through my styling?
Yeah, go through your styling.
So with Caitlin's hair, we've done an alternating waving technique. So we've used the irons and the tongs in GHD. We wanted it not to be too wide with the tongs, because the tongs were too much of a wide wave. So by alternating each section, so one straightener, one tong, one straightener, going all back in the same direction. And I don't know if anyone was seeing me then when I was brushing it out. I had my soft Bristol brush, Balmain Bristol brush.
I knew you were going to show that off, Andrew.
24 karat plated. So when I was brushing that out, I was elevating the brush out. That's going to give you more of this fluffy, nice, soft texture rather than a low defined texture. So, but I would advise when you're doing that to set the look first, because if you do the waves and then go straight in and do that, it's just going to go right down. So set it, let it stay there, and then brush that out with your whatever brush you like. Yeah. Thanks.
We bring out the mohawk.
We've done the mohawk. You were busy with your plans.
Yeah, I did it for you.
Yeah, Andrew did it for you. So.
Well, I pinched one of yours then.
Yeah. They just swapped models last minute. It's been a long day. Right, guys, are you ready to de-rope? Let's have a look at these completed looks.
Definitely. Yeah. Stand up, mate.
Ten needs Pikachu. Okay, Sarah, do you want to give us a recap over your completed look, please?
Okay, so this is my plaited 90s raver, 1989 to be exact, and we have used all her natural hair through this area, and as you can see, separate the hair off into 5 sections. The top one being our rope braid and finishing off with a rope china bun, and the other 4 are plaited through the top with the plait sitting on the top, and then joining these together and working through the 2 different rope, the rope and the 3-strand plait technique, just to pull into our pigtails. Products used were all L'Oreal. We've used the L'Oreal Extreme Splash Gel and Pli for prepping with, and I think that's pretty much all we've used.
Okay.
Yeah.
Move on to the next one. Tim, can you give us a quick recap? You need my microphone, kiddo.
So just to recap, so basically what I did is I took a shattered bleach panel, I put a shattered bleach panel in the front of his fringe, and basically just took two sections, popped some copper tone on there and some red tone on there, just so it gives it that like little bit of a shattered effect on there. And with the cup, obviously taping it nice and tight round his hairline, and then working up towards a textured like layering technique on the top, and then with just a little bit of a slight disconnection in the fringe, just keep it a little bit heavier, and obviously a blunt straight cut across the front just to keep it, just to give it that little bit of extra.
Cheers, Tim. Okay, Andrew, give us a quick recap over your look.
Right, yeah, so Atomic Blonde, obviously blonde bombshell. So we've gone through global pre-lightener, layering up of the iridescent ashes and golds, laying them up together, just to create this more neutral, ever so slightly raw look, and killer, I think, and nice waves. If anyone wants to know any of the colours, actual colours that we've used, just ask us afterwards. It's Bang Hair UK Instagram, because we've got some lovely colours, so yeah, let us know.
Okay, Johnny.
Yeah, just to recap again, just worked with the undercut, you know, the heavy disconnection through the front, worked with more of a wedge pattern through the back, and then, yeah, just keeping some length with the centre parting, you know, going for that 80s, 90s look. I did shatter it a little bit through the ends, just so that you could expose the undercut, give it a softer edge. Yeah, and then colour-wise, little bit of a root shadow to give it that natural sort of bleached out look. And then, yeah, just with a slightly golden undertone on the blondes. Yeah, just to give it that kind of raw image.
Thank you, guys. I hope you like our work. We are Bang. Yeah, our Instagram, Facebook, whatever social media handle is @BangHairUK. Please follow us, give us a like, and our models are going to do a quick run through.
We need to say something about the styling and the makeup from Marie as well.
Oh yes, Marie Rose. Thank you very much here. And yeah, and the styling has all been sourced mainly from charity shops, thrift stores, second-hand stores as well. Just trying to keep that eco sort of vibe going as well. Just with like the latest uprising after 30 years, we've got the youth now being more conscious of how they consume. So yeah, let's leave the stage and leave these models to it, shall we?
Thank you very much. Hope you like it.
Thank you.
Wow, what a brilliant start to the fellowship stage. Thank you to the Bang artistic team. I hope you all really enjoyed that. And good morning to you all. It's great to see such a great crowd here. So if you want to come and take a seat, our next artists are just going to impress you just as much as our last ones. because we actually have Urban Hair and Beauty up on stage. And Marlene Lamont is actually one of our past Project X winners. She won Project X Student of the Year last year, and I'm pleased to say that she will be presenting 2 runway models at the Fellowship President's Night on the 8th of April. So if you would like to come along to that, tickets are for sale now up on our website. So please, big warm welcome to Urban Hair and Beauty.
Aye, just pick a chair. Right, go that way quick.
Hi guys,
Hi guys.
I'm Marlene Lamont. I'm the creative director from Urban Hair and Beauty in the High House up in Scotland.
Hi, and I'm Blair Turnbull, and I'm a member of the Barbers Project and Urban Hair Barber.
Hi, I'm Holly Dale and I am a junior stylist at Urban Hair and Beauty. I am very, very ecstatic to be here. Thank you very much to Marlene for all her help.
We've got a really young team. This is the Urban Young Art team we've got here today. And the whole team are really, the average age is about 21, 22. And what we wanted to show you today is their take on Urban Rebellion. That was our new collection for this year. We called it Rebellion because we like to think a wee bit outside the box. So the young ones have called it Anarchy and they've pushed it slightly further outside the box, haven't you, Blair?
Yes, we've got two different takes on this. The men are in more of a commercial look, whereas the females are all in punky clothes with the brighter colours and the Jeffrey Campbells and stuff like that. So that's what I'll pass you
That's
over.
what I like, Blair. I like punky. I like conventional hair and I like what everybody does, but it's quite nice to think outside the box, especially when you get young students and stuff here today. So I quite like for them to get some inspiration and learn some things. What are you up to, Holly? I'll let you guys tell them. What did you do last night?
So last night we took some sections about maybe 1.5 inches and we did it with the chopstick styler, and then we finally wrapped them and tightly packed them with a pin curl clip.
So it's like two different techniques. You use the chopstick curler and then you put it into a traditional kiss curl, if you wanted to call it that. You know, like a pin, like wrapped it all up and pinned it, didn't you, all night?
Aye, so it's taking something that you've learned previously and changing it a wee bit so that I don't know, learning and maybe just changing your own kind of look on things. So it is.
I'm a member of the, as Katie was saying, I was in Project X last year, and if any of you are ever thinking about doing Project X or the Colour Project or the Young Artistic Team, please guys, do this. It's absolutely amazing. It'll change your life. You don't have to come from a massive, great big salon, and everybody gets a chance. It's amazing. And this is why we've got our young ones here, which is, it's great fun. The Colour Project and the Fellowship for me has given us an opportunity to do what otherwise we wouldn't be able to do. What I decided to do with Savannah today, the last time I put Savannah on a stage, you were really punky, weren't you? And she was orange and yellow and it was wild, it was great. Hi! So today, trying to come up with something that's still outside the box, we mixed, what we found is cool and warm tones are coming together. Hi Dale. So colours that you wouldn't normally put together, like oranges and pinks, and so cool and warm tones that would normally clash are coming together. So this is what I've tried to do today. We put we lifted the full head and then we stacked hair extensions. We coloured them like a melt individually last night. So we went darker colour first, lighter colour next, and then pulled the middle colour together. And I think that works a lot better. We decided on powder blue, probably because I had been down through every other single solitary colour and couldn't find what I was looking for. And I found that the powder blue worked really, really well. Blair, how did you come up with your colour?
So we wanted something that still kept the masculinity about the men, and we tried a couple of different colours, and at the end we thought that the blue going into the grey up here was the best option for this. It was a team effort basically for the colours. So
I think it's quite nice though, because the girls and the boys that do colours, Blair, share their education with you, and you in turn, you're in the Barbers Project for the Fellowship, and you're loving that as well, aren't you?
yeah, so I went down to my first day in London last month, and it was held in Ruffians.
And what was it like?
So basically, when I went in, we had it's basically just education, intense education. So
Shared education, Blair.
yeah,
Which is great. I think when we all collaborate together, you learn more. Do you know what I mean? If you all share education, what you're learning, and that's exactly what happens. What we found as well is, do you think textiles are changing, Holly?
Definitely. It's all the fuzzier, the bigger, the curlier, the better. It's more fun. You can put your hands on, shake it about, and perms are certainly back in the rage. And
what I found, do you think people are doing textures massive? Textures the bit that's changing.
Yeah,
and
even in cutting and even in like
everything.
Placement of
what I've tried to do is I used a chopstick curler through the ends of this. And then because we were playing with textures, we decided that it would show up the pink better and the blue better if we kept some straight, some all the things that you wouldn't normally put together. So we've got a sort of grungy texture through here, corkscrew curlers sort of through the back and then straight. So we're trying to put a nice mix to show the colour off.
Yeah. I find too that colours and textures are certainly coming back from our childhood. So you find that likes of this, that reminds me of candy floss, like totally and utterly.
What was he telling me last? She says that looks like raspberry ripple.
It looks like raspberry ripple. It's totally like in my childhood, and you find when you experiment with colours and stuff, you tend to do it on yourself before you do it in anybody else, even in the colour industry or in any kind of hair industry. And you experiment and
we tend to, in the salon, I don't know if many people do it, but we still do a group, a young art team, and we all get together and we do mood boards. You know, like the old-fashioned mood boards, and we put in what they think's coming, and it really is great. And I actually find I learn loads and loads and loads off the young ones. I think the young ones are fantastic. What do you think's happening for men, Blair?
there's a lot of different things happening for men. Obviously, it's not just your short back and sides anymore.
No.
There's a lot more men wanting texture. She's wanting different hairstyles. A lot of longer hairs coming in for men at the moment. So it's making men hairdressers take that leap into hairdressing. So it's not just barbering and hairdressing anymore. It's a collective of people who just do hair.
That's nice, though. It's kind of like what we do, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Do you think it's going to change drastically? What kind of fashion do you guys think's coming in?
I'd probably say about the 90s is coming back in at the moment, because you've got your what's it called them again? Cycling shorts. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, I didn't like cycling shorts the first time, and I don't think I'm going to like them this time either.
Yeah, so they're all coming back in, and then you've got all your old-fashioned wet look trousers, leathers, your tracksuits and everything are coming back in. So it's taken a massive leap for just your plain shirt, suit, tie, something like that.
But to see this young art team, that it's fantastic that Blair's actually brave enough to take a pair of scissors and a set of clippers and cut hair on stage for the first time. I think that's absolutely amazing. Were you scared, Blair?
Very.
Very. Holly, were you?
Petrified. Definitely.
It's a good experience though. Can't compare nothing to it.
Brilliant for confidence, brilliant for anything like that, so...
Certainly enjoying it though. Certainly enjoying it though.
Some of our young art team aren't here, to be fair. And Shannon's not here. She did some of the colouring for us.
Yep, Shannon actually created this colour and I'm just putting my own take on how I feel it should be.
And Shayla, poor Shayla, the girl that you saw with the mint hair when she came in, Shayla's actually a young stylist in the art team. But and Samantha's the makeup artist, but they get hijacked into modelling today, so... But we were trying to decide what to do with Savannah's. Don't be scared to experiment. Don't be scared to go outside the box and don't do run-of-the-mill stuff. You know, see, so long as you've learned your basics and you've learned how to cut well, just go for it. Be experimental and make your job exciting.
So what we're doing here for Nathan is we're doing a low, really. There's a wee tiny little skin line in here, basically taking down 2 skin. There's no hair at all, and we're just fading it up, trying to keep the shape as close, so it blends right up into this natural wave up here. So we're trying to blend this up and keep as much of the colour in at the sides as possible, and not take it too high.
Well done, Blair. It looks great. It does. Looks really good. How are you getting on there, Holly?
Excellent. So we are actually making this as big and as full as we can, but actually retaining a shape as if it's been cut in. So they're an illusion effectively. And backcombing just the back sections and get the proper volume. And
I think it's just been a wee bit creative, Holly, is it?
It is so. And I think
your take on how you think curly hair is great.
Yeah, it's brilliant. And you learn a lot too when you're coming to do these kind of things. Like, for instance, even just watching before you actually come up onto the stage and do your bit, you find that you're staying up at 3 o'clock in the morning helping Marlene colour things, and you learn a lot then. And that's
I change my mind all the time, and I was changing this colour at 3 o'clock this morning. That's how. But guys, if you're not a member of the fellowship, this is definitely, definitely what made a difference to our career. Of course you can, William. Oh, for Extreme Hair Balls, that was an experience. It was. Inspiration for Avant-Garde was certainly different. I don't know whether the top hat, it was actually Natalie that was my model for the top hat. I think you just have to think outside the box, William, and think, right, how far could I take this? It's a wee bit like, if I have something pink, I've got to go further with it. It's just what I do. But Avant-Garde's a wee bit different, and it really was hard work. I loved it, I had a great time, but it was definitely an experience that I'd never ever had before. I run a normal business, it's not, I run a, we work every single day of the week, don't we? We're normal columns and we're not, and I think the secret nowadays, guys, is to collaborate and share education and join together. And this is what the fellowship does for you. The fellowship for British Hairdressing has been, it's such a pleasure and a privilege to be up here and amongst everybody. So if you haven't become a member yet, please do it, because it opens doors for you that are unbelievable. So as you can see, it's all about texture, all about colour. I think I might bring my other models out actually, just so they can have another wee look. Are they there? If you just wait 2 minutes, this is Shayla. I'll tell you a wee bit about what we did here. Do you want to stand in front, honey? Poor Shayla is actually one of our stylists, God love her. But she's got fabulous hair. What we did was we lifted Shayla's hair and did a nice mint, and we gradually diluted the mint. So it started slightly darker in the root and then dragged it through. And again, funky bob and hair's getting bigger. And actually we did that between us, didn't we, Holly? You made a great job of that.
That's so.
This is Samantha. Do you want to come to the front, Samantha? Again, I wanted to show you as much as I possibly can. This is the sort of metallic side of the collection. We went for the sort of bottle greens and silvers. Me micro fringes are definitely back in, guys. And I quite like the blend. See, although I like punky stuff, I like colours and things to be done properly, and I like them to blend. It makes a drastic difference. But that looks fantastic, Samantha. And Samantha's also our makeup artist and my daughter, so she gets hijacked into doing lots of things. Then we've got Rachel. Rachel, would you like to come to the front, my darling? Rachel's just reminds me of fire. When we were starting to do that, again, it was how far outside the box can you take it, but it's still very, very wearable. And it's still something you can wear. We went for the blunt micro fringes again. But see, if you look at the collection, it's all wearable. It's all stuff that you can use in your salon. It's all things that you can do in the salon. And that's what it's about, sharing education. So that's why I try and bring as many models on as I possibly can, even with a young art team. Blair, do you want to tell us about Reese?
Yes.
'Cause this is the Barbers bit's sort of your domain, honey. So if you want to...
Right, so what we've done with Reese's is we've kind of went similar to Nathan's over there, but it's not identical. So Nathan's is slightly paler and a lot lighter at the top here. So it's been coloured all different colours with the blues and the silvers and stuff like that. And we've also put a tiny skin taper in here, as you can see, but we're taking it higher up at the back, just so that all of this hair can get pushed forward, and there's a lot of texture in there. So with me, I don't do anything blunt. It's all texture with me. So as you can see, Reese's hair at the top, it is nothing but texture.
Beautiful, Blair. Love it. And it's very wearable, and I love the way you blended it into his beard. It's fabulous. So, guys, I think we're actually running out of time, aren't we? We're sort of...
Yep, I'm just finishing up here as well.
What, Blair? You nearly done, darling?
Just finishing up.
Right, Holly, how you doing?
Fine, I'm just finishing the sides. So I'm just pinning them in to give you the illusion that I've cut in a bob.
So, guys, was the Anarchy collection that my young art team came up with Rebellion? Was it Nicole? Nicole's sitting over there as well, and Nicole's helped us all night, haven't you? She's been an absolute wee superstar. Running, trying to get everything, mixing up colours and washing them off. So thanks very much for that, sweetheart. We really appreciate it. And again, as I say, we all work together and we work as a team, and that's the secret. You done, Holly? How we doing, guys? That looks great. So as I say, we tried to give you as many different looks as we possibly could, and we tried to show you the men's interpretation of our metallics. So I hope that we've showed you something quite exciting and something a wee bit different. If anybody's any questions? If anybody wants to know anything about the colours we use or anything that we're doing, don't be scared to come round and see us round the corner and have a blather. Good, Holly? You nearly done, Blair?
Yep, just applying some product.
Absolutely fantastic. You okay? Congratulate this young collection, guys. Hey guys, we'll get a wee bit of music on. Well done, everybody. See you later. Thanks very much.
Our first two artists for today. We're going to have a little chat on the live lounge now. So I'm going to bring back out two of the from Urban Hair and Beauty. So. So Marlene, welcome to the Live Lounge. For those of you that can't be here at Pro Hair this weekend, hello, and I'm in Tasmania.
I was just telling everybody though, it's because of the fellowship. The fellowship opened doors for me that generally wouldn't have been open. It's not at all. The standard of work in amongst the 12 students was absolutely unbelievable. They were fantastic, and not for a minute did I think that.
The journey of the fellowship, the journey of the hairdresser, you know, how we evolve. And I think that message is coming out in all the shows that we've been watching.
Yeah.
So we've invited you along to
You
present
have.
some models.
Kai phones me. I am so excited.
Yeah, and
I'm looking forward to doing something different.
Yeah. Beautiful clothes around you.
We've got, we're doing the Scottish Hair and Beauty show. It'll be brilliant. We're doing Vision up in Glasgow, the fellowship event. It's in
29th of April.
The 29th of April. The Scottish Hair and Beauty show, if anybody's going, is on the 28th, the day before.
Yeah.
So we've got two things this year as well.
Yeah.
So we've got Salon International. which
Such
will
a busy
be.
year.
We've got a photo shoot to do. You get everything to do. It's fantastic.
Oh, it sounds really, really exciting, and I think you deserve it. You've worked hard. I'm a big fan of the Fellowship, and starting as a independent salon owner, working the way up my team. I used to manage Project X. And it's such a beautiful journey to be on, and I just absolutely love it. And we've got 2 more people out the back there from Bang Artistic Team. I'd like to bring them up on stage to join us as well, because they made their debut today on stage.
Really well done, guys. It was brilliant.
Three of you, we can all squeeze in there. That's fine.
There you go. I'm only small.
There we go.
So grab a mic and join us on the live lounge.
Should I take that?
There's another one just there as well. So brilliant.
Lovely.
So guys, you're from York.
We are.
Yeah, and you've just made your debut on the Fellowship stage, but I believe you've done stage work before. What made you come on stage? You've been members for 10 years, haven't you?
We have, yeah.
So what made you get out there today, get on stage?
I think this is just a year that we've had quite a few changes in the last 12 months at Bang, in the salon and our team and things. And I think this year we just decided this is the year to start pushing ourselves forward and growing our brand a little bit more, getting a bit more recognition out there, other than the stuff that we do with L'Oreal.
Yeah. Well, you just did a brilliant show. I think our 2 opening acts today were absolutely brilliant, which is why I wanted to bring you all on stage. But what was your thought process to presenting what you did? Because it was fantastic.
Okay, so we started off with the 30-year nostalgia cycle. Which was looking back at things that went on 30 years ago, because the theory is that everything tends to come back around every 30 years or so. So we started to look into what was happening in 1989, and like politically, the Berlin Wall coming down was the biggest thing. But also it was the last year of Thatcher's reign here, and music was changing, and I'll let you talk a little bit. I'll just talk the whole time.
Yeah, I mean, we really sort of wanted to show a collection that was kind of an amalgamation of a lot of different cultures, because that's kind of what rave music was, you know. So we had a bit of punk in there, we had an Afro style in there, all these different things thrown together to make a really, really great collection, you know.
Oh, and that is not giving my age away, but that is my era.
Yeah, mine too.
I didn't know anything about it till we did this research.
That makes me fine.
fine.
My team throw that at me when I say, "Oh, what about this?" and they look at you blankly, and you think,
Honestly, all the time.
No.
These guys in the salon all the time are like, "That person." I'm like, who?
So how have you found it then? So you must have learned, it's a bit of history now. We're a part of history, but how did you find it?
Yeah, it's been really great, to be honest. When we always do these type of things, I know we've not done stage work, but whenever we do like collection stuff like that, when you first start it, it's just so daunting because you just don't know how everything's going to be and look and just end up. So then when you finally all come together as a piece, a big jigsaw, and just do it, it's really nice, and it's really rewarding as well. Like all the late nights, the endless hours, and the prep, you just think, thank God for that.
See it all put together as a collection.
I always find the prep the fun bit, because you're allowed
we've had a lot of fun,
brainstorming
and a lot of pizza as well.
So
I'm eating a lot of pizza this week.
Oh, do you know what? I'm over pizza.
Honestly.
Put my dress on this morning, it's like, whoa.
Suck it in.
Let's get back to normal life now. Whatever that is. So what's next for you guys?
Well, you've got a pretty good year.
Yeah, I've got a busy year. So I'm a member of the L'Oreal ID Artist team. I'm on the L'Oreal Colour Academy after winning Star Award last year. I'm starting my colour specialist in April.
Oh, congratulations.
We've got Colour Trophy. We're just waiting to find out about that.
Yeah, so we've got how many 5 entries into Colour Trophy this year?
Five Colour Trophy, and then
5. That's fantastic. Well done.
And then we're doing BHAs later in the year as well. We always enter that. We've got quite a lot happening.
We've got our men's stuff as well. It's got to be pushed to the forefront a little bit more as well.
Yeah.
So
Great.
yeah.
Well, it's going back to that every 30 years, isn't it? The beard's definitely back, and it was like 30 years ago that it was here. So I think it's absolutely amazing everything that you're doing. What advice would you give to young people coming into the industry?
I think I think I would tell them to push themselves. just push the creative boundaries. Don't be scared to go to the fellowship and work hard. And if somebody gives you an offer to get on a stage, take it. Get past the fear and just go for it. It's
Yeah,
great.
just go for it. Absolutely, yeah.
Well, anything you guys want to offer? I mean, I've got so much to say about it. It's such a wonderful career that we have, and
exactly that's where I was going with the
go for it. Tell everyone what you think.
Trying to get apprentices is obviously it's such a big thing. All salon owners are all the same. But yeah, I just think we all need to work together a lot more.
I totally agree with you.
I really think we need to start chatting with parents and school teachers, and any opportunity we get to go to a college to talk about our careers is vital. I mean, I go in there and I'm from a small town in Australia, and I run a salon in London, and president for the fellowship, and it was just by. It wasn't hard, but it wasn't easy.
Yeah.
But it was by getting out there and meeting the right people, and I think the fellowship definitely has offered me a platform to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
definitely.
So, guys, what's the rest of the day? You're going to catch some shows?
Yeah, I think so. I'm going to have a little wander around, and definitely a glass of champagne in order.
Definitely, well deserved.
Yeah, I think my young ones will be
No more
round here
pizza.
ready for one.
Yeah.
They're around there.
Oh, it's been an absolute pleasure having you all on stage. Hope everyone comes to see Marlene on the 8th of April at the Fellowship President's Night. Hopefully we'll see you guys there. It's going to be a great evening.
Well, it'll be amazing.
And we've got another one of our Scottish members coming on next. We've got Susie McGill.
Oh, you're in for a treat.
The hair out the back is looking amazing.
Yeah,
so has been a fantastic morning. But like I've been saying all weekend, if you can't watch us now live here in the audience, you can catch us live on fellowshiphair.com. And please have a good look around our website. Any of the projects, Project X, Fame Team, you can see what they've been up to and what they're going to do.
Yeah.
But there's application forms as well for all of these fantastic projects. So thank you very much.
Thanks very much for having us. And thanks very much, everybody.
So we've swapped over now, down to here. So thank you for joining us in our audience today. Has been a really great weekend. And I'm telling you, the hair out the back, you are in for a real treat now. So get settled, because we have Susie McGill from the Rainbow Rooms International for Schwarzkopf. And I can see the gang from Schwarzkopf in the front there. Big supporters of the fellowship. So thank you very much. Please welcome Susie McGill.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Kay Brady and I am with Schwarzkopf, and I'd like to present to you today. We have our lovely collection of Vibrance colours, and I'd like to welcome to the stage Susie McGill, Art Director from the Rainbow Room International. Give her a round of applause.
Hi guys. It's lovely to be here today. We are here to show off the new Vibrance colours. So with Neve today, we have really worked on a beautiful root bleed, and we have worked with the 811 Vibrance and the gel developer. Now the shine on the product is absolutely gorgeous, and all the new tones that come in here are really intermixable. I think just now the way colour's going as well, it's going that really kind of dusty, faded out way. So for that kind of feel through the hair, it works perfect. I'll just talk you through the colours that I actually used. So through the front we used the Colourworks, but actually what I added into them was the 011 concentrate. And again, it would just take that sharpness out the colour, so it's a really soft tone that comes through the colour. You can see what I've done. I've literally just working with my fingers, just kind of pulled colour and tone all the way through the hair, just to give it this really soft, smoky effect. With the haircut, with Neve's haircut, what we've done is done a bit of channel cutting here. So I worked in through with the razor through the back, gave it a really nice tight shape around the head, left just a little channel there just for this really soft feel, almost a wee bit mohawky, with a really nice texture in there. Yeah, and then through here we've done some really deep channel cutting here just to keep it really nice and tight through the sides.
Good, lovely. So today we're going to talk a little bit about the Vibrance colours. Our Vibrance colours, it's Segura Vibrance, and it is the Demi or the Quasi colours. It's all about tone, it's all about shine, it's all about condition, and it's really, you just see the colour is really quite a nice selection of colours that you can play with and really make a really strong palette of colours. And as you can see here, so Susie's obviously used one of the really ash tone colours to really give that mattified grey sort of texture into the hair. And then she's played also by adding some of our Colourworks, which is like the fun colours, the strong, bold, you've got yellow, red, blue, some colours like this, and she's added these into the toners just to make the colours pop out and some of the hair texture pop out as well. But she's kept them really pastelised by adding them also into the Vibrance. So it's really a mixture here that you can use with direct colours added into the Vibrance as well. And it just gives you that bit more time to sort of fun play with colours as well. And I think by adding some of those different textures in, it creates the texture within the haircut. Do you think, Susie?
Yeah, I mean, I think as well, like having that, it's almost quite an unstructured feel to colour in the hair, because I was literally just using my fingers. I was doing this morning actually, and just kind of working through it. I love the really raw texture, the new raw texture for hair just now. I think it works really well. I super prepped Neve's hair this morning. She's a lot of product in it before I dry it, so it's really malleable and I can just work through the hair without using too much spray. Again, just kind of working through the texture. I think the more that you work through it, the more the colours just really softly pop out through the hair. It's a really nice look, and it's a really kind of current look. With this style and with this feel and this collection that we're working on just now, the hair is really raw, and it's that kind of new texture on hair, like the kind of cool girl texture where it's done but not done. I love that feel to the hair. And we're really going for, like, you know, the kind of Dior feel for the clothes.
This sort of haircut would be very on your sort of palette of how you work with hair, isn't it? You like this strong.
I really love, I love a strong haircut, but I also like to keep the femininity in a haircut as well, and with colour as well. So I always have this kind of soft feel working through the hair, although the shapes that I'm working with are quite strong.
Just a bit choked myself with my badge flying about now.
But the most important thing, I think, really is the colour. The shine that you get from the new vibrancies is amazing, and you'll see that as we start to bring the models out as well.
So our clothes stylist today was Claire Frith from the Frith Stylist, and our makeup artist is Lee Pearson. Just like to give them all a bit of a name tag there. So, and you can also see some of Susie's collection. If you go online onto her Instagram, you'll see lots of her collection. She is actually BHA Hall of Fame winner there, Lady McGill.
Lady McGill, I like that. Lady Susu. I don't know if you've seen the kind of recent pictures from Lana Del Rey, and with this, I really like the styling from that as well, the black and white styling. And this kind of collection, I took quite a lot of inspiration from that as well. Okay, Neve.
Lovely.
All right, so we're going to see a wee bit more of Neve in a bit. I'm just using the powder cloud through here. It's got brilliant texture. Just to work through the hair, although it is really matte, it still allows me to kind of work through the hair to get that texture that I'm looking for. Okay.
Thank you.
Right, so
our next model, please.
Stand up and just take a little turn round, Neve. Okay. All right. Great, that's you, honey. Thank you. So this is Louise. She's stunning, and I love working with her. Look at the shine on her hair. So she is a natural redhead. So what I've used on her hair, just to enhance the colour a wee bit more, is actually the clear vibrance. But I have put some 777 in there, and the shine is insane. Again, I'm working with really raw texture. I've created a little shape, like, again, I really prepped the hair out this morning, so what I tend to do is kind of really wrap the hair and just pull areas of the hair that I really want to style. So we wanted to have this kind of soft wave crown coming through here, just a really gorgeous, cool texture. And it's, you know, it's what every girl kind of wants. They're not really looking for this. I'm kind of contradicting myself because one of the hair ups is like really dressed, but they're not really looking for that really dressed out look. So it's again almost quite keeping it quite grungy.
Let them see first before you touch, so we can just see the texture there. Yeah.
And the texture in the hair is gorgeous. She has fantastic hair. So I really want to keep, I think for me, like a really modern look is to keep everything quite tight to the head, quite square. I think it makes it look a bit more modern and a bit more kind of now. I'm just going to really work out the waves and the texture in the hair. I just really wanted to show this off to you for the shine more than anything, because the shine is absolutely incredible. I hope you're getting that there.
So all the girls on the stage today, all the models, they've all had vibrance in their hair, so this would be one of the strongest coppers that we have. And of course it's all about tone and adding tone into the hair, and they can go stronger and brighter because we have 3 different developers in there, so you can make them slightly stronger, but they are still only a demi, so you would use them more for refreshing mid-lengths and ends, or you would use them as an introduction to colour as well. For some clients you get about up to 70% blending of grey hair, so they do work also for that as well. But they're really beautiful, as Susie says, for the shine, and just still sometimes you can use them over coloured hair to add multi-tones into the hair. The texture that you've got there, Susie, it's really sort of beautiful. How would you create that?
Well, in the prep this morning, in the prep this morning, we used loads of blow and go and really, really loaded the hair up. Just kept putting layering and layering and layering more product onto the hair. And then I kind of just molded it into shape, and then we dried it. And then didn't dry it completely. We almost let it kind of air dry a bit more, and then just started to pin areas in that I really wanted to work in. So like I said before, I think just with this whole look, I wanted to keep everything quite tight here. So I kept that really tight through here, worked really tight through the back, kind of pushing the crown up as soon as we've just got this little dent through the hair. Which I think gives it like a really nice kind of cool twist. It almost makes it look a wee bit like a haircut. And we wanted, so this whole look is almost kind of doll-like. Like little royal dolls or something.
It's a bit like using your fingers to sort of help create some of the waves, like the old-fashioned finger waves, and then letting it dry close to the head, which gives you that really sort of skull cap round the head, but then the volume and the texture more moving into the ends. And it, as you say, it keeps that real sort of modern twist it by keeping it flat to the head.
Yeah. And also just, you know, all the little kind of hints and tips that you have. Like, I do a lot of photographic work, and all these little tips, like maybe just exposing one ear, this kind of thing, it gives it a really modern, different edge. It's just tiny little details, you know. Everything for me, the way I work, is all in detail. I'm quite a detailed person, and I like just little things like this. For me, really kind of pops the shape.
So within the colours range, the spectrum of vibrance, we have, you know, we have golds, coppers, reds, really strong violets, and we also have toners in there as well, working on trend with lilacs and pinks, and really soft apricots as well. We also have the normal sort of base colours like chocolate browns you can use for low lights. So it's a really adaptable range of colours, and it's really flexible how you use it. It's really sort of an essential part of your colour collection within the salon for just daily use as well.
I think also as well we all have this kind of preconception of like a semi-permanent colour or vibrance colour that you can't be creative with it. So we really wanted to showcase just different ways that we work creatively with the vibrance, so as you are getting the best out of the product and the best for your client as well. Okay, so the shape's really coming through there for me. And I'm working with the Session Flexible Hold. It is my favourite hairspray. It's a dry spray. So again, it makes the hair really malleable. I can really load up with it and still get a really good result. All right, so I'm going to bring my next model through.
This is model number 2. This is a copper wave.
Just stand.
Stunning.
Fantastic, thank you.
And we will bring the girls out later so you can have a bit more of a photographic opportunity with the girls. You can see them all together as well as a collection.
Okay, so
this
this is
Misha?
Miss Misha. Misha is actually one of the stylists in my salon, and she has been in the Yacht team.
Yeah, so Misha has been in the Young Artistic team for Schwarzkopf for the last year, which is a great opportunity for anyone who's working in a Schwarzkopf salon. If you're under the age of 25, you can join the competition and see if you can enroll into the Young Artistic team. And for one whole year, you get to do lots of shows and events and a photo shoot, 2 photo shoots. And it's a really exciting way for a young person to see what it's like to do either work behind the scenes for events like this, or actually go on stage and be very much like this, like what Susie's doing on stage, working hair. And it's a great opportunity. So anyone who's under the age of 25, sorry for anyone older. It's just it's not allowed. It's only if you're under 25. but it brings out loads of your creative juices and really gets you going, and it's exciting. But it's also a really good sort of platform to work out if you like being on the stage, because some people actually like much more being behind the scenes and just being part of the team and actually learning all the trade as well. And it gives you a really good sort of, you do photo shoots with people like Susie, and you get loads of hints and tips of all the sort of tricks of the trade and the ways how to make photo shoots really just come to life. Misha enjoyed it very much, I think. Give us a smile, Misha, yeah.
So with the colour, I love this colour, and I think this colour is so now, it's quite faded, really blended. What we've done with Misha's hair is we used the 777 with the 077 concentrate on the root. We used the 4% developer, as though as we were kind of popping the root a bit as well. Through the ends of the hair, we had she had previous bleach on her hair, Blonde Me, where we had just really scrunched it in to the hair, as so as we were just catching all the end areas. And what we've toned it with is we used the 777, but also we used the 9.589, so it gives it that kind of pinky, rusty kind of feel to the hair, and
really
that's
nice
my favourite kind of faded out tone. I think like with these looks and this sort of texture, it's more like the hair is really lived in rather than, you know, kind of popping out. So with her haircut, so I just went to town with her because I can get away with blue murder here, can't I? Her hair was really long actually, and we razored it. So again, really super raw texture. I just worked with the full head shape here, keeping everything so flat. Just took the razor to it and really kind of banged the shape out. I think it looks fantastic. Again, it's that kind of detail thing where I like to work with a really raw texture. We've kind of gone from like one extreme to the other, because for the work that we do, if any of you guys know our company, we're quite kind of geometric, clean lines, you know, quite precise. So it's been really lovely for us to kind of explore the shapes a wee bit more and work with a different texture on the hair. Yeah.
And all the styles are very much working on the sort of shape of the head, and you're using the head shape to create part of the look as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, I hope you like it. There you go.
It's gorgeous.
Thank you, Misha.
Very beautiful.
So now we have Sam. She
And
is
so
our
as Susie was talking there about some of the tones, tone 7 is copper, the 8 is red, and the 9 is violet. So with the mixed tones, she added in a sort of pinky tone into the copper there, which just really sort of softens the copper, but also gives it a really nice faded twist as well. And again, working with the tones, the key thing about Vibrance is, as Susie said earlier, it's a colour palette that you can play with, because there's loads of extra additives or extra tones in there that you can just mix and match and create new colours. So you have 5 tones in there that create new shades, and then also neutralisers as well. So there's blues and greens. So you can really alter every single colour and then create new colours, new toners, or just new colours even in the depth of colours of 4.0 and things like that. So it's a really nice palette to play with. But this is absolutely stunning. So this is a bit more of a dressing rather than the natural look that we've been showing you there, but we thought we would just play with shape and texture and really just show you some of the amazing work that Susie can do.
I mean, again, we are kind of working on the kind of raw texture still as well. Now, I'm the ambassador for Essential Looks for the UK, so I have the pleasure of going over to Germany and working with some of the other teams. So there was a really fantastic session worker there, Joanne Neves, and she showed me a couple of techniques. I have to share it with you. It's brilliant. There's like about 5 pins in there. So for like photographic work, it's absolutely perfect. We've got some padding in here. And basically what I've done is I took all sections. It has taken me a few hours. I hope it doesn't catch on. Like, I don't want to be doing this in the salon every day, but we have taken all our sections in this way and tonged it. As you take it down, we want that wave to be like really kind of super fat, so you're twisting and separating that. Put some padding in and literally just keep layering it through the hair to get that shape. Now, again, like I said earlier, I like to keep things quite tight through the side, so as it's got like a really kind of super modern feel to it. The colour I love, so what we used was it's the Dusted Rouge on the root, so it's the 7892.
Yeah,
got it. And through all the ends where we've toned, where it's all been pre-lightened, we used the 9.5, 9.8, which is just gorgeous. I mean, that's what people want, that colour, that tone, that really lived in, soft rose pink. And really just had a bit of fun with it, you know. This was the actual picture that I'd seen of Lana Del Rey with a huge hair and that kind of feel, and I just thought, I need to do that. So I hope you like it.
It's a beautiful dusted rose, though, isn't it? It's that really nice dusty colour, which everybody sort of wants nowadays, and obviously it has to be pre-lightened to get it. But that's what's really nice about the Vibrance. So you can actually get really strong, vibrant colours with loads and loads of shine. But there's some really nice, soft ash tones in there, which means that you can create this really dusty, soft colours as well. So this could be a soft, dusted peach or apricot, or it can be this soft, dusted rose. But soft dusted rose is really sort of one of the high sort of colours that everyone's after just now. So we've moved on from last year, it was rose gold, and now it's more dusted rose. We also have a collection of colours from the Royal Takeover called Dusted Rouge. So these kind of colours can actually be created straight from natural depths of hair, from like a 5.0, a 6.0, a 7.0, and you can create this sort of really dusty colour in a soft pinky tinge on even natural hair, so it doesn't even need to be bleached up to do it. But to get it this pale dusty colour, then obviously usually you have to pre-lighten it. But we have both options. So within our Agora Schwarzkopf range, Agora Royal that is, the full permanent range, we can also create these really dusty colours, which is fabulous. So we have Dusted Rouge, and then we also have Dusted Nude tones, so you can get really lovely soft beiges. And then they even have, losing my voice, they even have a really nice pale minty green, which goes really dusty as well. So lots of colours to choose from and lots of choices to choose from. Excuse me. Joking.
Okay.
I think you might all agree that this is absolutely fabulous. Do you like this? Yeah?
Just have a
showpiece.
So we are going to bring the rest of the models in. They're going to do a small presentation for you, but I'd like to thank you all very much for your time today, and I hope you've enjoyed it. Okay, have a great day.
Thank you so much. This is Susie McGill from Rainbow Room International.
Thank you.
I'm Kay Brady from Schwarzkopf. We are Schwarzkopf Professional. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow, that was pretty special. That was Susie McGill for the Rainbow Room International for Schwarzkopf Professional, and I am just blown away. That's proper hairdressing, and it's very exciting to see that up on our stages again. So we have been here now for a day and a half and have seen some pretty spectacular work. We really are pleased to have all of our Northern and Scottish teams on stage here today. So thank you for supporting us. If you're not live in the audience with us, thank you for watching us at home as well. So we're going to bring our next artist up on stage, and she's the lovely Sophie Laidlaw from Wonderland. So big round of applause, please.
Hello. It's lovely to be here. I want to say a massive thank you to the Fellowship for having us today. I've got a nice high stool again today. My name's Sophie Laidlaw, and I am the director at Wonderland in Livingston in Scotland. And this is my colleague Zoe Harrison. We want to talk to you a little bit about how we've sort of been feeling with the movement for spring-summer this year. We've kind of divided it up into two feelings. We've got some presentation models for you in a little bit, but this is the kind of first feeling. It's very authentic, raw, natural. We're kind of working with softer textures. What I'm going to do is pass you over to Zoe. She's going to explain a little bit about how we come up with like concepts and ideas, and then how we kind of push that forward. So I'll move over to you and I'll continue on.
I'm on. So when we meet up as an art team, we usually try and do it at the tail end of the year and at the beginning of the year, and we discuss different ideas, things that we've seen that interest us. We're usually always on the same page on the things that we like as well, so it makes it a lot easier because we've always got like the same eye for things, so we're always kind of working off the same kind of page on what things that we like and what interests us. So this year what kind of took our, like catching our eye was Louis Vuitton. So Louis Vuitton's Spring-Summer 19 collection. So we're working off of more like the Spring-Summer collections this year, 2019 ones. His collection is more kind of based around like empowerment for women, and also like the virtual reality as in like what you see on social media and how it actually really is in real life, and how that can also be quite different too. We don't always like to copy things from like a designer, but we like to kind of take key aspects. So as in regards to things like, we liked how the clothing was with it, so it was more like the bell bottom on the sleeves, but we've maybe incorporated that into different ways in our styling as well. So we take kind of key elements that we like from certain things, and then we make it a little bit more of our own. But the main thing that we liked from Louis Vuitton was more his take on the empowerment in women, and how does this give her power, and does it make her have that extra bit of strength as well.
I think that's something that's really important. I think last year, in the last couple of years, what we've seen is this really strong, like, gender neutral feel to clothes, to hair, and to kind of how, like, the vibe has gone. So what we've kind of wanted to do was sort of be gender proud, like proud to be women, and kind of what is it that makes her strong? What is it that makes her powerful? Because nowadays it can be anything. So we've kind of tapped into like social connection, how women connect with each other, and I think we've kind of used like empowerment really as like a strong theme throughout what we're doing. I'll talk a little bit about the hair actually. So I've started with Tegan's hair by just braiding it, different textures of braids. We've got fishtails, got regular braids, but everything's very pulled out, working with a really quite soft, quite teased out texture. I don't want it to look perfect. This feeling is very much like it's quite authentic, quite raw. It should feel quite natural. This girl is unconventional, but in a very natural way. It's not pushed, it's not contrived in any way, whereas I suppose our other trend, or sort of sub-trend, is a bit more kind of pushing it, like exaggerating it more than anything. So I'm using a fishtail technique through the front here. I've got some that I did earlier. Anyone who's done these knows they take ages and then it just looks like nothing. And then what I'm doing is I'm just winding them up around the head, kind of really contouring the head shape. Coming back to what Zoe had said before, when we look at designers, there's always like little nuggets of gold in their collections and what they do. So one of the things we always kind of look at is Balmain. They always have like a cinched waist or an exaggerated shoulder, and I think we quite like to do that in hair, kind of working either head hugging or accentuating the head shape, like really exaggerating it. How are you getting on with hair, Zoe?
So
I'm too short for this job.
I'm tall enough.
I'll get you to.
So with Elise's hair, talking about the silhouettes which Sophie was picking up on, and wanting to more work with the natural texture of Elise's hair. Elise's got amazing hair. It's really, really thick and it has got really good natural texture to it. So today when prepping, we put through IME Extra Volume Mousse just to give it a little bit more of a hold, and just actually using like a wide tooth comb and the hairdryer just going in opposite directions, just so that I got a bit more movement through as well. I'm also working with Peril Styler just at the root, just to give it a little bit more hold. Elise has like a lot of hair, so it's more just so we can get that cinched in shape, just round the edges as well, but giving a bit of texture. We wanted to give it that little bit more of a nod to, you know, like give it a bit more of a nod to the past, but with a bit more of a modern twist to it. Kind of give it a bit of that 90s feel as well, do you know, where it's like got that kind of natural movement through it, but still got the natural texture towards the ends. Because with, like Sophie said, these models, you know, they're quite authentic and they're quite comfortable within their own skin as well. So I like the idea of Elise being quite natural within her hair as well. So we're going to actually bring on next member of our art team, which is Stephanie Gallagher. So Steph's another key member of our art team as well. Steph actually just won the Runway Gold for the UK as well. So I'm just going to bring Steph on and she's going to introduce our next models as well.
So if we could get Stephanie Gallagher to the stage, please. She's decided she's not coming. Oh, she is good. She's in the other door.
Sorry.
Okay, so Steph is, as we said before, key member of our art team, the winner of the Gold Runway at Trend Vision, and she's brought on our two models with our sub-trend and our sort of subculture, if you like.
Yeah, so basically what Sophie and Zoe have been talking to you about, that these girls here in front of you are quite naturally unconventional. They don't really have to think about what they're putting together when it comes to a wardrobe or what they're doing with their hair. It just all comes free to them. Whereas these two that I have here are the opposite, I would say. They go out their way to be loud. They're bold. They're probably the kind of people that have this faux life that's happening just now on social media. So, you know, the girls that will go to Starbucks because it's a cool thing to do and they'll document it on a story, but not actually enjoy the Starbucks that they're having. These are the girls that are doing that. So I'll come to Kat first. So Cat here, we were wanting to take like a classic look and have a nod to the past, but kind of modernise it as well. So we've worked a finger wave, which was absolutely not a problem to do. I wasn't stressed about it at all. Using 2 tail combs instead of fingers, in fact, it was quite different. So yeah, just smoothing this down the top with some liquid steel by Sebastian, over exaggerating the comb, using another tail comb to just kind of rub it round in this little circle and smooth it out and back on itself. And then just working with our own texture as well. Over the other side, keeping it a bit softer, but still having that kind of rugged edge to it, and leaving this and adding the little hair accessory because they're quite big this year. Over to Beth, we were working with some scalp braids that were over-directed to the front just to give it that kind of head-hugging shape that Sophie's sort of talked about here. But again, just exaggerating things to make it much bolder, louder, adding the rings onto the braids, and along with the outfits as well, just that pop of colour, a bit of neon. Neon's going to be huge this year as well on the catwalk. So yeah, it was just kind of tying everything in together, and these are our sub-trends to these 2 girls here.
We've got like a little bit of juxtaposition going on, so it's kind of with a more earthy feel to the hair, much rawer, softer, more textural, and more kind of just natural, whereas this is a little bit more contrived. It's definitely more thought about, and it gives like quite a nice juxtaposition between the 2.
Yeah. So yeah.
Cool. Thank you, Steph.
Cool. I'll go and stand over at the side till you're finished.
Zoe, how are you getting on with hair?
Fine, so I'm going to just give it a little spin round. So I'm working, like I said, with Elise's natural texture, and I'm literally just using the wide tooth comb, and I'm combing through. I took some sections underneath, just popping Pearl Styler on the root. I didn't want it to be too heavy, but I wanted enough of a hold, because we're going for that more natural look as well, so you don't want it to look too stuck on. When I was blow drying Elise's hair, kind of went forward, back, kind of just to give it a little bit of lift at the root as well. And I've just worked through with some Dry Me just towards the end, just to give that little bit more texture. And to give it that little bit more of that kind of mullet kind of feel where we're cinching in at the side, I've also just left out these little sections around Elise's hairline. They kind of naturally just fell, and kind of loved it when they just had that natural look to it too. It's just got a bit more of a softness. Of a feel as well. I'll give it a little spin round. So yeah, still keeping that own texture of Elise's hair. So yeah, when we were smoothing over as well, I kind of more smooth like root, mids, and then kept the texture towards the end, just so it gives it that fluffiness. Almost as if she's not really made a big effort, because I feel that these girls, they're effortlessly like this. They're effortlessly got this look. I'll pass you back over to Soph and see how she's getting on.
I think like what you're saying there, sometimes it doesn't kind of do what you want it to do, and it's really important to kind of listen to the hair in that sense and kind of go with what the hair wants to do. The hair is always going to mold to the shape of the head essentially, so kind of going against that, and sometimes you're better to just go with it even if it wasn't the plan. Like having a plan, having a backup plan. Not saying it's not going how I wanted it to, it totally is. But yeah, sometimes it's kind of just working with what the hair actually wants to do. So I'm trying to create almost like a fake sort of mullety shape, but I want to keep it really, really soft with braids. I'm kind of pulling sections out and just deciding whether or not to kind of leave a fringe piece out, which I think I'm going to based on time. Yeah. Okay. So I've been going through and then banding these as I go, pulling them out so that I've got loads of texture to the braids, and then just pulling the bands out, adding a small amount of like a hairspray. I've had a topsy-turvy earlier, so I've been kind of threading them through. Just to keep this really like head hugging, because I don't mind these pieces kicking out through here. What I wanted was like a real intricate nightmare to work with. But something that was kind of a similar shape to what Zoe's doing, but much more up.
I think that was kind of like the running trend that we had, was to keep everything like a nice silhouette, just to keep it quite head hugging, wasn't it?
Yeah. I think the thing, like, as Zoe had said before, when we sit down and discuss kind of like what our plans are for the year, what our collection's going to be, what designers have done what at Fashion Week, we're always on the same page already before we've even chatted. We just seem to kind of naturally be drawn to the same things. And I think that's really good because, well, you don't have to convince anybody else of your way of thinking for a start. But also it means that we're very in tune with each other and we always kind of have the same eye for things. So I'd say key designers for us are Versace, Balmain.
Yeah. I was just going to say, like, it's actually quite unusual that we would have this much colour happening.
Yeah. We're very black and white.
We're quite black and white when it comes
but
to
we were
styling.
all kind of on board with that.
Neon, I think, because we noticed it was like a key trend.
It's
this
stepping
year
out
as
the
well.
comfort zone a little bit, adding the colour in.
Yeah, it's nice to have a bit.
We just decided to go. It's not a bit. We went with everything.
Can we do it all? Sometimes more is more.
I'm just
to be
working,
extra.
working through Elise's ends, just using my fingers, just to break it up a little bit, just so that because her hair is a little bit thicker, it's just so it doesn't like kind of clump towards the ends as well. So I'm just working my way through just to break that up towards the ends. I've also sprayed a bit of shine spray just towards the top because I wanted it almost to have that little bit of gloss, so you can have that dual texture with it as well.
So I'm just finishing off pinning these last few braids in. I'm not being super neat with it because it doesn't need it. Like, I quite like it looking fluffier and a little bit bolder. This trend's very kind of non-contrived, so it's not too thought about. I don't want it to look too perfect. The minute it looks too perfect, it looks deliberate, and I don't want it to look deliberate. Just finishing off. I think this trend, we'd sort of called this the artist because I think it felt just a little bit more creative and a bit more arty, but kind of using the model's own hair textures as well.
Well, we came across a girl who we were potentially going to use for modelling, wasn't it? We kind of had a look at her. And at first, that's kind of how this all sort of started, wasn't it?
We were really looking into like social media and the way that women kind of connect with each other, and how people portray themselves, I suppose, on social media.
We found this girl who, to us, we had never seen her style before. We hadn't seen the way she did her makeup. She looked really unique. But when we went to her profile, it brought up suggested people that this girl followed, and they were all like copies of each other. So at a point where we thought, like, these people are really unique and new and different, there was this whole culture of it happening that we didn't know about. So it was kind of like,
it was very
they're
anime,
appealing,
wasn't it? Very like
they're like appealing to who they follow and who is following them. So that's what dictates what happens in fashion now. Like, it's
and these
like the
people were
street has
across
become
the world
social
as well.
media.
It wasn't sort of one little pocket.
Yeah.
It was like across the world, like a massive. I think we found 15 profiles that were all virtually the same.
Yeah. It was hard to tell them apart as well because they looked so similar.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just wrapping up now. How you doing, Zoe? Good?
All good.
Okay, so we've left these little napiers out here. And we've worked braids to the scalp. We've kept it really quite messy, quite textural, quite soft, quite touchable as well, but really flattering the shape of her face. Tegan's got an amazing face shape. It's really square, really unusual. So we just wanted to kind of work with that. Cool.
Perfect. So with Elise, like I was saying earlier, we've worked with her natural movement within her hair as well, giving it that bit more of a silhouette with your more mullet feel, but with a modern twist. Working around the sides, just keeping it more cinched in around the edges, but I've just let these like little edges just, around her hairline just to fall naturally, and I've just been using my fingers just to kind of break them up a little bit as well. And round the back, towards this top area, I gave it like just a light back comb just to give it a little bit of hold, and then through the ends working some dry me just to give it more of that little bit of a fluffy feel towards the ends as well. And I'll spin you round.
Just to recap on kind of what we've done, this feel is really natural, quite authentic. It was originally called The Artist. The dresses we made ourselves, and we've just kind of gone with something that feels quite like homemade and quite crafty, I suppose. And then we've got the juxtaposition to that, which is a little bit more contrived. I hope you like it. And thank you so much to the Fellowship for having us here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, it's a big round of applause for Sophie Laidlaw's artistic team and Wonderland. So I've now got a big treat for you all, and he's a legend, and I don't use that word lightly in our industry. In a moment, I'm going to have the amazing Andrew Collins up on the live lounge, and we're going to get personal with him. We're going to talk about his career, his business, and his father's career. So please stay with us. And then this afternoon, we've got some more great acts ready for you. If you're watching at home, hello. And if you want to watch these shows later, or you've missed anything over the last 2 days, please go to fellowshiphair.com and go to our events page. I'd also like to just say that we've had really great artists from up in Scotland, and we're doing a big event on the 29th of April up in Glasgow at Drygate. It's a really cool venue, really good fun, so hope to see some of you there. So I'm going to swap over to the live lounge now, and I'll be back with you in a minute. So,
hey.
Hello, Andrew. It's such an honour to have you up here.
I remember these.
You remember these?
I remember
They're the
these.
originals. So I wanted to, I mean, you're amazing. I've always thought you're amazing. I'm somebody that does hair up myself, and I love watching you.
You do. I love your work. And,
Thank
and
you.
I have to say, congratulations on everything you're doing and have done and will continue to do for the
Hopefully.
Fellowship.
Thank you.
Yeah, you've been a fantastic president.
Well, let's have a chat about that, because you're, you're no stranger to the Fellowship. Your father's a past president. You're always doing stuff for us. So,
well, I'd love to do more. I mean, yeah, Dad, my father, Peter Collins, who is. Oh, I spoke to him this morning, and he was asking how it was gone. He's great to see. It's great to say hello, big wave to my team out there. They did some great work before on the Pro Hair Lifestyle. But Dad's now 92 this year. He joined the Fellowship in 1949.
oh wow! So we only started in 1947.
Yeah, so he's been, and he was telling me about the very first Fellowship lunch was just 10 people around a table at the Café Royal.
And Anne and your dad have told me that story before, and it is amazing.
Well, Anne's amazing. I mean, yeah.
Exactly. And now look at our lunch, and it sells out before we even put it on sale. So it's
Well, the
brilliant.
Fellowship is a fantastic organisation. If anyone, I mean, everything you do, the great work you do, but the Fellowship's all about, as you know, it's about giving back. We're fortunate that we have great sponsors, so we can do events like this. But ultimately, everyone, like the work we just saw, on the stage from Wonderland up in it was just stunning, wasn't it?
It was great. And you did point out we need to have their name up there a bit more, because if you didn't know who it was
Well, it was only
Sophie
it was only a comment, you know, when you're walking past whenever and you sing one, you want to say, oh, you know, because sometimes you can't always stay or you can't hear. But no, so yeah, the fellowship, as you know, the fellowship started way back, as you said, and it was very much based on competition hairdressing. And to be a fellowship member, you had to be either a European or a UK champion in competition hairdressing, which I didn't realise. So there's people like Xavier and Silvio and then Dad and Vidal Sassoon and then Christopher Mann and then, you know, and the rest. Whereas now it's very much more, I would say, more of a, it's more of a creative organisation.
It is very creative, and it's, I think, inclusive, because our industry is changing so quickly, and we need to communicate with each other and keep up. And I think the fellowship keeps us doing that, doesn't it? We're a community and all there to help each other, which is great.
I mean, you're absolutely right. And I was fortunate to be president like you were. You're president. You're coming to the end, though, aren't you?
Yes, April the 8th. It's all over.
Well, I know I can only speak from what I see, what you do, because, you know, I don't know if anyone's aware, but everything that Karine does and everyone that really gets involved in doing it out of their own, you know, they're doing it in their own time for no remuneration. It's all about just giving back. And you know, I was fortunate to be president, and I actually started hairdressing in the year my father was president, which was 1974.
I didn't realise.
Yeah, he was president that year, and in those days it was very much linked more to competition hairdressing. So he'd go and judge all the big championships around the world, you know, in Europe particularly. And then I followed Joshua Galvin, who was a great president, and Simon Forbes, who started the Fame team with Errol.
He did, yes. And I think, you know, that's one of the projects that's come out of the fellowship that just grows year on year.
Yeah.
You know, we've got Nick Owen leading it at the moment, taking it in a session direction.
Well, I know Nick well, and he, you know, he's, and I think I'm right in thinking every British Hairdresser of the Year has been a fellowship member.
Pretty much, yes, I think so. And I think it says it all, that we're great at coming together and you know, sharing our work. People often say to me, you know, why do you work in Britain? You know, what makes British hairdressing the best in the world? And I think it's because we work together.
Well, I think we're very fortunate. Geographically, we're very fortunate. We're not a massive country. Like Australia are brilliant hairdressers, and they have a fellowship arm as well. Do they still have the fellowship arm?
They're associated. They're one of our international members.
It started because I was out there when it launched. And but it's harder for them because the time zones and getting together.
Yeah.
We are fortunate. And the good thing about the fellowship, it's not totally London-centric, like you're going up to Scotland soon to do an event, aren't you?
Yeah, that's been one of my manifestos, is to get the fellowship spread out more across country. So we've been doing Scotland events for the last 6 years, Scottish events, not Scotland. And we've been in Wales, down in Cardiff, and we've been in Manchester and Leeds. So we're really getting across the country. So.
And Ken, I'm sure we'll be back to Wales again.
We will be, because he's our president-elect. So, and I think that's great. I'm looking forward to seeing what Ken can add to it.
Yeah.
And the fellowship is as well. It's not just one person doing it. There's a whole collective of people in the council driving it forward.
Yeah. Right.
I want to touch a little bit on, because we did touch on this very briefly, apprentices, training, and the next generation. I'm scared for our industry.
Well, it's interesting times. I'm going to actually be talking at Salon Smart, you know, about this very subject. I mean, I'm passionate. That sounds what I'm passionate about, but our company believes and thrives. And hairdressing, the problem is hairdressing can get quite a bad press in apprentices, but in reality, hairdressing and apprenticeships have been the massive success story. The government minister came out and said, you know, we're going to be a nation of hairdressers. Well, so what? If it's a £7 billion industry?
7 billion, and they don't take it seriously, do they?
So, but there are I think in reality, I mean, there are challenges. We're a training provider, and there are challenges with funding at the moment. And I think a lot of it is the government is really strapped for cash. I think Brexit's not helping, and no one's really making a decision. I think ultimately people will make a decision soon, and I think it will be fine. But we have to deal with what's now. And all we can do is do what we do as well as we can. I mean, as I said before, I can see my team here who just did some fantastic work on stage, and they all trained with Andrew Collins. I'm not saying it's just us, but I think we've got to just we've got to make sure I mean, you and I are both involved absolutely with this new changes to hairdressing. I mean, today in our business, today actually as I speak, we are sitting our hairdressers, our young apprentices, not just Andrew Collins apprentices, but those that come to Andrew Collins training. And I've just noticed here we have our training team here as well. I wonder if anyone's at work. Anyway. No, I know they're there. Because I tell you what, I mean, the team here look after level 3. But the first and second years are now what are working towards the hairdressing professional. And they are doing their mock EPAs, endpoint assessment today. Now, it's what the industry have asked for. We've listened to employers. It's what they've asked for. And everything was going hunky-dory. We're working towards it. Then the government halfway through go, oh, by the way, the funding's been cut by 20%. So, you know, we've just got to deal with it. What you do, you just got to get on with it. But I think they'll change their mind because I think this EPA today is something that I don't think any other apprentice has had to do. They've got a 6-hour exam. They've got to do 2 colour techniques, foils, a colour change, well, another colour, a hair up, a blow dry, and a restyle haircut.
It's a big day for him.
It's a big day, and I do think, in fairness, maybe someone's gone completely from one extreme to the other.
I do. I just want to touch slightly. You know, we did get our funding cut by 20%, which is a nightmare. But I think also, I was sitting on a panel when. You know, I'm going to say government employee sat down and pretty much bragged to me that he paid £9 for his haircut, or bragged to the entire table.
I was at the same meeting.
Yeah, and my answer, you were as well, yes. And my answer back to him was, well, that's great, you pay £9. What do you think your hairdresser's getting paid? It's outrageous, isn't it? And I just think, if they can't take us seriously, who is? And I think we, as an industry, we need to start standing up and saying, we're great, this is a great career, and all this training that we provide is amazing, and get that message out.
I agree totally, but you know what? I think the industry also has to somehow get its own house in order.
Yeah.
You know, we're recruiting at the moment for salons, and the last 3 people I've recruited have said, I mean, I've got to be careful because it's, you know, but they're employed and they don't have a contract and they don't have, and you know, so it's got to be. I mean, in fairness, people will say it's bureaucracy, and there is bureaucracy, but there's also just about employers taking responsibility. You can't have it. You see, I very much come from the fact that, you know, you want to, the future of our business. We've been going 80 years, and hopefully we'll be going another 80 years. People have left us, and they've got their salons. I saw a guy called Matt Cox in the audience yesterday. He's got a great salon. He worked for us. I've got no issue with that. But so we don't train. You know, everyone's got to have their opportunities, but in reality, I think if people are, I believe more down the employed route, because I think long term, it's from a business point of view, you can control your brand better, and hopefully you can nurture people. They then decide to go on and do their own thing. Fair enough. It's up to us to make sure that we can give them the opportunity to stay with us. But I still believe, and this is the future, this is not so much the future, but this is what we've got to be very careful of. People will say, oh, there's not enough apprentices coming into the industry, but there's got to be enough employed status salons to take on those apprenticeships.
That is so true.
So I'm going to always fight for the employed salons.
Yeah, and I'm with you. All my team's 100% employed, and I do think, you know, it's a duty of care as an employer that they have a good, strong contract, that they get the right training, and that they're provided everything that they need to thrive, really.
Yeah.
And I think that's only fair for us to do that. So
yeah, because but you know. But every country is different. So different countries do it different ways. But it's. But I think, you know, I don't think we should paint too negative a picture. It's challenging, but I think it's challenging in every sector. If we're in the car industry, we'd be having, you know, everyone's got challenges at the moment. All we can do is look after our clients to the best of our ability, give great service, and then the clients will come back. I find it's no real surprise in our salons that often the busiest stylists are the ones that charge the most. And it doesn't necessarily mean they got the most wealthy clients.
No, that's true. And if you're providing, that's what I tell my team all the time, you're providing a start to finish, complete service, you know, and with your passion in there, then you will be busy. You follow the consultation, you give the clients all the advice. You know, we're very passionate about it, and I think that passes down to your teams, and the ones that thrive are the ones that just love it and do it from start to finish the way it should be done. So
Absolutely. Well, and I'd also say anyone that's in this building and in this room gets that.
They do.
Because not every hairdresser will be out today. This opportunity to come to an exhibition like this, and if you register, it's free. It's a great opportunity. But there's still a lot of hairdressers that probably won't be here today. But the ones that are here will, without doubt, just being here means that you're passionate about what you believe.
I love these weekends. You walk around and there's absolutely fantastic hair going on everywhere. I mean, this exhibition is really for the hairdresser, I think. And you see amazing hair work. And then in the evenings, you have a catch up in the bar, put the world to right, and meet some new people, which is always really good fun as well. But
Yeah.
I hope you've enjoyed looking at the hair. I've been watching your team prep each morning, actually, and there's been some fantastic work.
Yeah, they
coming
did
out of
some.
that
They
prep
did some
room.
great work, and we had a team yesterday. We had a team today, yeah, I think it's. I'm incredibly proud of what they've done, and just seeing. But someone came up to me before and said, "I worked for you 25 years ago," and they got their own salon and all the rest. Some people have been with us. There's a couple of people I can see in the audience who have been with us 25 years, and longer, and that makes me equally proud. So I mean, it's just all we can do is try and do everything to what the best of our ability.
Exactly. So we're going to have to wrap it up now, Andrew, but I've thoroughly enjoyed sitting here chatting with you. But before we go, please tell our audience just one thing that you think about this career, just one thing to sum it all up.
Hairdressing. I think it's. I think the world's your oyster. I think that's the thing. You can. I know it's a bit of a cliche, but there is no. We talked about one extreme where a minister will say, well, you can always be a hairdresser. But then if you look at people like Anthony Muscola, you look at people like John Frieda, they have just left school at 16 and now some of the most successful entrepreneurs in the world. There's no rules in hairdressing, no 2 days the same, there's no boundaries. And you should always be proud of being a hairdresser because A, you're making a difference, but B, ambition knows no bounds. I honestly believe that.
Oh, Andrew, thank you so much. It's been an absolute joy having you here on the Live Lounge. The amazing Andrew Collins. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Right, so we're back into the last bit of the Pro Hair Live Manchester, and I'm sad that we've only got about 4 more artists to bring out for you. So our next artists who have been prepping out back, and I'm hoping they're ready because I haven't been out there yet, is Alexander Hardy and David Boot Baker for the Hair Vault Hair and Spa. So big round of applause for them, please.
grab a seat. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. As you can see, it's just one of me. We don't have Dave with us, unfortunately, this afternoon. He's had to go and take care of some stuff back in London. So just got me this afternoon. But I'm going to show you some really cool looks. My name's Alexander, by the way. I work with the Volt Artistic team. We've got a lovely little salon down in Claygate, just south in sort of Esher Way in London. I'm going to show you a couple of looks, actually 3 looks today. I've got 2 models, 3 looks, and you'll understand why in a little bit. So first of all, I've got my lovely model Aggie here. Dave coloured this the other day for us for the milkshake show that he did yesterday. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to add a little bit of a bi-level fringe in here. Now, a bi-level for me is something where it's really quite strongly disconnected from the external shape or from the other lines within the haircut. And sometimes that can be a fringe, could be through the back, but it's not asymmetric. Asymmetric for me is something that follows through from one side to the other rather than being separated. So I'm going to start cutting Aggie's fringe here. We'll crank up the music a little bit and then I'll explain a bit more in a moment. So guys, as you can see here, what I'm doing is I'm just starting to work this bi-level in. I have cut myself a little bit of a guide because it's a little bit much for me to come on and just do it all straight away from the beginning. So underneath here, I have got a little bit of a guide that I'm working to. I'm using a technique of sort of edging in, what I call edging in. So the scissors are at a slight angle, just using the very tip of the scissors and just cutting tiny little triangles into the hair. Now the reason why I'm doing this rather than coming across and cutting bluntly is we've got quite an expanse of hair here and I want to keep this quite flat and quite sharp. And if I went in straight away and club cut, I would find that it doesn't sit in quite as nicely. So I'm just edging in with the scissors, and that's why I'm using the point of the scissors rather than club cutting. So I'm following around the face shape here. As I said, I cut the guide, sort of using Aggie's hairline here and sort of seeing what looked best on her face shape. Exposing a little bit more of this undercut that we've got going on underneath here as well. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the colours as I'm going through here as well. So on Aggie's hair, it's been pre-lightened. Then we've used very sort of muted pinky sort of tones to tone the hair to neutralise any yellows that were in there from lifting it up and pre-lightening it. And then through here, which I'm going to expose a little bit more with the cut as we go. You can see we've got these beautiful yellows and pinks coming through here. Now, this is a colour that's called a direct colour from Milkshake, and I'll tell you a little bit more about Milkshake. Milkshake's an amazing product company if you guys haven't heard of them. They are over there with a little camper van, and you should definitely go and check out their stand. Got amazing product ranges, and I must admit, direct colour is probably one of my favourite ones because it's so creative and so versatile. You can wash it, put it in, wash it out. It's not going to last for ages and ages if you want that more temporary thing, but as a creative product, it's brilliant. And a whole range of colors as well. The other way that I quite like to use it is as a toner. So if I'm highlighting the hair to sort of neutralize any yellow tones or something that's not that I don't want in there, and I don't want anything too... So guys, I'm coming towards the end of this part of the haircut now. As you can see, I've been kind of swapping sides from one side to the other. The reason why I do this is so that I can check the balance as I'm going. Obviously, I don't have a mirror to be able to look at. Sometimes I would probably use a mirror and stand behind the model to be able to see what's going on with the balance. With this, I'm really just visually looking from one side to the other, going backwards and forwards to check the balance as I go through. So last couple of bits here to come off. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to send Aggie off, and I'm going to bring the next model on. Well, just to have a little bit, to reduce some of that weight so that we can create that real bi-level feel to the haircut. The color again, like I said, was pre-lightened. And then toned with violety pinky tones to be able to neutralize any yellow, and then added a few pieces of Milkshake Direct color, pink, yellow, and a little bit of orange in there as well. Hope you like this look. She's going to come back out in a little bit, but I'm going to call the next model on and show you another haircut. Grab a seat. So this one's a little bit exciting. We're taking off a bit of hair here. And we've got a little bit of a reveal at the end. So what I've done again is I have pre-cut some in the interest of time. I'm going to work through the length still. Going to be taking it off with the clippers to get a really, really sharp finish. I've already cut this fringe in here, and you can see we've got a little bit of a bi-level going on through the front here as well. So I'm going to turn her around so everyone can see. That's it, lovely. So I'm going to work with the clippers, working straight into the hair, using minimal tension on the widest part of the comb, so I'm not pulling the hair down and getting too much tension on it. So on Zana's hair earlier this morning, what I did is I prepped by cutting the fringe in. I've used a very, very choppy sort of technique with the scissors, pointing really quite far into the hair. I'll spin around so you can see. Otherwise, you don't know what I'm talking about, really. So in the fringe here, I use the scissors in a very much a sort of point cut method, but actually almost using the inside of the blade rather than the very tip of the blade. Working into the hair, chopping into it, giving it this really deep textured look and removing a lot of the weight from it. Now, like I said, I'm going to carry on with this through the sides here. We're going to put a bi-level in. Like I said, I have cut a little bit of a guide in, just so I've got something to work to that I can check the balance beforehand. And really the purpose of this bi-level here on Zana's hair is to sort of accentuate the cheekbones a little bit more. I felt that just as a bob coming all the way down here, it was sort of elongating the face a little bit too much. But putting a little bit more of a shape in around the cheekbones is just going to enhance her face shape a little bit more. And, you know, that's what I'm kind of all about. It's not just cutting hair for the sake of cutting hair. I want it to look beautiful. I want it to suit the person as well. That's really important. I like being creative, but I like having structure and method behind it as well. And that's something that we try to install in all our looks that we do in the salon, as well as any of our creative work. Now, although I said Dave's not here today, but I have a great team with me backstage that have been helping me out all day. And I'm going to bring them out a bit later, come and take a little bow. And hopefully they are our future, if you like. I hope that they're going to be up here on the stage doing work for you guys in the future. So what I'm doing here is I'm just reverse the clippers over the other way. So I'm coming in underneath. It gives me a little bit more control, because if I'm coming in like that where the shoulders are, shoulders get in the way a little bit. So turn the clippers over and then I can still get in underneath. Right, crank the music up for a little bit longer, just for the last couple of bits, and then I'll show you the next bit. So if you'd like to stand up for me. So as I said, guys, I've got 3 looks I'm going to show you today, 2 models. This is the second look, and then this is the third look. So we've cut a really, again, bi-level sort of haircut. We've got this undercut underneath here, lots of texture, but rounded shape working through the sides, again to accentuate her face shape. So, you know, it's working around her head shape, her hair, her face shape, not just cutting something for the sake of it. I hope you've enjoyed it. I'm going to bring the guys out for a little bow and the other model, and then we'll crack on with the next bit. Thank you. So guys, like I said earlier, I couldn't have done it without a team behind me. Got lovely Zoe, Jordan. They've helped me a lot today. It's been an absolute pleasure to be here and present for you. Thank you so much to the Fellowship. Thank you so much to all of you for being here and watching. Hope you enjoy the rest of the day. I'm going to leave the models out on stage for you. Just going to take their gowns off and then do a little catwalk. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you very much, Alexander and his team from the Vault. We now have on stage, we're going to play a short VT, the group from the Paul Michel group, Vicky, Corina and Harriet. Thank you.
grab your seat. Beautiful.
Hello. Welcome. My name is Karina, and I'm happy to share the stage with my wonderful colleagues, Vicky and Harriet.
Woohoo! Thank you, Karina. I'm Vicky from Paul Mitchell, and we're super excited today to share with you some of what's new in John Paul Mitchell systems. So my gorgeous model, Charlotte, she's representing our new lavender muted metallic. So if you want to find out any more about that, you can visit us on our booth. We're on a salon services booth right in the far corner. We're going to be talking through our muted metallics in about an hour's time again.
What is our goal to share with you today here on this beautiful stage? Our goal is to share with you our experience that we have when we do hair in the salon. So for example, here I have my beautiful, absolutely stunning model, Holly. Holly has natural waves, and what she is sharing with me is I never wear my hair open because I don't like my curls. Usually they're saying that because the curls are not even. So what I tell her is, show me how do you do your hair at home. And then she's sharing with me every single detail, and I want to know every single detail. I want to know how she's washing her hair, how is she treating her hair. For example, we never learned that as a non-hairdresser, I would say. When you are a kid, your mom is doing your hair, and then you become a teenager. What happened then? Your door is closed. Nobody's allowed to come into the bathroom. And then, once you are a grown-up, you don't know how you have to do in the best way your hair. So as a hairdresser, I feel it is my responsibility to show them how they have to do their hair at home. And it really starts in the wash house. So, for example, a lot of my guests are saying, I don't like conditioner because it's too heavy for my hair. So my question will be then to my guests, how do you add the conditioner to your hair? I tell you, most of the people, what they do is like putting the conditioner in their hand and they go straight like that. Well, it makes sense that they're gonna lose their whole volume, because if you add so much conditioner directly to your roots, you're gonna treat your beautiful clean roots, but you won't close your cuticle on your length. So what I always share that with them is, if you want to use your conditioner in the right way and the shampoo goes to the regrow, because there is what we have the most dirt. Everything is more than enough when the foam goes over the midshaft and to the ends. And then the conditioner has to go from the midshaft to the ends, because that's the most important part for us, to close the cuticle.
So, on Charlotte, just so you know where I'm at, I'm just creating a little bit of a figure-of-8 braid, like an infinity braid, but instead of using the hair, I'm working with a ribbon. So just something to take her from a day style into an evening style. And then we're going to be working with our invisible wear and our neuro, just to kind of pop this style out a little bit more.
Yeah, so I'm doing a lovely little set ready to go to Tesco's. Obviously, Vanessa is not having a everyday look. She's having a bit more of a glamour sort of look. Just working with our tongue there to create a really lovely pin set. Just finishing off this side here, you can see I've just kind of worked like with the hairline, with all of the set there, working all the way down from the head, and then again wrapping round to the face, and then away from the face around the front there. But yeah, this is definitely not an everyday wearable look. This is something for a little night out, maybe.
Something a bit more special.
Yeah, you're definitely not going to be dropping off the kids to school like this. Well, maybe you might actually, but I definitely wouldn't.
Okay, so with this braid, I'm just feeding every time into there. So I'm feeding a section in and then taking my ribbon, bringing it over. Okay, perfect. So I've taken a section, fed in, bringing this ribbon over to the middle. Try and do this so you can see it. Tuck that under, just so it pulls that in. And then it's going to go underneath this section of hair. Bring that section over, and then we're going to carry on feeding in. So just creating a really beautiful detailing. Again, I feel like you could do this with any kind of fabric that you wanted to. Now for prep, to create this lovely curl that we've done through Charlotte's hair, we actually worked with our Neuro rod, which is our 1-inch rod. It's a consistent width from root to ends. And then I didn't let the hair cool down fully, because what I wanted to do is get that really dropped out wave. And then just prepping the hair with a little bit of heat protect from our Neuro and a little bit of our Neuro finish as we work. Just kind of calm the hair down and help give us a little bit more structure in there.
So again, coming back to my story with Holly's hair, what I would do in the salon, I would show her how she's gonna distribute after her wash house experience, her volume whip, just to blow dry her hair. I'm showing her how much amount she needs to add to her hair. Usually it's like 1 pump for the back, because the most of the hair we have in the back from the midge up to the end. And then I always tell her, okay, for your sides, the easiest way is distribute your product very even in your hands, and then right hand goes to the right side, left hand goes to the left hand side, and then go from the midge up to the end. In that way, you're gonna distribute your product very even without being worried that you have too much product on your hair. And then once I feel I have almost nothing in my hair anymore, in my hand anymore, that's the time where you go to your regrow and start to distribute your product into your regrow. Once I'm finished with my blow dry, I show her our beautiful small cone. I remember so well when we got that for the first.
Okay, so I'm just finishing up with my figure of 8 or infinity braid. I feel like these braids have about 1,000 different names, so I'm probably just going to keep switching the name of it up. So I'm just going to spin you, Charlotte, just a little bit. So you can see we've got the ribbon wrapped through the hair, and now I'm just wrapping. It's always 2 strands of hair. It's always over, under, over, under. And you can do this just with hair alone if you want. I kind of like the addition of the black fabric to Charlotte's colour. So I'm going to spin you back to me again, just so I can secure this off. Thank you, darling. So just a little history on Charlotte's colour, because I feel like this is a salon colour that I get asked for so often, that kind of beautiful lavender tone. So Charlotte was starting at a base level of, I would say, naturally at an 8, but she's been a full head lightener for probably a couple of years now. So we just had to go in and retouch her root area with our Synchro Lift with a 10 volume, because she's quite light, so she lifts pretty quickly. Then we went in and we did a little pre-toning action with our Demi permanent system, the Demi. So we went in with a 10 violet to remove any yellow. So all of our gorgeous metallic tones, feel like you kind of, the back history of them is what base you're going to put them on. If you want to see the lavender, then yellow is not going to be your best friend, because your lavender is going to be lost to the neutralizing of that yellow. So we just did a little pre-tone on this beautiful fabric. Karina, I know that you didn't pre-tone for your rose color, for your rose gold.
No, I haven't, because Holly, she came in the day before yesterday, and she was already very blonde like you, and she had just a tiny regrow, and I said, let's just make our life very easy and let's stop lifting up everything from the beginning, because I feel this is also a salon reality. Sometimes we don't have the time to lift up again the regrow, and it is not necessary. And my focus on my guests is always to keep the hair structure as healthy as we can. So I said, let's play with her regrow. And if you have a look here, you can't see really well the regrow. Let me turn that a little bit more to the camera. See? And what I was looking for is to really create that depth on the regrow. So what we did, we just add our new metallic rose gold to her regrow, pure, without any clear, so we didn't dilute it. And then after a few minutes, I just diluted my rose gold with clear, just to get that lighter pieces in the length. In that way, she has a lot of dimension. And also, she had some yellow left in her hair, which I like, because that brings my rose gold a little bit more alive. And also, it looks much fresher. So I'm really happy with my rose gold on Holly. I think it fits her so well.
I love it.
I was working a little bit with my fingers just to give her the right texture. Sometimes I prefer more to work with my fingers, and I tell you why. It's because your fingers gives them more time to relax, like the hair structure will relax much more. And because Holly is not really open for a haircut, why should I not pin them underneath? In that way, she can get the experience how she would have her hair in a like bob length. And I really like that. So my next step is I want to show her how quick she can do an updo with her own hair in a very easy and simple way, because our guests, they don't want to spend like we do hours on their hair just to get an updo. So I really want to show you guys and her how we're going to do a very quick update. Updo, not update.
Update. I love it. It's a new name. You get a little update. I love that.
And then Vanessa here, her little colour history that she had with us on Saturday, already had a sort of pre-existing balayage there. We were chatting just in model prep then about, you know, what was she doing with her hair before she came to us, and she said, oh, you know, I was trying to go a bit more natural, but blonde's just always the way. So she had, like I said, a pre-existing balayage. We added in some foiling to the top, which actually, if you just tilt your head down just slightly, so you can kind of see all those sort of dimensions going through there, which just really helps to kind of break up that natural, but still keeping it there. And then freehanding in between some of our clay-based lightener through the ends, so that she's kind of more of a block blonde on the bottom there, which I think is just really lovely. And it's something that I do quite a lot in my salon. I'm full-time behind the chair, and sort of like a T-section of foiling and freehand painting in between. It's just something that we do more than foiling in general, to be honest. We are stepping away quite a bit from the full head foils or half head foil application, which I love.
Okay, so we got my braid structure into the hair, and now just looking at building and enhancing the texture through the bottom of the hair. So I'm going to work with, it's literally my brand new favorite product. We've just launched Invisible Wear. So this is a texture kind of powder, I would say, not to really be confused with a dry shampoo. So you can spray this into the hair. You can use it underneath the roots to achieve a little bit of root lift, or bring it into the hair just to enhance that little bit of texture and take a little bit of kind of weightlessness into the hair. I feel like I'm losing my words today, or losing the plot, one or the other. I'm not sure.
Bit of both.
Bit of both. But this is just going to really help me to enhance that texture. I would definitely recommend something like this even before I was doing a hair up style as well. Oh, hello.
So you can see I did 2 sections on Holly. One big top section and 1 section underneath. And I was really twisting the underneath section around her head shape. That gives me some more slimmer sides, but also kind of like that undone look. I'm not going to open my bobby pins because I feel the bobby pins, they are already open, and this is the exact amount of hair that we need to fix our style. Harriet, you were saying something funny this morning about opening bobby pins, right?
Yeah, opening with your teeth.
Don't do that.
No one wants to see teeth.
So I really want to give my guests some options, but also some hairdressers which are saying, oh, I'm not really good in updos. sometimes the simplest things are giving us so much effect. So again, I just wrapped everything around with kind of like a twist effect, and the texture I just have created gives me that easy way to do that. So I was wrapping that around, and then here I just created a little knot, and I fixed that with 3 bobby pins, not more than that. Well, maybe I'm gonna add a 4th, just in case.
Okay, so I'm just finishing off my style now with our Neuro. This is our Neuro finish. You can find out, again, anything that you want to find out more from, you can come over to our booth. We're going to be back on, I believe, around 2:15. 2:15, somewhere around that. So, and we have an amazing team waiting to take all your questions and answer everything on the booth. But Neuro, just to give you an outline, it supports our electrical styling. So it's kind of like a real clever system that through shampoo through to hairspray is just going to help your heat addicted guests with their hair.
Which I think we're all sinners of.
Oh my God. I'm a bit of a hair abuser. My hair's so curly, I always need to have a little bit of heat protection.
Victimize my hair a lot. Yeah, a lot.
Okay, so Charlotte, I feel like I'm going to be faffing otherwise forever with your hair, so I'm going to get you to have a little wander and show your beautiful style off for me.
I'm going to switch with Elle. Switch with Elle.
So I just released my top section, and I'm just gonna play a little bit with the shape, because again, what I want to create is that beautiful quick undone look. And I'm using my curls. I'm expanding them a little bit into the front. Just add a few more bobby pins, and that's it.
So Elle here is our silver representation of our Demi Muta Metallics. So this is the 3rd of the series, which I really, really love. I can see this being used so much in my salon. Our most common client, that sounds awful, doesn't it? Our most common client is our sort of platinum card guest. We have so many of these clients come in that just want a really true, natural, soft silver, and this is it. This is the money right here.
Yeah, silver is such a famous color, but I also like to use the Muta Metallic silvers to really neutralize a lot of when I have a little touch of yellow in my hair. It's just so gorgeous. Especially the Demi is so healthy for the hair. It gives you the right shine, the right grip, and it plays with what you have underneath. That's the key of the Demi.
Yeah, definitely.
Hey, there you go. You have Holly with her natural updo. Thank you.
And that is you as well, my darling.
Tell them.
So on behalf of Salon Success, Salon Service and John Paul Mitchell Systems, thank you so much for watching our show and see you later at the booth. Thank you.
Barry, Paul Mitchell team, good? Were they good? Yes? Great. So, live lounge now. We've got all these mics. I'm going to be bringing on some ladies. Sophie Laidlaw. Steph and Zoe. Yes? Steph and Zoe. And we're going to talk. Fantastic. All this is being filmed, by the way, girls. I am the Simon Cowell, and these are my new models. My new girl band. Pick them up.
This is odd.
Right. Okay. So, first of all, Sophie, we met many years ago when you were a GHD platform artist.
Yes.
And you went on from there and opened up your salon. So tell us a little bit about your salon, first of all.
So Wonderland has been open for about 6 years now.
6 years? Is it that long?
Time has actually flown so quickly. So I was very much working with GHD right up until a couple of years ago. Things get very, very busy when you own a salon, as you know. So yeah, the salon has grown. After 4 years, we decided to move.
What I'd like
building.
you to tell them, because I found this very wow and ambitious, and I thought fair play, is how big your salon is now, where you moved from.
We got to the point in the salon that we were in. We had 10 chairs, 3 backwashes, and it just got to the point we had no space. We were trying to train assistants and bring them through, and it got to the point we just wouldn't be able to give them a job afterwards. So we moved to a bigger salon. We've now got 18 seats, 5 backwashes. We've got 2 floors. It's amazing, and I love it. It's like my other
Yeah,
home.
I see a lot of it on Instagram and social media. It's a real cool space. So fair play. Well done. Congratulations. Steph, gold winner.
Hi.
Trend Vision Gold. What was that like?
Amazing.
Amazing.
Unexpected.
Unexpected?
Yeah.
No. I was there and I thought it was thoroughly well deserved. Phenomenal work. I'd say as a salon group, you tend to do very beautiful editorial hair. Do you?
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that kind of makes our work stand out. Is we all have the same eye for things. We like the same things. When we look at Fashion Week, we're all drawn to the same designers straight away. So it gives us the same eye for detail when it comes to hair.
And Zoe, you love Fashion Week, don't you?
I do like Fashion Week.
You work a lot on Fashion Week, don't you?
Yeah, I got to do a day at Paris Fashion Week last year, so that was an amazing experience because it was, I always thought it was over really glamorous, and so it was nice to see the proper what it's like and backstage and stuff.
In real life, it's like super busy. It's
stressful.
not that glamorous.
But then after, it's like amazing to see your work on the catwalk as well, and it's a proper team effort. So I think it's quite nice that we work as a team. So when you're working backstage, it's good to be able to bounce off of other people and work alongside people.
No, it is nice. I mean, me looking at you guys for a few years now, you've really gelled as a team, and your work, like the work you've done this weekend, again. Do you want to talk about that? It's lovely, some of the stuff you've done. And the inspiration you were telling me in the bar last night, where it all came from.
Our influences come from everywhere. Like, we do sit down at the end of the year and we look at what's coming up for the next season and kind of designers. And like I say, we're normally all on the same page already. We come up with concepts very quickly. For us, it's really important to have a story behind the work. And I think that's why it feels editorial, because we do characterization for each model, and we kind of really come up with like a feel and a fluidity throughout a collection.
And I mean, it's so nice. I see you brought a lot of the team here this weekend. So no one's working in the salon today then?
We had three cars drive down, 7-seaters, 4 models. We had 8 of the guys came down from the salon to watch as well, and we've got like one of our young team who's only 16. This was her first sort of hairdressing experience, so to be able to see all the acts on the fellowship stage and other stages as well has been amazing for her. Really opened her eyes to how amazing this industry is, because I think the young people are what we should really be cherishing and building up.
So down south where I am, we find it very hard to recruit. Do you find that where you are?
I think it's because of the schools, and like, I think it's really about people becoming statistics. So they want to keep them in school as long as possible or send them to college. I don't think schools value apprenticeships in the way that they should, really.
Do you know, this industry I think is the best in the world. I've been in it for 4 decades. And I can't imagine doing anything else.
Well, that's why it's really important to us when we do get these young 16-year-olds through, even if it's Saturday girls, they're invited to come to these events as well, because I want them to see how amazing this industry is.
Yeah.
And the variety that you can do with your career, you know, whether it's education or teaching or products or like wherever your passion lies, if it's creativity and doing show work, there's so much that you can do. And
I mean, you talking about passion, you've entered the British Hairdressing Awards a few times, and I'd like you to talk a little bit about the collection that got nominated, because what I would like the audience to know is the cost of it, because everybody from looking from the outside in tends to think that it's thousands and thousands of pounds. And you were very proud at telling me, Bruno, I did it, and it only cost me.
I didn't have a choice. I had just moved my salon from one building to another. I had no money, I had nothing. I did a collection. I got nominated for Scottish Hairdresser of the Year, and I did that collection.
That needs a round of applause, doesn't it?
I did that collection on a budget of £32.
£32.
That was my postage and packaging and printing.
So if I give you £100, can you do me a shoot?
No. So basically, you know, essentially when you look at it in a bigger picture, it probably did cost more. Our house models, we do their hair for free. They're happy to be part of the photo shoots. They're happy to be part of the shows. And we look after their hair in turn. They get their hair done every 6-8 weeks, you know. and yeah, so we look after them throughout the year. So that comes at a cost to us. That's my time and it's product as well. But for me, it's worth it because it's not just myself. It's all of the guys that want to see these photo shoots and work on these things. And I think everybody working as a team is really important because that keeps us motivated.
So the three of you and yourself, who motivates you in the industry? Because your work is unique to Sophie Laidlaw. When I look at your work, I'm thinking, where has she got that idea from? So who are the people you tend to follow? And
we never copy from another hairdresser. I think that's really important. We do take influences from. I love Dan Ambrose. I love Errol Douglas, yourself, all of your team's work.
I'm glad you said myself, Sophie.
We follow everybody on social media. Everyone that we meet at these events, we follow. And yeah, we kind of like, there's things that you love within hair, but I would never ever want to take that and do it and pass it off as my own. So if we build a story from whatever we're inspired by, then it's always going to be original and unique.
Fantastic. So what is planned for this year? Welcome on Jordana. Here we go, Jordana. You've got to move along.
She's only little.
We have got the full Spice Girls now.
Girl power.
Girl power.
Sorry, Dan.
Right. So we'll just finish off this. So where is it going with the team now? What's the next 6 months?
We've got lots of like different events booked. We've got Scottish Hair and Beauty Show coming up. We have got another fellowship event, and I love the fellowship events that come up to
That's
Scotland.
in Scotland, yeah.
Yeah. So that is April. That is the day after I get back from a Wild Hen weekend. That's going to be fun. So yeah, no, we've got a few things coming up. We're going to do some photographs as well, and yeah, we're very busy.
Scottish Hairdresser of the Year.
Yeah. I think we never try and shoot for Scottish Hairdresser or for BHA. We try and shoot for us. At the end of it, whether we're nominated or not, I would like pictures that I'm really happy with and that we're proud of as a team. So
Great. Well, I must say, you've got a fantastic team, and I've seen you girls perform a lot together, and I applaud you. Great. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, Jordana.
Hello. Thank you for
Fame team girl.
Yep, X.
Ex-Fame team girl. Yeah, but it's, you know, once you're in the Fame team, it never goes away.
No.
So, a little bit of insight about your career, and I remember you entered the Fame team, and it was the second time for you.
Yes, it was.
So talk us through about that.
So the Fame team was an absolutely incredible experience. As you said, I got through on the second time, and I got a lot of feedback from the first time. So don't ever feel like you're knocked back if you don't get it for the
So
first
can I just
time.
come in there, because some people after the first time walk, and you felt that the feedback was positive and right, and do you really think you were ready the first time when you compare it to the second?
Looking back, absolutely not. No, I came across as like a different person because I was trying to be this confident, sassy hairdresser, and that's just not me. So then when I came back, I just thought, just be who you are. And of course, another year of actually like getting hands-on and muscle memory and creative projects, it really did the world of good that I didn't get in the first year.
And obviously you had some phenomenal mentors, one being your infamous mother.
Yep, yep.
And
Definitely see.
Nick Irwin. What was that like?
Oh, it's incredible. Obviously, so different. Nick's a lot more like direct, and this is how it is, and that's not tasteful, and this is tasteful. And that did me the world of good as well, because when you're working with people who are quite like-minded, they're of course going to agree with everything you think. But then when you work with different hairdressers and people from all over the world, you start to see hairdressing in a different perspective and a different light, and you challenge yourself a bit more the more you kind of broaden your perspective.
That's great. What I would like you to tell the audience, because I know this, is hairdressing wasn't your first career, was it?
No, it wasn't. I actually started in law. So I went and did a law degree in Westminster in London for 3 years.
So, people out there, hairdressers, law degree,
Yeah.
law degree.
Don't ask me anything now because I have no idea. I've forgotten it all. But yeah, it was 3 hard years of reading law books and wanting to be a hairdresser in my head. And then I think my parents, because they were hairdressers, were like, you know what, you need to go and do something different just in case you're following our footsteps by default. And that's what I did. But I still always had this like unburning desire to be with people and do hair. And that's what I did. I was also a police officer for a year.
Yeah, I know.
Weird.
I know.
But yeah, I haven't looked
I could
back.
say a joke about the handcuffs, but I
You
won't.
don't look old enough to have done all of this stuff. Was this a past life?
When I went grey, I went pink.
So, obviously, being with the Fame team opened you to Fashion Week.
Yep.
So you've had some great experiences there.
Yeah. Fashion Week's been amazing. It's so different every year and every season. And I think it's really good to come out the salon sometimes and push yourself.
Do you know, this isn't a gripe for me personally, but I find Fashion Week is great for hairdressers.
Yeah.
But I do feel, as an industry, the hairdresser gets used.
Mhm.
We should be paid for what we do.
Oh, absolutely.
Big time.
Could not agree more.
Not expenses,
National
but because there
minimum
is
wage.
so many hairdressers that will do it for free,
Yeah.
they tend to benefit from it, and that really upsets me.
I have said no a few times because of the cost involved, but you will always have to do, especially if it's in London and it's not too far for you to travel, you will have to do work for free. But hopefully one day when the sponsors get a little bit more generous, you will be paid, and it will be and it will pay off eventually.
Great. So what are your future plans? Because you have, I hate to say it, and I didn't want to mention her, but Beverly C., top woman in our industry,
Yeah,
won the
big
British
shoes.
Hairdressing Awards twice. You've got big shoes to fill.
Yeah, I do. Thanks for reminding me, though. So, yeah, massive shoes to fill. But I do feel like the last few years I've made my own kind of journey, my own path, my own taste.
Yeah.
And I think that's important for me so that I don't always feel like I'm relying on other people. So I'm exploring a lot of different avenues, and at the moment I'm not known for anything, and I don't feel like I found my brand yet, but I'm really comfortable taking all these creative opportunities. In 2019, I just want to apply for Creative Head once again, a nice little project, apply for BHA, and just immerse myself in the industry until I find my niche.
So are you going to do a BHA collection?
I am. Hopefully you'll see it.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Are you, like, still qualified for newcomer?
I'm not actually.
Really?
I'm a little bit old.
Don't look it.
Yeah, I'm still a baby face, but I'm not qualified as that. So I'm actually competing with the big dogs, which is ridiculous.
Which is your category?
So my category is London.
London.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go for it. That's what we need to do these days, is it?
Yeah, but then you've got a mother that's won British twice.
Yeah.
So that helps.
Yeah, it does. It does.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
So, all of you, it's been an utter pleasure. This old man chatting to 4 lovelies on a sofa. It's
Lucky
been
you.
fantastic. So thank you very much, and I hope you enjoyed what I had to say, yes? Good. Thank you.
Thank
you.
Right, don't go away because... Hello. Right, don't go away because we've got James Ershaw on next, and he's an absolutely phenomenal young hairdresser. I see him present his work yesterday, so please all gather around and get ready and give him a warm welcome. Thank you.
Hi guys, hope you're all alright. My name's James Earnshaw. I am a Mika UK ambassador. Really excited to be here today for my second day at Pro Hair Live. So we have some really cool models for you today. First of all, I thought I'd give you a little insight to Mika. So I've been working with them for about 6 months now. Really amazing brand, and for me as a hairdresser, I love styling. So it's really refreshing to work with a brand that's kind of purely styling focused. It's based in like Brooklyn, New York, so it has a really cool girl kind of vibe to it. So I really love it. So I'm going to introduce my first model, Molly, which is my platform model for today, and I'm going to share a look with you. Hi, Molly. So, obviously we've done a little bit of pre-preparation to Molly's hair today. We've used the Amika plus size mousse, which I absolutely love. It's quite a lightweight mousse, so I blow dried that in. Molly's hair has an amazing pre-lightened base, so anyone who does colour out there knows that this is going to really manipulate really nicely. So we've just created 2 braids, which I'm just going to unravel. The reason I've braided it is because I just want a little bit of texture to the hair, almost like not crimped, but just a little bit of kind of natural movement. So we've just done that. Now I'm going to go through and create the shape on her hair. So like I said before, pre-prepared with the plus size mousse, blow drying that in, and it's given the hair a great bit of texture. And now we can start to build on that. So let's just take this out. Hold that for me. Cool, so I've just already pre-sectioned the hair down the center from the crown to the nape area. You don't have to be too neat with this because, again, it's all going to be covered up anyway. And then we have the natural bit of movement in there. So I'm just going to go through with my backcombing comb using the Undone Texture Spray, which is a big favorite product of mine. Anyone that knows me knows that I love texture, so it's great for that. Just spritzing through the root area. And it's just going to start to kind of pad out that hair for me. As I spray, I'm kind of using my fingers to elevate the hair high. And what that's going to do is start to create a cool kind of modern texture to the hair. What's amazing about Amika is it's really buildable. So you guys know who do styling. You don't want a product that you're going to put straight on the hair and it's going to be stuck in a position. you want something that's kind of more malleable. So I'm just going to create a little bit of back combing. Through the center of the head, I'm going to create a tighter back combing, and then towards the hairline, I'm going to create kind of a looser back combing. But you can see already with the product, we've got a really good base in there. So just continuing that all the way. Again, I want this look to be quite cool and quite textured, so I'm not overly thinking about it. Cool, so just with the hairline, just visually working, probably leaving a little bit of it out, etc., etc. Then we're going to just clip the ends of that away and repeat on the other side. So I'll spin you around. So just spraying the Undone Texture Spray again. Just continuing that. Again, not being too precise, just making sure that towards the center, I have more of the back combing, and then towards the side, slightly less. Obviously, I'm working on a pre-lightened base, so it's going to kind of hold anyway. If I was on darker hair, I'd probably just layer up the mousse a little bit more. But in this instance, the texture spray is working perfectly. Okay, great. So I'm just going to grab my pins out. Cool, so now what I'm going to do is just work either side, bring that up, kind of back brush the ends a little bit, bring it up into the center, leaving out any hairs that I want to, and literally just kind of twisting it into almost like a roll, like a kind of classic roll shape, but keeping it down instead of up. So it just makes it look a bit more modern, a bit cooler. But because we have the Undone Texture Spray in there, it's working perfectly. Okay, so you can see just 3 pins, and we're in quite good. Probably 50% my skill, 50% the product. So again, repeating that on the other side. You could use a comb for this, but if you want something to look more natural and kind of softer, I feel like brushing it gives you a better texture. So I'm just using a bristle brush. And again, you've noticed I've not really used any hairspray. I tend to use hairspray more at the end than I would kind of throughout the process, because again, I want the hair to be more malleable. So what I'm doing now is just opening my pin, hooking it and pinning it across the other side, okay? So keeping the pin closed, pin across, yeah? You don't have to be too kind of firm with this. You can keep it really visual. So grabbing it together, bringing it across, hook. Great. And then you can see where we kind of braided it earlier. It just has like a soft texture. Great, so now I'm going to work on the last bit at the front. Now again, we could go kind of up and over with it, or we could kind of go more back and kind of rest it in between. So should we go, let's go back. So again, just a little bit of back combing here. Again, just working really visually. Because I have the plus size mousse in there, it's really doing what I want it to do, which is always good. Final section. Cool. And then you can kind of just finish the back by visually just pinning, just using pins. funnily enough, into the center. Okay, so just no need to overthink it again. Just hook and pin exactly over the top where you were before. I kind of like just keeping it really visual, but I'm just going to pin that in and over. Great. So now, just to finish, I'm going to use another Amika favorite product. Anyone that knows me knows that I love texture, so this is absolutely amazing. It's the Vandal Texture Powder. Now, what's great is you can just spritz it right over the top of the hair, and literally with your fingers, you can see exactly what it does. Yeah? So it exactly holds the hair into place and just finishes it off great. Again, with Molly's shorter pieces on the side, you can kind of really visually decide what you want to do. It kind of works up, kind of back or forward, depending what you want to do. So you can just spray it on and then visually place it where you want to place it. So just a little finishing touch, just using a hairnet. Just kind of bearing in mind, I always like the silhouette of the hair to look cool from all angles. So just going to get Molly just to hold this over her. And then I'm using the Headstrong hairspray, which is a really strong hold hairspray. Spraying it really close. Sorry, spraying your hand, babe. And then just using kind of medium heat. I'm just going to go in and just heat that up, okay? So that's almost going to condense down the hairline. What's amazing with the Fluxus hairspray is, the Headstrong hairspray is, it's very strong. So when you want to create something that's more condensed, it really enables you to do that. But you can also use the lighter one when you want to create something lighter. So just keeping the tension really flat. And then just taking this off. And then what it does, it just gives it, you can see like a cooler, flatter silhouette. So from the profile, you can see it kind of comes in flatter and then fluffs up more high. So I'm just going to finish with a little bit of hairspray. Great, so if you stand up for me, Molly. So just to recap, creating the plus size mousse was the first product we used. Blow dried that food to create the perfect base. Back home to the hair with the texture spray. Pinned it into the center to make sure it's really, really secure. And then the Vandal powder just accentuated the texture. And then finishing using the Headstrong hairspray, which you can see has just created that indentation through there. If you want to stand to the front for me, Molly. So we have, thanks guys. So we have 2 more models that I've done for you earlier. If you guys would like to come out, I'll recap those for you. Perfect. So we'll go to Jenna. So with Jenna's hair, again, pre-prepared by blow drying in the plus size mousse. Jenna's hair is quite long. So then putting it up into quite a tight ponytail and then binding the hair with the elastic so it obviously comes away from the head to create more volume. Then using one of my favorite Amika tools, which is the Chameleon. So you get 5 different size barrels. So you use the small tong size, all in the same direction to make sure I get that wave. So we went all to the left, brush that out, and then just using pins, just went in, pinned it into the peak of the wave. Sorry, pushing you off the stage. Pinning it in and then just using the hairspray just to detail those areas of texture. And then we have on Lara, we have obviously working with more curly hair, so we came in, just went over with the tongue on a few little pieces just to give a little bit more definition, and then we created 4 ponytails, leaving out random areas of texture. Then with the ponytails, what we did, let's turn to the side for me, is just knotted them together at the root, and you can see through the back where we have the knots coming towards the root and then just leaving out the texture. So the texture spray was amazing for that because it's really made the hair really pliable. And then just finishing just with a little bit of hot mesh gel, just to detail those cute little baby hairs, which we all love. I hope you guys like it. Thanks, girls. So next up from Mika, we have the pro educator Jenna, who's going to share a braided look with you. And then stay tuned because we have a giveaway. So I'd like to welcome Jenna out to the stage. Thank you.
Hi guys, as James said, my name is Jenna Marie Schaefer, and I am the lead pro educator for the UK, and I'm going to be demoing a really cool look on my model Tabitha here. As a professional, I work as a session hairstylist in London, and where I like to draw my inspiration, I love to take kind of classic timeless looks and put a modern twist on them. So that's what we're going to be doing today. You see here this kind of cool victory roll, very retro vintage vibe. I've already started to modernize it a little bit with these micro braids you can see on the sides. It's a fun, easy way to add an accent to my style. But what I'm going to be demonstrating today is the figure 8 braid. So the figure 8 braid is this really cool braid that's on trend. We offer it in our viral braids class at Amika. As James had mentioned, as a brand, we really love to celebrate and elevate the art of dressing hair. So all of our education is based on styling, finishing, advanced styling techniques, foundational framework techniques, and we have some really cool braiding classes as well. So I'm going to be demoing the figure 8 braid. So this is a really fun braid. It has a cool accent. You can do it through the mohawk section. You can do a small, tiny detail. But I like to do it in the back of the head because it kind of gives the feel of a French twist or a roll like James did on his model. But you turn around and you see this really beautiful, cool braided texture. So to prep my model, I'm just going to make sure to brush through with my Mika detangling brush. Whenever I'm doing these more intricate braids, I always like to make sure that the hair is nice and detangled, easy to work with, so I don't get tied up. So to get the figure 8 braid started, wherever you're starting this braid, you want to start with a nice slice section as your anchor. And it's really important to keep your sections clean, so you'll find that I'm always going through making sure that my sections are separated and clean and everything's nice and detangled. To get it started, you want to split that slice in two. So I have a right piece and a left piece. You want to make sure that those are even. So I'm going to make sure I have the same density, and you'll notice that I took a diagonal split. That way, when I pull this together, it hides the parting. If I went in and just took a straight parting to divide this slice, then you're going to see that split, and I don't want to see that in my braid. So I always like to call this my home base. This is where you want to get back to. These are my stationary sections. And then the way the figure 8 braid works is I'm going to grab a traveling piece that's going to move in a figure 8 motion around these two sections. So to get it started, I'm going to take a slice off the right. And this traveling piece is coming underneath the right section and over the left. Take my thumb and my pointer finger. These are the fingers that I use to grab and move the hair about. It's going to come underneath and grab right onto that traveling piece. And notice how I'm keeping my hands nice and close and tight to the scalp. That's key when you're doing the figure 8 braid, because you want to keep everything nice and tight so you have this, you can see the beautiful figure 8 texture. If you're way out here, it gets too loose and it starts to unravel. So you have to keep everything nice and tight to the scalp. Before I move on, I'm going to add a slice of hair. Get back to my home base. I'm going to turn my model so you guys can see. And that's going to come under the left, over the right, and I'm going to go underneath and grab right onto that traveling piece and add some more hair. So the thing with these more complicated braiding techniques is that they seem a little intricate and detailed, but it's really just, once you get the motion down, it's repetitive. It's the same thing over and over again. So like I said, I'm just adding hair to that traveling piece. And I'm going under the left, over the right, grab, add some hair, keeping everything nice and clean. Under the right, over the left, grab, add some hair. Under the left, over the right, grab, add some hair. And now you can start to hear I'm getting a little repetitive because it's that same motion over and over again. So on this next one, I want you to take note of how I'm bringing that hair over. So I'm adding hair to my traveling piece, getting back to my home base. Okay, so I'm coming under the left, and when I go to bring this traveling piece over the right, all I'm doing is flipping my wrist, and that just automatically turns that section over. So all you have to do is just flip your wrist, and it turns the section over where you need it, and that's really nice because you don't want to make these big movements, because like I said, you need to keep everything nice and tight to the scalp so that you can see this really pretty figure 8 texture. So the same thing again, add some hair. Under, over, grab, add some hair. Under, over, grab, add some hair. Under, over, grab, add some hair, and just keep continuing that same motion all the way down. Add some hair. Under, over, grab, add some hair. Under, over, grab is my last section. Gonna pull that up. Under, over, grab, add some hair. My last piece. Under, over, grab. So there's a few ways that you can finish out this braid. I'm gonna tie this off and do a ponytail. But as you can see, this is a really beautiful texture, and if you wanted to kind of give the feel like a modern twist on your traditional like French roll or French twist, the way that you would tuck these ends under is you would continue. I'd go from here and I'd continue just with a 3-strand plait to finish this out. Secure the ends and just tuck that braid up and pin it underneath, and then this figure 8 braid sits on the top by itself. But I want to see these ends and have a little bit of texture because I feel like it adds a different element to my look. So I'm just going to continue with my tail and go in that figure 8 motion one more time. Do 1 or 2 passes in a 3-strand braid, just so that I have something to secure off with my elastic. So I'm going to go in with just a clear elastic to secure off the end of my braid. And do some finishing details on my look. So you can leave the figure 8 braid nice and clean and tight, but I really like to kind of go with the rest of the vibe to pull it out, get a little bit of texture. I'm just going in with my thumb and my pointer finger. This is my favorite way to pull apart braids because I don't get I'm not grabbing onto too much hair and pulling it out of place where if you pull too much, it's really hard to get it back in there. So just go in with my thumb and my pointer, kind of zhuzh them together and adjust this figure 8 braid to the amount of texture and fullness that I want. Take a tail comb. So I want to see more volume and fullness through this ponytail. So I'm going to do a little bit of back combing, and whenever I'm back combing for texture or volume, I hold the ends really loosely, so light tension, and that allows me to expand and get more volume and fullness. You can even just go in with your fingers and get the same kind of effect. This is one way that I love to detail the hair when I'm on set for an editorial shoot or photo shoot. Just go in with my fingers and add some zhuzhing, some volume, just like this. And I'll set everything with the Headstrong hairspray that James was using earlier. This is one of my favorite sprays to use if I'm going for volume, texture. It's an intense freeze hold, so you'll see how it's just holding everything right in place. Finish off the figure 8 braid, get this texture to stay. And then I don't want my roll to be too clean, so I'm going to go in and adjust a little bit of texture on that too. Awesome. Go ahead and stand up for me, Tabitha. There we go. So there we have kind of a victory roll. Thank you. Into a figure 8 braid and a messy textured pony. Great. You can go ahead and head off. So stick around. We're going to have our models come out for one last look. And as Jane mentioned, we have a little surprise at the end. So stay tuned.
So as promised, we have a little surprise for you. What do you have in your bag there, James?
Oh, a bit of everything. So we have the Wizard, which is an amazing detangling primer. So does anyone want it?
Oh, yeah? Can we hear some noise? We're going to give a few things away, but only to the biggest Amika fans that are over here watching the show. So this girl right here, I think, wants to take some home. Yeah?
I think so.
Here, how about some Perk Up Dry Shampoo? Here you go, darling. Do you already give the Wizard away?
Who wants the Wizard?
Oh, Wizard,
Come and get it.
Oh, let's hear a little bit of noise. We got a whistle over here.
There you go.
There we go. Okay. Do you have one of these too?
Yeah.
Okay, we have a travel pack with some travel sizes. Oh, there we go. Let's hear some noise. Okay. Anybody else? Over here? You were dancing, but I don't hear any noise. Yeah. Okay, come on up and take your prize.
These are not the kind of products I can throw to you because I will hurt someone. So you're going to have to just run up and grab it. Who wants it?
Amazing. So for our last giveaway, we have a Polish Perfection smoothing brush. But like I said, I'm only going to give it to the biggest Amika fan in the building. Okay. So on the count of 3, I want to hear you scream Amika as loud as you can. Okay? 1, 2, 3. Awesome. Right here.
There you
Do you
go.
have any in?
You guys were loud, so here you
Yeah,
go.
there you go. Oh, and here's a bag to hold your brush. So thank you guys for tuning into the show. We're going to be heading over to our booth. So if you want to meet us over there, you can take some pictures of our models and ask us any questions that you have about the techniques we use today. Thanks, guys.
Perfect. Thanks, guys.
Great. Thank you, the Amika team. Goodie bags. Great. You got to stay now. We've got our next guest artist is the new Schwarzkopf ambassador. He's a phenomenal hairdresser and a personal friend. So, without further ado, Rick Roberts.
Hello, guys. How are you? Come on. It's the last. That's it. I've just heard you shout for some free stuff. Anybody? Right. So, basically, if anybody saw me on the Platinum stage before, we're going to change these looks up quite a little bit. So I've seen some faces that were already in the audience. Thank you for coming over. So we're going to do some, like we say, is hair hacks. I love hair hacks. This is what we did over there. We're going to do them again here. For the people that didn't see me before, my name is Rick Roberts, obviously up on there, and I am the new ambassador for Schwarzkopf. I'm very excited about that, and they've got an amazing little stand over there. Well, it's not a little stand, it's a good stand, it's got alcohol there. So, what we're going to do on this, we're just going to do really simple little things that are great in the salon, just to kind of put the hair up. And these beautiful colours, you can see was pin curled, and sorry, not pin curled, wrap around a wand and just set. We'll set on a twist, and when we twist it, every time we go round the wand, it just gives us this kind of nice ridge in each of the waves. So what we're going to do is put this up. Let's just have a quick look. These pins. So, do you know when you do wedding hair? Obviously, we're not going to do this, but my mind changes really quick like that. So when you do wedding hair, what is the most hardest thing sometimes people find? They always find that this little booth bit, you know, like the different heights. I do. So a little trick that is really good if you want to try and find a little bit of a booth, like booth, whatever you want to call it, is get two pieces, is grab it, twist it, and just pinch. Okay? So grab. It's an audience like this, so I'm trying to move everything around. Grab, twist, pinch, and just twist it like this, and you get that kind of lift. Can you see it? Obviously, you would put maybe a little bit of a back comb in there, but what it does, it creates that little bit more height around the top area, and usually, you can put it up with a pin. I can put a whole hair up with one pin, okay? Just by twisting. If you've ever been on stage or seen me on stage before, I always talk about with pins. So with pins, what do you not do with pins? Do you open them or do you not open them? You don't open them. Well done. Because the pin is already open for you. Can you see? How many times do we go around and we're always pushing the pins back in after the hair up and then we mess it up? So it's really great. And don't put them in your mouth, but I'm going to do it because I've not got an assistant up here. Yeah. So. And literally, what you can do with this is grab it, twist, put the flat part of the pin down, and make sure you feel like a yank in the hair, and it feels tight. Does that feel tight? Yep. And then on this side, and just push that up. You see how quick and easy it is just with one pin, and it's very heavy hair, this. The next thing is, all we need to do is wrap it, but we're not going to do that. I've sidetracked. I did that on purpose. We are going to make these really nice little pony. So we're going to bring it into a little pony, bring everything down. When we do any kind of ponytails, what you want to do, this has already been blow dried this way, in the direction of the ponytail. We don't blast it because we're going to be fighting against the hair. We go in the direction of the ponytail, away. So we blow dried everything down to this point. And then we just take from underneath. And we're just going to wrap it again. Put a pin on, right on the end. We're just going to twist it. And we're just going to put it up like that. We might put one more in for a little bit of a safety. And this is really good if you not get any bubbles or bubbles snap. And what we want to do is just basically fluff this out, get these colours to kind of stand out, widen it out a touch. See, when I'm on stage, what I like to do, I have so much knowledge and I try to just go blah and tell you everything. But at the end of the day, stuff like this, easy tricks. And a really nice thing to do is get a blusher brush, okay? Not for my makeup. Get a little bit of oil. Oil Ultimate Range. Rub it like this. You blusher brush. And just go through and polish it. Look at it pop, pop. You know, with the lights, it just gives that little pop. So you've got the texture. You've got this kind of softness around the front. And you can see, I'm just going to finish off the styling. We're just standing up. Who was on this stage before? Anybody? No? Yeah, we just get nods. Yeah. So we can see, we just style this to the look. Oh, you look tall. You weren't this tall before. And we just turn you round, and you can see how something really simple, that's up with 2 pins, is quick and easy, but very effective. Okay? So there's my first model. I hope you like. And if you want to hear about this colour, because we've had to shorten this one, the shorter time, we're over on the Schwarzkopf stage, and we'll be over there, and you can come and take some pictures and come and explain more. So I'm going to bring on my next model. Yeah, I can do that. I'll get them on in a minute. Catherine, can I borrow you? So, I was going to miss out that colour, but we've got a question here.
I thought you'd forgotten me.
No, I didn't forget you. We're going to talk about the colour while I'm just prepping this.
Okay.
About what we just did on the previous one.
All right. So on the previous model, the colour of the season is Pantone colour is coral, and there's lots of different interpretations of coral. So what we did today, we really diluted that down. So it's a mixture of a butterscotch with that hint of coral. So first of all, we did a soft balayage. So we just pre-lightened all the ends with Blonde Me Premium Lightener. For those of you what don't know anything about Schwarzkopf products, Blonde Me is an amazing range. It's a range within itself, and it focuses on high lifts, tones, and we have this magnificent Blonde Me bleach. It also contains bonding protector. So, you know, I'm sure you're all aware that, you know, we want the best colour, but we also want the best performance, and we want the best condition, and that's what something like Blonde Me does. So we pre-lighten the ends with Blonde Me Premium Lightener, only with 2%. We have a saying within the Schwarzkopf family, low and slow. The lower the developer, the cleaner the colour. So we did that first, washed that off. And then on the top section, we used a colour from our Pearlescence range, which is a soft butterscotch. It's a high lift. So we did the roots, and then through the ends, out of the Blonde Me range, we used strawberry, which is a toner, and just put that on with 2%. Just let that develop for about 20 minutes, wash that off. And then, you know, we have an array of colours, something for everybody, whether you want something quite subtle to also, you know, to the extreme, and you'll see that later on with some of the models, what Rick does. And then we just shampooed one of the blush strawberry shampoo, and just so that we define some stronger pieces, so that when you saw the model when she came on, there was some, you know, some stronger pieces, but then as it was texturized, again, you've got that kind of like mysterious look, that very soft, delicate, powdery color with a punch of a stronger color in between.
Thank you very much.
I'll hand over to you, Rick.
So, what I'm going to do with Maria's hair, when she was on the other stage before, she had just like a little bob. So we're taking it round. So we're taking the angle of the haircut, kind of falling towards the back. We've used this as our guideline. So when we're working on a haircut like this, we would always work with this first. And then this is kind of our point of interest, and we kind of take it all the way up. Because what it does, everything goes in a sequence. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay? Or you can go 1, 2, 3, 4. But as long as you got these as like a little guideline, it works really, really well. What I've just done at the front, I put a little bit of hairspray on, because I thought I'll let it set a little bit because I want it to be a bit gritty. And Hairspray is gritty when we dry it in. And all I'm going to do with this is just blast it. I did actually like the look that I did before on the other stage, so I thought, right, change the haircut a slight bit and let's just do a different kind of a style because she's got a different outfit on. So when we're doing anything on photo shoots or anything that's technical, if you didn't hear what I said before on the other stage, it's great because what it does, it gives you an erratic kind of feel. It's really, really nice. It gives you an erratic texture. So all we need to do is completely change it. And I just wanted to show how before with Maria's hair, it was all up here and then it was like little cat ears. This one just works with that internal layers right at the back. And it's simple as that. Just to kind of get you to stand up, and I'm going to style it without. And you'll see what I mean when she's got this look on. It's kind of, we work with the clothes, we work with the hair quite punky, and then working with these colours, you probably can see them slightly popping through. So if not, come and have a quick look, and you can have a look at the pictures before, and you can see the before, but we wanted to kind of give it a little bit more of a grit kind of feel, a little bit more of a punky kind of feel. And the makeup is completely different. Thank you to Abby, who's in the audience, who did the makeup for us. Thank you to Bernard for the clothes. So I hope you like this look. You can see it's very versatile cut. And she looks good. If I did that, I look a bit weird. There we go. There we go. So let's get my next model on. If anybody's there. Oh, we're not. Oh, she's on here. I'm crying out loud, sneaking up behind me. Oh my word, it's like a comedy act here. So, same haircut that was over there. We'll just recap it. So when I work on any kind of haircuts, we were talking about we work in triangle sections. When we work in a triangle section, it's great because what everything does, it blends. When you do colouring, like your balayage or your colouring sections, you do it with a triangle section because everything fades away. If you did it in a square section, what's going to happen is just going to end up leaving a weight line or a big load of hair on top that you've just got to fade away. So the best thing about this is what we've done, and I know you was in the audience before, so did we put a little curve triangle section here, or did we not? We did, didn't we? Exactly, great for remembering. So we did a curve section, we worked all the way around and landed in a point. It was like a gone off triangle, but it works because what it does, it kind of gives us that kind of edgy effect that we can leave this and let it lie flat, or we can put it up and do something a little bit different with it. Now, the thing is with this haircut, just get this out, is we're just going to change it a slight bit. So sometimes it's not the big changes. Before, with this week, Kat had a bob that was down here, and we've taken it off and radically changed it. So all we're going to do is do the very subtle changes at the back, and we're just going to enhance this a little bit more by just taking off a little corner of it. And sometimes if you just take a little corner on these kind of cuts, it personalizes the haircut. It just gives that little bit more of an edge to the haircut. You've got to remember, this is quite a radical haircut. So anything you want to do that's creative, it doesn't really matter. But you can see, for show work, it's quite good. It just gives that little edge to it. And if you wanted to, you could kind of take that away a little bit. You can soften it down. You can do a few different things. Sometimes, just to be a bit more creative for your clients. And then we're just going to take these little bits off, but not too much, just to shorten them down. And then we're going to just blast it all forward. We're not like this. We're using our hands just to soften the edges, bring everything round. and we're just going to pop this colour. Now I'm just going to bring Catherine on just to talk about the colour while I just style this. Sometimes I get involved and I totally forget about the colour. But the thing is, when you're working with a colourist, you've got to work with the colourist and cut towards the colour.
Okay, so this was a really simple technique. The model already previously had dark hair, so we just took a panel out of the fringe, as you can see. Again, we used Blonde Me. We did 2 applications with 2%, lifted it up to a pale yellow, and then we wanted this really soft pale buttercup and a soft apple. So we've used part of our Colourworks, which is a direct colour. And again, they come in an array of colours from blues to fuchsias to turquoise, and we also have a white. So the white gives us the ability to dilute each colour. So again, you can make a strong pink, a medium pink, and then a very delicate pink. So we've mixed those with white, and we've just mixed it in the bowl until we've got the desired colour, and then just put that on and left that to develop for 25 minutes and rinsed it off. Thanks,
Thank
Rick.
you very much. So, you can kind of see how the look of this, changing a simple little area on it, is just a little bit different. It kind of gives us a little bit of a hard lines to soft lines. Do you like it? Obviously not for your client. Well, you might do, but it doesn't really matter. But it totally goes with a look. And then what's these called? Are they called sternums? I don't know what they're called. What are the nose rings called? Septums, not sternums. I don't know. I don't know. But it works. It works with the client. And this is what I always say, is work with your client, okay? Because that's the most important thing about the consultation. Thank you very much. You probably notice I like to talk, which I do. But so, I might turn around this way because I don't know which way they're going to come. Oh, there we are, this one. So, this one is, we worked with our sections, which was, I always go back to anybody that was on the other stage, but we worked with our triangle section again and an internal layering system underneath. We let the long layers fall over the top layers because it's a really nice way of doing a bob. We work with the underneath first because it gives you that kind of movement. It gives you that movement in the bob that if you want kind of softness to the hair, but if you want a harshness and say, for instance, you want something for work. This one, we're just going to kind of rock it up a little bit, do something a little bit more grungy. We're actually going to... Right, I've not done this yet. I'm going to try it. But sometimes you've got to take risks. And I'm going to use this mousse because I don't know if did you see one of my looks that was on stage with it all wet? Yeah, that one. That was done with water and mousse together. And it just gives us that kind of grungy little effect. Now remember, this is show her. Don't let your clients walk out of the salon like this unless they've got a ticket on the car and they're running to it. So, and what we've done, we've just put like a real rough undone because we knew this is going to be textured, soft finger wave at the side, but a really kind of grungy one. And then we're just going to scrunch all this. This is for photo work, okay? And it's slippy, and it's a great volumizing product. We'll get in there. I'm just going to scrunch it up. It's going to be really sticky. But we wanted to go really grunge with this. And just give that difference. Let's pop Catherine out here again to show you the colours. Here we are, Catherine. Should have put some trainers on. Oh, no, is the mic on?
Yes.
There it is.
Yeah. Okay, so this is our Sunset Fire look. So, you know, it's a bit of a take on, again, on an ombre, a balayage. Tamara already had pre-lightened ends, so we've worked with that. So on the roots, we've gone in with a really dark, intense red, just again to give us that little bit of a definition so that it looks as though she's got a root, but it's got a glow to it. And then we've worked it through to a really fiery copper. And then previously I was talking to you about the colour works, and on the ends we've just melted through the yellow colour works and just worked that through and melted it. So again, it just looks like this really rich, you know, fiery sunset. And with the texture, what Rick's putting in the hair as well, it really emphasises the colour. So I'll pass you back to Rick.
Thank you very much. So with this colour, even though it's really shiny, if you saw it on before, it was very shiny, very kind of clean, and it popped. Now we're putting texture in it. What it's doing, it's flattening down the colour a slight bit because all the ends are stuck up on the hair like that. They're not flat. So basically, we're just, put your head back a little bit. We're just gonna get in there. I keep on forgetting I'm blonde too. Just caught myself on there. Went blonde this week. I hear blondes have more fun. And what's really cool, you can get this kind of grungy kind of feel. Just work with a little bit of the hairspray. It's like we've got a little shop in the corner there with all the products. And actually, I said before you probably won't let your client walk out, but I actually don't mind it dried. Sometimes that's what it's about, taking risks on a stage. But I wanted to just show, we flip round, just that kind of texture with the layers that are underneath and the long layers through the top. You either love it or hate it. I kind of love it. It's great for photo work. It's great for doing anything like that. And it's nice that this side we've got this rough kind of undone finger wave. Didn't want to do it too perfect. And sometimes it just gives a little bit of an element to a haircut. And you can see it totally goes with a look. Looks like she's gone out and just come back in the morning. It's like she just got in now. So I hope you like it. We're going to bring on our next model. And remember, guys, I don't work without a team. And we have had the Schwarzkopf team and my team. Oh, here, hello. Helping us. So I want to say a big thank you to Drone. Where is he? Didn't want me to shout him out. Drone, Steve, Kay, and Catherine, and everybody else at Schwarzkopf for helping me, plus my team, Zoe, and all the team at the front, just for helping us do these colours. So I'm going to bring on Catherine, and I'm just going to reveal this because we said we're going to change this up a slight bit. Sorry, go on.
All right. So with Natasha, we had a free range. It's a bit like a kiddie in a sweetie shop. We've had so much fun here. As you can see, these are extensions. So we've used everything within the Schwarzkopf portfolio on here. Again, from the bold washes to the toners in Blonde Me, to the toners in Vibrance. You name it, we've used it on here. And all that we've done is we've just laid the strip of the extensions out and then just done like a pixelated or a barcode technique. Again, making sure that those colours are melted into one another. But the exciting bit now is the bit what Rick's going to reveal. So,
and we've got this beautiful colour underneath.
We have. So, where do we start? This, I'm not going to lie to you, it was a bit of a challenge.
Yeah.
Nat came in with roots, middle band, and then really light on the ends. And this just goes to show how amazing Blonde Me Premium Lightener is, because we lifted the whole lot. So we did a middle section first to get the band out, and then we went into the roots and then the ends. Only one application. Again, the maximum what we used was 6, and then on the roots and the ends we used 2. The condition afterwards, it's unusual that you say that the condition after a bleach is better than the hair before, but this is definite with this. And then previously I talked about bold washes. This is just purple bold wash shampoo. Shampooed it in, left it for about 10-15 minutes, and you can see the vibrant colour what Rick's about to work on. So I'll let you get on and I'll see you later.
Thank you very much. So, you can see how we kind of revealed this. We just wanted to do this just to pop the colour. It's just beautiful little braids that are done by wherever Laura is. Oh, she's in the back. She is amazing at braids. And we thought it's just something simple, maybe just to show how we can change a look, very simple, and just pin all these in. Now, these are from Secret Extensions. They supported me this weekend. Are you ready to cheer? But at the end of the day, we just thought, when you see it, the models all together, they're very hard, they're very striking, and the looks are just all plain. It's all about the hair. But other than that, I want to say a massive thank you to all coming over, seeing me. Massive thank you to Schwarzkopf, everybody that supported us. I will bring my models back out. They always say creative people are messy. Look at the state of the stage. So, you can see how each model, we've had 5 models, 10 different looks or 10 different hairstyles. Some you may love, some you may hate, but that's life. And at the end of the day, we wanted to show how we can transfer different looks, different haircuts, and show different parts. I've got so much knowledge that I could share and share for you guys. And if you ever want to come and see me on a course or anything like that, come speak to these guys. But definitely, thank you very much, and thank you to my team. See you later.
Right, don't leave, don't leave. Rick Roberts is going to come back out on stage with a young lad called Blair from Urban Hair and Beauty from Scotland. Take a seat. And we're just going to have some casual banter. Okay. So, he was a bit nervous backstage. Give him a round of applause. Okay. So, we were talking because for me this is all very new. This is the very first time that the Fellowship have taken up doing a barbership kind of course. It's a bit like Project X, the Colour Project, and you've got into this team of 6, haven't you?
Yeah, so it all starts with you've got six slots over the year, 6 different team members, and it's basically about developing your skills as a barber and then getting the final product to then present on stage at Salon International in October.
So you're going to be presenting on stage at Salon International?
Yeah.
Which today I was told is going to be a similar setup to this, but double the size.
Yeah, it's always much bigger.
So how does that make you feel?
I'm a bit terrified, but I'll just need to deal with it.
So you've worked with so far Matt
Yes,
from Ruffians.
Matt Gavin from Ruffians, yeah.
And what was that like?
It was very good. It was different though. He cuts very differently to what I usually would in the salon.
Yeah.
So I had to learn a lot of new things. At one point he did take my comb off me and made me do freehand cutting, which was terrifying.
Terrifying.
Yeah, because I did not know what I was doing at all.
Freehand cutting. Was that with clippers with a guard or just scissors?
It was open scissors.
Open scissors, yeah. Yeah, that is terrifying.
Yeah, so I was too feared I was going to cut my head or slice too much off the hair.
Fantastic. And just so the audience know, I want them to have a little bit of background about yourself. How you, firstly, never came into hairdressing straight away?
No, I was at uni for 4 years doing computer games development, but when I got my degree, I just thought it wasn't for
Another
me.
hairdresser with a degree. Take note. We've had people on the stage with law degrees, another hairdresser here with another degree.
Yeah, so I got the degree, and then I found out it just wasn't for me, but I still wanted to express that creative side that I'd always had. So I had to make a choice, and I thought hairdressing was the best way for me to present myself as a creative person. So I was already working in the salon with my team, Marlene and that. So it was good that I had that experience to kind of grow and build.
Crossover.
Yeah. So I knew the salon, I knew how it worked. I just had to develop the skills to then become a barber.
And what did your friends say when you said, I'm becoming a hairdresser?
I got some
It's always
stick.
a good one, isn't it, for a guy?
You do get, if you're a man in hairdressing or barbering, you get some stick, some amount of stick.
Yeah.
But they gave me the slaggings and the stick, but now they come to me for haircuts.
Do you know, my friends did exactly the same. And I find this industry, it's not just working behind the chair, but it opens up so many other avenues.
Oh yeah, definitely. I didn't think that 4 years ago I wouldn't be standing on stage cutting hair or doing interviews. or
Live
anything.
TV.
Live
Going
TV.
out to thousands or millions. And with your good looks, I'm sure the ratings have gone up.
Oh, definitely.
He's relaxing now, isn't he? He was quite nervous at the beginning.
Oh, calm down a bit.
Brilliant. So, do you see yourself, where's the future after you've done this year when you've had the 6 mentors?
I just want to keep growing and growing. I don't really want to set a limit on how high I want to get. So I'm just going to keep learning new skills, meeting new people, develop my personality, and then hopefully I'll start working on different projects and on different stages, stuff like that.
Fantastic, because I think, I mean, I've been involved with the fellowship for over 15 years, and you can learn so much being part of the fellowship, as you know. And the opportunities are absolutely massive. So thank you very much, Blair, and it's been really interesting speaking with you.
Thank you very much.
And now, when he stopped taking cameras and pictures, I'm going to bring onto the stage Rick Roberts and his wife, Zoe. You can say, grab the mics, guys. So, Rick, I've been up here 2 days.
Hello.
You've been everywhere. The cut stand, the platinum stand. You're here. You know, where are you getting all this energy from?
I don't know. I genuinely don't know. You want to see me backstage? So backstage, I'm like, I should really have a pillar. But yeah, I think you just run on adrenaline. I think everyone will understand when you're a hairdresser, we all run on adrenaline because we're doing clients 24/7. And I don't think there's any time that we usually get chance to get our dinner. So maybe you do, Bruno.
I mean, I've been watching your career for a long time, and I'd say the last 24 months is kind of catapulted. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think last year was our biggest year we ever had. I mean, we won more or less nearly every award that we ever entered last year. And British was really close, but was up for 2. But, I mean, for me, I can't do it without Zoe because Zoe is like the backbone of the business. That's why I wanted to come here. Brownie points.
I was just going to say that. Brownie points. Behind every successful man, we have a successful woman.
But with Zoe, sorry, you can speak in a minute.
Sorry,
good.
I didn't even get a wedding edgeways many days.
No, Zoe is silent and quiet. But Zoe, ask you a question. The clothes styling and all that drives in, because you've got a family as well, haven't you?
Yeah, we have 2 young boys.
2 young boys. So how do you juggle everything?
Basically...
I'm speaking to Zoe.
Oh, right, sorry. I don't know.
Someone's got to keep him quiet.
Having an organised wife helps.
Sorry?
Having an organised wife really helps.
Oh, brilliant.
And actually quite a supportive family, so they're very good for childcare,
Good.
grandparents and stuff.
So, Rick, you've been a member of the fellowship how long now?
I've been a member of the fellowship for probably about 11 years, 12 years.
And I love one of your very humbling things you do on stage is you always offer out there to young people to come and work with you.
Yeah, I always offer for any young person to come and assist me or on shows and that, because I always find that when I was in the audience, I always wanted to get up there and assist. And now I'm on the platform, I can actually offer that to people. It doesn't matter if I'm like to 10 people in the audience or to 300 people in the audience. I always think it's just right. We always say this. We get a lot of people, and we say we will get back in touch with them, and we do get back in touch with them.
Right, I mean, you've won quite a lot of awards last year. One of them, the Afro. What was the Afro award you won?
We won Northern Afro Stylist of the Year, which I've done, and then the big one, which is like the British, is the Afro Stylist of the Year. So basically, I won the overall Afro Stylist of the Year.
And L'Oreal.
Round of applause. Round of applause.
Thank you. And L'Oreal Colour Trophy.
And L'Oreal Colour Trophy.
Yeah, I won that too.
Shall we talk about what you haven't won? Sure.
British, yeah. I've been finalist 5 times, but someone said to me, you lose more times than you win.
I think that was me who said that.
Oh, was it? There we go. I'm retaining stuff.
So, Rick Roberts, you have a new career path now, haven't you? You've just joined Schwarzkopf.
Yes, definitely. I've just joined Schwarzkopf. It looks like it's going to be an amazing move for me. I know it is. And we're really excited, especially as a family in the salon, to be involved with them.
Great. So what is the next 6 months plan for Rick and the team?
Just carry on growing. We can't stop growing. We're growing fast in the salon. We're growing fast in our career. Zoe's started doing a lot of fashion weeks in Madrid and Milan, because obviously Zoe's a hairdresser too, and she gets posted around. She was offered New York a few weeks ago, but it's just trying to grow a family of hairdressers.
So one of the questions I'm sure some of these people are thinking or want to ask, and I want to ask, is how do you go from running your day-to-day salon as a family business and then getting involved in the fashion weeks and all these other areas that now you've got all your fingers in so many pies? How does it all start? Was that a good question?
Yeah,
that's a good question.
Yeah, because I think balance is particularly hard, don't you think, Rick? And
Yeah.
I think you have to choose which things you're going to participate in. So like Rick said, was offered New York, but for us it wasn't suitable because we have children and that type of thing. But you also want experience, and that's why I was doing it, because I wanted to learn about session world. But Rick wasn't there, so we take turns in doing things. So it really is a balance.
Yeah.
So if she's doing stuff on the fashion, I kind of look after the kids, or we get the mother-in-law to look after the kids. So, but no, it is a work balance. I mean, I work 24/7 in the salon. I am there Tuesday to Saturday, and then I do my other parts. But what you have to do, especially as young hairdressers, and anybody, doesn't mean young, you can start your career from 50 upwards. You've got to have a drive, and you've got to carry on. You don't get paid for everything. I never got paid for about 10 years of doing stuff. I assisted so many people because I saw that as a free educational thing for me. So I saw how things were. I remember seeing Bruno on stage about 50 years ago on a picture. And
That's twice he's done that to me today. I'm not going to be so kind with my questions next.
So,
Watch his face.
I remember seeing him on stage and seeing you on stage and thinking I want to be up there because he knows he's a good hairdresser. And I wanted to be as good as Bruno. And it's so nice to kind of be up here and actually call him my friend. But your world's your oyster, really. You can do whatever you want. You just got to have a passion. And it's hard to
Not give up, I
Not
think.
give up. And it's the same with Blake.
Blur.
I like Blur. Same with Blur. I mean, for him to be up here, young, you're up here, you never know where your career is going to go. It's going to drive as far as you want it to be driven.
I think one of the key points you said, which I am as well, we work 24/7. We work the salon floor because people think when we're in this position, we do the art, as my family think it's the arty-farty stuff. Actually, we run full columns 5 days a week.
And we were
the
saying
other,
this, it's bread and butter.
Exactly.
That is your bread and butter.
But for me, and I'm sure Rick's the same, I don't find it work because it's something we love. It's easy. The busiest and best time for me is a Saturday when everyone's buzzing, the salon's filled. It's just fantastic time. I always love that. Going on to yourself, your collection, I've got to say it, and I've told you it before, was absolutely beautiful for the BHAs last year.
Thank you.
And it was stunning. We talked about it. Great collection. What's the plan for this year?
So this year is just going bigger and better. I mean, it's a competition at the end of the day, and you never know if you're going to get it or not. And Bruno, you'll probably be with me on this, is that you could put your heart and soul into a collection, and you wait on that day if you've got through or not. I remember once I did get through, and it was a beautiful collection. But this year, we're going to put as much effort as we can into it. And at the end of the day, if we get through, hopefully we get through. But at the end of the day, you've got to be proud of what you've done. And it's just nice. It's just nice just to think, right.
I think what you've also, basically with yourself, you've been up there five times?
Yeah, five times British.
So that is massive an achievement. There's people that have entered and never even got there. To be in that final 6 is a win in itself. Although it feels like it isn't on the night if you don't pick up the lady trophy. But just to be there and be consistent, I think that's phenomenal.
I think the key is when you're there, you're surrounded with your friends. But the key for me, even though you win is a bonus to win, and you do feel a little bit disheartened that you don't win, but I stand up for every winner, all who's in my category, because they're my friends. And for me, I like to be humble because I think there's a lot of people that are above the station, and I do believe that if you're above your station, it's not a nice thing to do. Be on the same level, because you walk outside, nobody knows who you are. In the industry, we know who you are. Before I was a hairdresser, I was a builder. I was an electrician. So I kind of...
So that's why you're good at building big hair.
Yeah, I'm good at doing foundations.
Foundations, I like that.
But yeah, I would just say, bigger and better things this year. And obviously, I'm with the amazing Schwarzkopf, and I am so excited to be with these guys, just to kind of see the... I mean, they've already blown me away yesterday with the colouring and the organisation that was in it, and read to the brief, and it's having fun, and automatically I already feel like they're a family. And the thing is, when you have a family to work with, you get excited to do the next thing with them and travel with them and do different things. And I get on with all the artists too. And that's what me and Zoe said. It's so key to have a family to work with. Not people. We have no ego. I just love doing my work.
Well, I think they've been a tremendous couple to listen to, although we listen more to Rick than Zoe.
Yes.
But a big round of applause, and you can see what a humbling guy he is. Fantastic. Well done, Rick.
Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you, Blair. Right. The last spots we're coming to. You mustn't leave. We got platform artists that have put in their love and passion into this hair, and we've still got more to do. So please gather round, sit down, and welcome onto the stage Lewis Moore and his team.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the fellowship stage. My name's Lewis Moore from Lewis Moore Salons. We're here this afternoon to present to you 3 looks from a collection we put together. So there's 3 cuts, 3 colours, and it's all based around Japanese street style and culture. So how I'm going to start is I'm going to hand you over to Harley here, who's going to start talking about the concept and how we came together with the ideas. Over to you, Harley.
Great, thank you, Lewis. So as Lewis said, my name's Harley. So first I'm going to have a chat to you about how we came together and brought this to you on the fellowship stage. So when we sat down to have a bit of a chat, what we were inspired by, we knew we needed something that we all loved. And I think that's really, really important as an artistic team or as a team in general, because you want to kind of bounce off each other and really kind of get inspired by things and brings you all together to create something together. So we started looking at something that I think is actually quite prevalent in fashion at the moment, and that is Japanese street fashion or Tokyo street fashion. Now there's loads and loads of niches to this, you know, there's so much that you can choose from, but the one that we thought was the best for us is the Harajuku fashion. And for those who don't know, Harajuku is a suburb in Tokyo. And it's a kind of place where, you know, anything goes. Whenever people go, they always get photographed in crazy different things. And again, there's so much you can choose from: colours, textures, patterns. You can go from all the pastels to dark black to then neon colours as well. And what we really liked about it is the kind of like avant-garde winter fashion. So it's kind of like a lot of layering, a lot of oversized dresses, suits, combination of patterns, all these kind of things together. And, you know, we really wanted to relate that back to the hair. And, you know, I think that we might have done that today. So I'm going to hand you over to Phil, and he's going to have a quick chat to you about his model.
Oh, thanks, Harley. Oh, here we go. Thanks, Harley. So with my model Anna today, I'm going to talk to you about the colour. So our concept today was really about layering hair, whether that be from a technical cutting point of view or from colour as well. So what I did with Anna is I actually came to pre-lightened with natural root to it, and I quite like this base that she got naturally working through it. So working on the fact that she was already pre-lightened, I started by adding colour glosses layer by layer over it to get that iridescent lilac hue to it. So by first adding a silver pigment over, and then working through with a lilac gloss, just developing very gradually and slowly, kind of taking about an hour and a half just to literally apply the colour, so I could literally build it up and build it up just to get the right tonal deposit that I needed. Cut wise, Anna's hair's already been quite square, so what I want to do is, as I'm going to add texture to it, but the haircut's already quite overly layered, so all I want to do is just go through and break up some lines and build in a bit of disconnection through the sides, working out some weight through the top. And that's all for me, and I'll recap with you later. Thanks, Harley. I'm going to hand you back over to Lewis.
So this is my model, Marley. It's a great model. I love working with her. I've worked with her a couple of times already. So what I wanted to do with Marley's hair was kind of create quite a lots of different interlayering within the haircut. If you look at all the Japanese street style, it's all about layering clothes, creating shapes by putting clothes in different directions. So we tried to interpret that into the haircut, to be honest. So as you can see with Marley's hair, we started off with quite a strong outline on this side here. So how I've cut it is a really tight, flat, horizontal graduation. So because the hair's so straight and fine, it naturally just kind of, as soon as you pull your fingers away, it starts to kick out a little bit there. So that was the first point of my haircut. And then to create an offset, I did it the same on this side, but graduated it slightly more. So it'll throw an imbalance out in the graduation. So it actually starts to, the shape starts to interconnect, but it throws an imbalance at the same time. We then started working internally within the haircut and working on a disconnected crown area, but then having like an offset disconnected piece in this point here, which created a nice weight line for us there. So you just got a little piece of haircut to create interest. I then started to leave this up. This was actually one of those haircuts where you do something, and I was scissor over combing all this hair away, and I saw that. And you know, you have that kind of moment as a hairdresser, you go, I really like that. Let's kind of work with it and see what we get. So this is how we came to this point of leaving that, and it actually, again, brings balance to an unbalanced shape because you've got the hair here and the hair here. We then started to sort of go through the front area. Now, as you can see now, what I'm starting to do now is one of those, I'm cutting a fringe through this area now, but I want to go for quite a strong line with it. Hence why I've put one of these visors on. Hopefully it will stick. And I'm going to try and cut a really straight line, which is always difficult when you're on stage. It's one of those, good idea at the time, Lewis. Well done. So no, what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut it and then I'm going to just point it out slightly just to soften it off. What I'm going to do after this, because I've got a little bit of work internally as well to do this haircut, to texturise it and finish it off and finish the styling. I'm going to get Phil, who's done the colour for this, to explain about the colour, okay? So, now, over to Harley, who's going to start talking a little bit about the haircut that she's done here today.
Okay, thank you very much, Lewis. So haircut-wise, again, we wanted to go back to the kind of layering of all different things going through, and we really wanted to mimic this with the cut and the colour. So cut-wise, if you can just pop your head forward, we started with sectioning off like a teardrop section from the crown all the way to just above the temples. Then we clipped that off. Then at the back, we did a kind of horizontal layer to keep it really quite flat. So if I move you this side, if you can see, we've kept this really quite flat here and kept this all disconnected. We carried on through the side, again staying with the horizontal layer, but then we kind of kept out a section just above the ear to create kind of another level of disconnection through the haircut, which, as you can see, I've kind of accentuated by sort of flicking this out a little bit. So then once we go onto the top, put your head down, we did kind of triangular sections. I was starting from the crown, going here, 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 all the way around until we reached the very edges. And we kind of over-directed them on both sides towards the centre. So we're keeping it nice and short all through the centre, whereas keeping it nice and long throughout all the sides. So again, it's just another level of overhang going through the haircut. We did it quite inverted at first, and then once that was all cut in, we rounded off the front here so that the fringe sort of sets a little bit flatter rather than towards the back, which we want to create a lot more texture. And then with the fringe, we really wanted to make it really quite chewy, quite choppy, again to mimic all of this texture going on throughout the haircut. Colour-wise, again, we wanted to mimic the layering of different hair colours. So all we did was on the sides and at the back, we did kind of a level 4, really just a very cool brown. And on the top, it was a level 6. And then going through the top and the back, again, I'll just twist you around. Going through the top and the back, we did packets of a red, and then also kind of like a slightly dark blue. So we get in a lot of different textures going through, a lot of different colours. Pop your head down, as you can see, going all the way through here. Yeah, I hope that you've liked it today, and I feel quite proud of this one that we've done for you.
Okay, Phil, so can you just explain a little bit about Marley's colour for me, please? Like I said, Phil's done all the colour for me. I'm not blessed with that eye, so he has to make my haircuts look good. So yeah, if you just explain how you got to how your ideas came from you to on this haircut.
Yeah, so following you. Oh, hang on.
Yeah, you're right. You can hear.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Following your. I've lost it.
Shout.
Hello. That's it, man. So following your haircut, basically, I just looked at the whole disconnection through the panel, making sure that from that weight line on the left-hand side, that was just a bit of coral popping through, especially with the House of Pantone releasing that their favourite colour this year, or their select colour this year, was coral. I really wanted to overemphasise that and pre-lighten some section and then tone them down with coral just to give that intensity. Then I actually used a copper global colour on a level 8, and then added 2 inches of violet mixer tone just so it was slightly more iridescent. So as the light hits it, you get different pops of cold versus warm, just so we can kind of have a bit of controversial toning with that. And then again, just working on that layering technique of putting colour over colour, and then just sealing it down with copper gloss, just so as the light pops off it, it's just got a beautiful, healthy shine to it. Thanks, Lewis.
Okay, cool. So I'm just putting a little bit of product into this now. All I've worked really with Marley's hair, so I just blow dried it with a product called Blow and Go. from Osis. So it's very minimal products on this. And then I'm just working some session spray through it, that's all, to get the shape. And now this is where you see our haircut does work. Because how it should be in the salon is a client should be able to recreate looks that we do with a minimal amount of effort. So you can see all I've done was wrap dried this, and then just literally just put a little bit of hairspray and use my comb and my fingers to get this look. So I think, how are we getting on, guys?
Yeah, really well.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm starting to come to finishing my look here.
Yeah.
You don't want to kind of like over product, so I'm just tweaking it as it's going through. And then anything that's on this horizontal graduation at the back, just using like a little bit of like a wax spray just to make sure everything's nice and smooth in comparison to the top section here. And just making sure that we've kind of got this shape of it going out, back in again with the disconnection, and then back out again with these bits at the side.
So what we're going to do quickly now for you is just recap what we've done today. So we came off with the concept of using Japanese street style to create these 3 looks with you, 3 cuts and colours. And I think it's really important that we do still show haircuts at these sort of things as well as long hair. So with Marley, as you see, I've created a very strong outline on one side with a very, very tight graduation, slightly softer graduation on the other side. And then we've got a lot of disconnection. I'll just turn you around this way, sweetheart. So we've got a nice piece of disconnection at this point, which creates a nice weight line, which falls into a very tight, flat graduation, creates a very anti-head shape. We were then left with, where's the guy with the, so we were then left with this panel here, after scissor over combing, all that. And then in inverted layers through the interior of the haircut. And then I've just cut the fringe to balance the imbalance of the haircut. And then colour-wise, obviously Phil has created, he's done like a very soft coral colour, but with a very soft muted copper over the top. But is that how you'd explain it, wouldn't you?
Yeah. So basically...
He's made my haircut look better. So thanks a lot, Phil. You've done a great job there. I think it looks amazing. I'm really pleased with what we've done. I hope you guys like it. Personally, for myself, I'd like to thank the Fellowship for inviting us up today to work on stage, present our ideas to the industry and things like that. It's always a great show at Pro Hair Live, so thanks everyone for coming along. And these guys will then recap on what they've done. But once again, should actually, before I go, just thank a lot of the people that have worked with us today. So Ellie has done all our makeup for us. Clothes are provided by a shop called Nero Bianco. And then and Jackie's been a great help, and it's been a real great team effort from all you guys. So I'd like to say well done to you too as well. Thank you for working with us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much,
Okay,
Lewis.
so just explain, guys, what you've done now. So as you can see, we've styled the looks out for you now to give you a different concept.
Ladies first.
So just to recap on everything that I spoke about earlier, cut-wise, kept it really nice, short, and texture's nice and inverted. A bit more rounded at the front to make everything lay a bit flatter. On the sides and the back, again, creating this horizontal flat graduation all the way around, apart from these sections here where we're disconnected again. And again, just kind of going with the whole layered, quite oversized, giving this kind of shape at the front of going out, in, back out again. And I'll just hand you back over to Phil so you can have a bit of an explanation.
Thanks,
on
Holly.
this.
So with a recap with Anna, colour-wise, like I said, our whole thesis was layering. So I started off with cooler bases, working up into lilac, really, really overemphasising that global tone all over. And then cut-wise, it was quite square to begin with, so all I've done today is just open it up with a slicing technique, using my scissors like a pair of razors, and just making sure that those sides really build out the disconnection and then really overlay that top, so I've just got this slight punk feel to a square look.
Great, guys. So now we're going to just show you our models completed. I hope you've enjoyed it. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you for Lewis Moore and his team. We're coming towards the end of our day. We've got the amazing Michelle Griffin coming onto the stage, and she's won so many different awards, nominated for the British Hairdressing Awards, but also she's created her own line of in-box hair extensions. I've been backstage and I've seen her prep, and her work is amazing. So without further ado, I'd like to invite to the stage Michelle Griffin.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Michelle Griffin. I'm here to show you my latest collection called Transparent. I'm here to show you my Locks Box extensions, and I'm here with some guest artists. So, first of all, can I bring out Thomas Hills, who's a very good friend of mine, and he also works with the extension range that I've got. So he's going to show you what he's been doing with the Transparent collection.
Hello, everyone. How you doing?
And also, I've got a young lady called Brooke Paynton, who's been working with me. She's also got her own business, and she's working with the Locks Box extensions. She's been an amazing assistant today. So come on out, Brooke. Oh, here you are.
I was eager.
So we're going to show you 4 different models today, working with the hair extensions, working with micro rings, working with tape weft, just to show you how we can be creative with it, but also talk to you on a commercial point of view.
Okay, fabulous. Do you want to come over?
Okay, thank you. So on our beautiful model here today, with Gemma, she's got a full box of extensions in tape weft, which were obviously down to her waist. We've spiral curled them today. Brooke's done a lot of this. She's been absolutely amazing because it takes a long time. And we've created some colour placement using box braids. So I'm going to show you how to up a really curly style. Curls are really what we want in now and what I'm seeing a lot of. And I wanted to show you that you can curl extension hair and not be afraid of it, that it's not going to dry it out, because it's obviously the products that you work with. It's how you work with the hair, what you use. Yeah, so I'm going to pass you over to Thomas, who's going to talk about his model.
Hello, Manchester. First, I'd like to say thank you for Michelle to invite me today. It's quite an honour to work with her. It's been quite a busy few days for me, hasn't it, Michelle? Coming back from Milan and being in London yesterday doing some shows, but it's a great honour to be on the same stage as Michelle, to be honest with you. I love working with her Locks Box range. I've used them for all my British hairdressing collections over the past few years, and they're so versatile, the hair is beautiful, and today I feel the extensions that I've put in my model, they're quite seamless, and this is what we talk about Michelle's collection, transparency. With all our models, they're either transparently there or they're transparently not there. You know, it's a lot of people say about extensions, wow, your hair looks good. That's a sign of a great extension, that they actually don't show in the hair. And with my model today, what I wanted to show was that she's got a lot of hair at the back, but her hair gets quite fine at the front. So I've only actually added extensions through the front, and I've used tape extensions. Michelle's colouring techniques with her actual Locks Box extensions are fantastic because she blends 2 different colours into one. So you actually have a great root colour going into a different pastel tone, as I've used through here. Now, you can see under here I've used all tape extensions running through the side here. And they're just blending seamlessly through to give me that lovely solid front to the actual haircut. Now, I'm going to go through and I'm going to razor and actually use my texturizing scissors just to break out the front of this hairstyle to create quite an elongated bob. Now, I'm going to pass you back to Michelle and she can carry on showing what she's doing.
Hi, so basically what I'm doing here, I've actually tinted. This is a colour 60 for all those extensionists out there. I've tinted it with a colour conditioner. I'm a Revlon ambassador and I also teach tinting hair extensions for Revlon. So I have my own course with them because both myself and Thomas are ambassadors. So I've tinted this into a Bims green, which has kept the condition of it absolutely amazing. We've also curled it because obviously I wanted it to go in with the spiral curls. So what I've done is just use one piece and I've just folded it over. I've gone near to the hairline because of where I want it, where the colour to pop and the box braid. This isn't something that I would do on a client. If it was a client, I would be working at least 2 fingers back from the hairline so it doesn't cause any damage. So why did I come up with the collection transparent? I wanted to have something that was totally, there's no hidden agendas. What you see is what you get. I wanted to show everybody how you can work with this in a creative way or a commercial way, and not have lots of false pieces everywhere. You just need a tiny bit, and sometimes it can be really powerful. Or you can use a lot and create as far as the eye can see and what you want to do with it. It's your imagination. I've been working with hair extensions for well over 30 years now. So I've gone from the braiding days and antenna, and working with big companies, you know, doing their collections, working on their education. I then became an educator myself to the point that I'm now an internal verifier. So I've worked with Habia and I've worked with the awarding bodies to be able to put courses together, to be able to teach lecturers to get their CPD, and so they can, you know, we can spread this. This is what I want. I want to spread it. I want everybody to learn extensions. It's a service in the salon that's not going away. It's just going to get more and more popular. To me, I see it like colour. It's not just, I don't really touch it because I'm a bit unsure of it. You just need to be educated. So I'm just going to braid this. It's just a normal 3-stranded plait to create the box.
And for me in the salon, using it in the salon, it's such a quick service. It's so easy, great condition on the hair, and the clients absolutely love it.
So what would you do, like this is about 3 boxes in here, but if you were volumizing, how many boxes would you use?
I would use 1 for volumizing. If they wanted length and volume, you could use 2, even 3. Just depends on obviously the thickness of the hair as well. But yeah, majority for volume, it would be 1 box.
And so that service in the salon, you would probably charge
$250 in the salon, and it would take me about half an hour to do. So it's really quick, really easy,
really profitable,
and profitable to the salon.
Yeah, well, I work with hair loss as well. This is not just about fashion for me. It's about working with people who really have traumas to the hair. You know, this is not the only system. I work with micro ring and integration pieces. So it just goes on and on and on. We've got new products that are coming through for hair loss and for people that have got that really fine hair on the top or underneath. I just love that feel-good factor that you give people when you change them or you give them a little bit more hair. I know myself, I've had fine hair all my life. I can't live without them. I've been wearing them for 30 years. I don't know what I would do with them without them. So I've got clients that feel exactly the same way. I want them to feel good, whether it's a young person, whatever age they are, and for whatever reason they need them for. So what do you mainly do in your salon? Brooke, is it full volume?
No, actually, I do a lot of volume and length. A lot of people now, they're looking at the celebs, they want that glamorous look, they want the extra length. So I do a lot of volume and length within the salon.
Okay, so just quickly to show you, I braided this almost to the end, and then I've literally pushed it up on itself and then just stretching it back out again. So I create, this is what I call my box braid, but it just gives it a little bit more of an interest, and it just adds colour.
What we were saying as well, Michelle, weren't we? It was about the colour as well in the hair. You know, so many people now are looking at good conditioned hair, and there used to be that old thing about extensions that it damaged people's hair. Well, now everyone's got so much better at doing it. So, and the techniques are so much quicker and safer for the hair that people don't always need to have colour. They can actually have colour added to the hair through extensions. And again, this is what we've done. We've added some, you know, we used a neutral colour cream over the hair just to give it that pink hue over pre-lightened hair. But to actually add that extra density and colour within the hair, we've used it with extensions, and that's the great thing about extensions now, really. They're not just to add length, they're to add volume, they're to add body, but they're also to add colour, aren't they, Michelle?
Yeah, exactly. So I know that you would not know where your model's hair, Ellie, where it starts and where it begins. You know, for people who have just got fine areas, it's amazing how you can match it up, and you don't need to tint the hair. I mean, I've tinted my model's hair, but you don't need to tint it. This is not a tinted colour that's been put into her hair. She had a faded, washed out pink, and we just wanted to strengthen it at the front, which you've done an amazing job, Thomas.
Yeah.
And people are also frightened of cutting hair extensions, but we have a really good friend of ours. Do you want to tell them about Robert?
Yeah, Robert is quite an innovator, really, isn't he? He's an incredibly artistic guy, but he's just invented E-blades, as you can all say here, which are phenomenal scissors. They are right and left-handed. You can cut at every different angle you want to cut at, because you actually reverse and cut down, hold them the different way, and you can still move them. They are spectacular, and they're great for cutting extensions, aren't they, Michelle? And he actually had quite a bad accident himself where he nearly lost the use of his arm. So he actually had to bring something back to himself to help him not have to lift his arm too much. And actually for the movement of these scissors as well, because your arm is lower, you actually don't get the pressure on your arms, do you, as well, when you're using them?
So it is all about the tools that you're using as well to make it easy to cut extension hair. It's not, you know, some people just resort to the razor. You know, we're hairdressers, you should be able to use your scissors, but you have got to get the correct type of scissors to be able to cut the extensions, because it makes it really hard work, and once you've taken it off, there's no putting it back on, as you know. So I'm just going to create another one here in Gemma's hair. We tried not to put too much product into her hair, but we have used the volumizer mousse, obviously, to create that fullness. I'll just get you to hold that. Thank you. And I just want to say thank you to our makeup artist as well. So Chloe Gray, who has been amazing, has done all our makeup for us today, because it is a team collection. You know, we've got an amazing clothes stylist, Bernard Connolly, that we always use. And Chloe Gray used to be one of my models, and he's now a makeup artist. So it's nice to get to know your team, and, you know, so you can work on your collections and feel comfortable, and they kind of buy into what your belief is and what you're thinking and what you want to do.
So what I'm using here is actually one of my dream products from Revlon. It's a dry shampoo, but it's possibly one of the lightest products that I've ever used as far as a dry shampoo. A lot of them go a bit claggy. I use this as a styling product, a finishing product, everything. And when I'm doing photographic work, this is amazing because it's quite forgiving for me. I don't feel that I can ever put too much of it in the hair. So I'm just using this again just to add a little bit of tack to the hair. That's all I want to do. I still want it to be able to move. I don't want it to look like it's been heavily sprayed or lose its shine. So this actually just gives him that little bit of movement in the hair, gives it a slight editorial look, but actually I can still move it. I know Michelle was a bit of a fan of this product as well, aren't you? We eat it.
We do. I know. I think it's really important that I work with great products, because what I do, I just don't want to dry the hair out. I'm very lucky, very, very lucky. My story is that a Chinese manufacturer came forward to me and offered me my own line. So I was very, very lucky to work with them. And I've kind of gone out on my own now and designed all the packaging and you know, what I want with the hair and the colours that I want and what we do within the salon, and now selling it into, I think we've got about 40 salons. We've only been going for about 2 years. So we're kind of like growing it, and the USP to it really, I suppose, is me as an educator and an extensionist, and because I've done it for over 30 years, yeah, I just feel that I also like to work with teams. I don't like to work on my own. I like to work with other people so we can collaborate. I'm really into that.
Yes, you are.
I know that I met Brooke when she was doing Colour Project.
Yeah.
So that was
2
some
years
years
ago.
ago.
3 years ago.
And I was team leader at the time, and I introduced the team to the Locksbox extensions. And yeah, so quite a few of them carried it on, luckily for me.
I think there's 4 of us.
Michelle,
Yeah.
can we just quickly say, we want to say thank you to the Fellowship, because actually the Fellowship has given all of us our platform, really.
Absolutely.
All of our careers, you know, since I joined the Fellowship, my career went through the roof, so's yours. Brooks had so much experience through it, haven't you? So
definitely.
I do want to say thank you to all the hard work that goes into Fellowship, and also the opportunities they give so many young people, and they actually, I feel, one of the people that actually hold this industry together. So thank you to the Fellowship, and thank you for having us today.
Yeah, thank you for the platform today to showcase what we do. It's great to, you know, put hair extensions in there alongside colour and cutting. You know, we're not just extensionists, we're stylists. So we kind of show every part that there is, whether it's volumizing, lengthening, colour, you know, we cut. And so with the education courses, if you go onto the website, www.michellegriffin.co.uk, you will see the brochure on there. Download it, have a look at it, see what we teach. When you buy into this brand, you buy into me. So you get me free of charge, educating you and looking after you with your hair extension clients.
I'm pretty much done here now, Michelle, so I'm going to start my
I'm
second
nearly
model,
done
okay?
too. Yeah, carry on.
Thanks, Brooke. So with my second model, now she's got this very sort of peachy apricot-y colour, and again, where we were talking about transparency, now you can see that there are obvious extensions in this hair. We wanted to go for a look with Michelle's collection. She wanted to go back to sort of a little bit of the luxe sport, but which is very, very much in demand at the moment, very much the fashion, but also taking it back a little bit back to the 90s. So what we've done here, we're through the front panel, we've added a little bit of the yellow going through, and they're quite obvious extensions, but what I'm going to do, I'm just going to break through these and just slice them out a little bit to give a little bit of texture through the front. But here, the chain extension is done with the micro rings. It just adds a really cool edge to the hairstyle. It's quite fashion, and we're not trying to hide them. You know, you see what's going on with it, and it looks really cool. So I'm just going to do a little bit of cutting through here, and then Michelle's going to talk you through her second model, okay?
Okay, so all I wanted to do was show you how we did the box braiding. So obviously when the hair moves, you can see that there's some texture in there as well as the curls, and just to add some colour, which can be taken out really quickly and easily. It's just one weft that's been tinted. So what did I do with Tammy? I'm just going to turn Tammy. So Tammy was one of my original models for the shoot, called Transparent. As I said before, I wanted something that there was no hidden agendas. What you see is what you get. This is micro ring on her hair. Simple and purely micro ring, and it's just the way that you work with it to create a pattern. So when I looked at all the fashion that's coming out there, and with the outfits that the girls have got, you know, the patterns on them, I wanted to create something that would literally work with the outfits. So I created this by simply attaching just, all it's attached by is the top. There's a few micro rings at the top, and then I started to create the pattern, pushing the micro ring up, connecting the hair together so it would create this beautiful cage. So on the photo shoot, it was a natural colour because I wanted something that was a little bit more commercial. Obviously for stage, I wanted it to really pop. So I've tinted the hair again with a colour conditioner. That's all it is. There's nothing permanent. I just feel that the hair is in such good condition with the cuticle lying flat that it takes really evenly. It's not patchy. So, you know, what you buy is what you get. So for me, I wanted to create this coral. So it's working with orange and pinks together and then diluting down with white. But it simply is a conditioner that I tinted the hair first before I started to put it all together. So I'm just going to connect it at the front for you and show you exactly what I did, because it's really simple. So if any of you have any shoots or shows or anything, you know, that you do with the college and you want to copy, that's absolutely fine. It's absolutely fine. We're here to teach you. We're here to show you what we do and give you all of the education. You've got to be forward thinking. You've always got to push yourself, and that's what I like to do. I like to challenge myself, and I know that these guys are exactly the same at different levels of what they do in their careers. Am I right?
Yeah.
So tell them a little bit more about the salon and what you do in the salon.
So I'm a stylist, a colourist and an extensionist in the salon. So the Lock Spots extensions, there's no one else around my area that actually does tape extensions, so because it's become very big within the area, and it's lucky that I'm the only one that's doing it. So yeah,
it will grow.
It will grow.
She is very, very popular. So I just want to create this kind of transparency. Obviously I want her to see. I don't want her to fall over when she gets up and walks. But I just wanted to show you how it all connects together. So it was literally taking tiny pieces from around the hair that I've left out. But you can connect it to their own hair too. And then pushing it through a loop. Putting the ring on. Creating that shape. Sorry, Brooke. And then simply just closing it up. So I'm just going to do a couple more here. As I say, with the education, I work creatively, so even if I'm teaching you basically how to put extensions in, it's all about the placement pattern. It's all about working creatively on your clients. So showing them different styles, showing them different techniques of cutting, so that you can wow them, you can give them fabulous hairstyles, volumize the hair, lengthen, and obviously add colour. Okay, how are you getting on, Thomas?
Yeah, fantastically. So I've just run some straighteners through. I just reverse straightened it, so I wanted to kick the hair out a little bit. I wanted to add, as you can all see here, when I turn my model around, the side piece here, I just wanted to draw this out because I also believe in so many styles that I've done for my collections. The imperfection can make it the perfection sometimes. I do actually love to see a little piece of hair that maybe looks a little bit out of place, but actually when you look back on the pictures you think, wow, that's the bit that really stands out, that's the bit that really kicks for me. And so with my model here, again, I just want to break through this little front piece here just to take it away. I wanted to add just an undershadow of colour, and that's what we're doing. So I'm just going to break through here and almost make it slightly invisible just underneath, but it's still going to kick through there. I don't want it to be a big piece of hair flowing through, but so that you can see it. Now, as Michelle said, you know, we've got the corals and the yellows all going on together here, and it's just, again, it's so nice to actually use slightly clashing colours sometimes. Colours that years ago we wouldn't have put together, but work so well, don't they, Michelle?
Yeah, what I wanted to do here, so you're probably thinking, why the chains? So on this collection, the girl actually on the shoot, She was quite rock and roll when she turned up, the model, and she'd literally cut her own hair and shaved the side. I didn't want it shaved. I liked the edginess of what she was looking like, but I wanted to cover parts up, but I wanted it to look different. So I got inspired by an Australian hairdresser, and I created this through a micro ring. I don't know whether you can see on the camera. Okay. There. So it's a micro ring, and basically I bought the chain, you can buy it in big long strips, and pushed it through the micro ring at the top and attached it with the hair coming through the bottom, and then clamped it shut, just to create a little bit of difference. And then we tinted it. So it was a colour 60, and we matched her hair up. And then obviously Thomas is doing an amazing job cutting it. She looks great.
Yeah, it's looking great, isn't
But
it?
you know, some of these models are used over and over at shows, and what we want to do is show that we can just take what somebody else has done and just change it up again, but that's through extensions.
And have a dramatic change, isn't it?
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
you know, that
yeah.
you feel like you have got a fresh model, because that is so hard for us as hairdressers. You know, a lot of shows run at the same time when we're doing our collections. We have what someone else has done a lot of the time, and we need to change it quite dramatically. And I think that's why Michelle is, again, a bit of an innovator in her own way, because she's bringing this extension brand out to the market for all of us to just change the way we do things. And it's been so good for myself and my team with my collections. And I've got a guy, again, Bernard Connolly, who's helped style all my collections for years and years now, and I've won British Hairdressing Awards with him. I've finaled lots of times, and he, again, Michelle, isn't he? He's one of the guys that sort of pushes us more and more as well, doesn't it? He's a bit of an unsung hero within our industry,
he is.
And he's not only helped me style, but he's directed a lot of my shoots, and he's as I said, he's a silent hero. There he is, but he is a silent hero. We'd actually like to bring him up quickly, actually. Can you come up, please?
Come on up.
Yeah.
You can. come and talk about
Come
the
and talk
outfit.
about the styling.
Yeah, talk about the styling.
Yeah, when we just worked with this at London Fashion Week, actually, and these are by a brand called Louis Vuitton. And these are in they're coming out in Harvey Nichols and Selfridges September. So we used this last weekend actually at London Fashion Week, and that was great because I was working with. Wasn't it you was doing London Fashion Week last week?
I did Milan.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
Sorry.
Yeah, I was working with yet another hairdresser.
You have worked with me lots at London Fashion Week.
Well,
but
believe that, another one other than you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we had good fun. So it was really great.
But we do want to say thank you to you as well, because, don't we?
Yeah,
He's been
because
our saviour in so many ways.
We're very lucky to be part of the brand that we're part of with Revlon, and
Can I just say
styles
also
all of our models for us.
that I'm really proud to be a member of the fellowship.
Yeah.
So if you're thinking about being a member or wanting to be a member, just do it. The fellowship is a really great organisation that helps you, other than Coca-Cola, that makes you grow within the industry. And I think that's a really key point, actually. Being part of the fellowship has really changed my life. It's put me in contact with hairdressers that possibly I would never get to ordinarily if I was not in the fellowship. But yeah, it's a real privilege, actually, and I've had a great couple of days.
And now I'm just going to take the mic off him because, okay, thank you. Thank you, Bernard. Okay, so I've wrapped up. How are you getting on, Thomas?
I'm almost done. I'm going to be literally 30 more seconds and I'll be there.
Stand up, darling. Okay, so just to recap, what have I done? This is all through micro ring hair extensions. I couldn't have done it with anything else. It's the beads come in all different colours, obviously, to match the hair colours. The hair I've tinted myself to make into a coral, so it's pinks and it's oranges and it's added white to create that pastel effect to it. And all I've done underneath is straightened Tammy's hair to create that smoothness, to put the wet look on the top, because I wanted to create something that was a little bit more of a runway catwalk, but also have a bit of a 90s feel with the sporting spice then, but with the sportwear. And I hope you like it. And if I just recap on so these are tape wefts. Come on forward, darling. And all we've done is placed a few around the edges, creating box braids, just to make it look a little bit more creative and add that colour into pale hair. I mean, you could do this naturally. You don't need to use a mint colour, but we wanted something that would really pop for you guys today. So, Thomas?
Okay, as you can see, with the chain link extensions at the side, I've just broken them up and put just a little bit of teasing in, again, because I wanted them to look like they were moving with the hair, but slightly disconnected with the hair. The fringe, I think, looks fantastic. It's just worked within it, but just giving it such a strong edge. The haircut is lovely anyway, and we just wanted to change it up a wee bit, really. So, and that's what we've done. I thought ever so short compared to my girl as well, so it's quite scary. But we all have that problem, don't we, Bruna? I think it looks fantastic, and I think the extensions have just added something so unique to it. I'd like to go over to my other model, just again to show you, to recap. Again, the colour has worked beautifully. They feel quite seamless through the hair, and it's just giving it that really, really cool, strong edge with a nice disconnection, that nice flowing front to the bob, which you could never get ordinarily with natural hair, because the hair naturally breaks around the front. So, again, I want to say thank you to Michelle for being on the stage. It's been fantastic.
Thank you.
Brooke.
And Brooke, thank you very much for your help. And I hope you like it, guys. We're going to leave it to the girls now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Wow, wasn't that exciting? Hair extensions, in-box hair extensions, designed by Michelle Griffin. Right, do not go away, because now it's the last part of the day. Michelle Griffin and Lewis Moore, which are both phenomenal hairdressers. They've got about 6 decades between them, I think, in hairdressing. So they're gonna come on and we're gonna have some live chat with them and an insight to Michelle's products and to Lewis's entrepreneurial skills with opening up salons all over the country. So I'd like to bring on stage Lewis Moore and Michelle Griffin when she's had her photographs taken. Right, Lewis.
Hi.
So, 3 decades in this fantastic industry.
3 great ones, yeah.
So where do we start?
Where I started hairdressing?
Yes.
I started hairdressing in my town where I'm from, which is a small town called Cannock in Staffordshire. I had a really good boss to start with, and he showed me there's a lot more to hairdressing than just standing behind a chair every day. He took me to competitions, the old Weller Vogue competitions, and we did shows, things like that. And he got me hooked.
Okay.
Yeah.
You are, or you have been, Midlands Hairdresser of the Year.
Yeah.
And I was there that night when you won.
Yeah.
That was quite a phenomenal night for you.
Yeah. I think from a professional point of view, I don't think there's anything that will ever exceed that. To have such acknowledgement from your peers is the most amazing thing I've ever seen.
Incredible.
It still kind of gets me now when people say, you've been Midlands Hairdresser here, so you can't.
Well, I mean, we had Rick Roberts up here earlier, and he's been nominated 5 times, and I said, it's a massive coup to be nominated.
Yeah, I mean, I always say to all our guys, I mean, I've finalised 5 times now, and our guys in the salons have done various things, and when you look at the people that you lose with, it ain't bad company to be in.
No, exactly. So, you've had your salon, your first salon, you opened 7 years ago.
Yeah, just 7 years, yeah.
And you're slowly branching out into more. So
Yeah. We're looking on 3 salons at the moment, and
welcome Michelle Griffin, everybody.
Well done.
She's here. Now maybe the crowds will fill. Michelle has arrived.
Hey! So we're on 3 salons, and we're just pushing forward for the 4th one probably this year. Ooh, sorry.
Brilliant, fantastic. And you've been a member with the fellowship for how long now?
Since probably at least 25 years, I think.
Yep.
Obviously in my previous life.
Right. I mean, we've had great times together when we worked together at Weller.
Yeah.
And that's where we first met.
Yeah.
And I've always found you very humble, and you're always giving to the young ones in the team.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things as a hairdresser you have to, really, because I think, like I said, my first boss was an amazing guy, and I still thank him for everything he showed me where to go. So I find now that that's my time now to do that. I've got to pass the baton on, to other younger hairdressers to bring this industry on. And if we don't do that, we hold it all to ourselves. We're not being truthful.
I always say, step outside the box, go where it's scary. Yeah. Hey, Michelle.
Of course.
And with you, hang on a moment.
Oh, where have you got that
Plug,
from?
Lounge, Live, Fellowship. This is...
You're facing it the wrong way.
Oh, sorry, I'm being told off. Trying to help her out. Look, make her millions, and here we go. So...
This is the Locks box.
The Locks box.
My brand.
So tell me, why did you get involved with doing this?
I'd been championing the industry with hair extensions for many, many years. And I'd gone on my own, and I was using other manufacturers. And then a Chinese manufacturer came towards me and said, would you help us and put your face, your name on our brand? And I said, well, actually, I want my own brand. So I was very cheeky. And so they did, and they were amazing. And it's just gone on from there. And now
I noticed, obviously, in your beautiful BHA collections, some stunning stuff. And I noticed you do have some of the hair in there.
Always.
Yeah.
Every collection I've done, I've been doing BHAs now for probably about 10 years. I always use hair extensions, always stick to the guidelines, obviously. It used to be 3 images, now it's up to 4, which is brilliant. And I like to push the boundaries. And yeah, I've not won BHA yet, but I've finalised quite a few times.
Yeah, but you know what? I think it's a journey, and I think I don't know anyone other than Sally Brooks that has won it first time. You know, British hairdresser nominee, and boom, she wins, and then wins again following year.
Great.
So it's phenomenal. You've both got a wealth of experience, and I've known you for a long time. First of all, Michelle, what would you say to these young people coming into our industry today?
To be honest, for the young people, it doesn't matter whatever age you are, you need to join the fellowship for one. It's an amazing platform. I've been on the council now for about 8 years. And so, yeah, so I...
Who was your best president?
Bruno.
Oh, right, okay. Just thought I'd throw that one in there.
Corinne.
Oh, right. These women stick together, don't they? And I brought on her box or whatever it's called. Hey, Golden Bennett. No loyalty, is there, Thomas?
No, I've loved them all. I've worked under many presidents, and they've been amazing.
And for you, Lewis?
I'd say kind of anyone coming into the industry, I think, like Michelle said, the fellowship is an amazing thing to bring younger heads on through Project X, Colour Project, and leading on to Fame Team, all that. So it's an amazing... I wish I'd have done Fame Team. I got to the finals for that and never got through because I was too old afterwards.
I was going to say I was never young enough.
No, I was in my last year. But what I would say to anybody joining is the more you put in, the more you'll get out.
Absolutely.
For me, I've been obviously with the fellowship for over 20 years, and I just think it's a big family.
Yeah.
And I think everybody shares.
Yeah.
And we all learn more from each other by sharing. I mean, I'm going to use Thomas here. I remember going back, Thomas, a few years, 3 years ago, where he was, and he was breaking in and helping backstage and being one of Anne's helpers. And this is a guy that owns his own salon group. And you might think that job is a bit below him, but he was there because he wanted to see what was going on.
Yeah, you start with a sweeping up, and you start at the beginning.
But now, Thomas, oh no, I was in Paris Fashion Week.
Milan.
Oh, sorry, Milan. Milan.
We've all done that. We've all done it. We've spent years assisting. I'll still go and assist people now. You know, my friends will do shit. So I go, let me assist.
So do I.
So you learn all the time. And like I say, I've been hairdressing longer than I care to know.
So I want to finish on a note because everyone in the industry is saying it's hard to recruit young people.
Yeah.
Okay? So what would you say to these people? You said, Michelle, any age, but trying to get them to come in, because I'm going to give you a situation. I had a girl that did 2-week work experience in my salon. She absolutely loved it. Thought it was phenomenal. Wanted to join my company. Then she comes in with her mother, and her mother says, well, tell Bruno. And basically, she was given, kind of had her leg pulled at school because she was coming into hairdressing. So she decided not to come into hairdressing and go on to further education, which was really upsetting for me.
Yeah.
Because all the hairdressers I know are like Thomas. They drive a Porsche and have property all over the world and do Milan Fashion Week.
You can take your career absolutely wherever you want it to be. So whether you want to be a session stylist or whether you want to be in the salon and be the most busiest stylist, that's another thing. You can separate something and be a specialist in something like I did with hair extensions, and make your own name. You can enter awards. You can fly around the world like Thomas. You can...
Because you sat there, you shouldn't be sat at the front.
You can be an
This is
educator.
like comedy, you know that, Thomas.
There's just so many different areas that you can go into.
I mean, I'm going to finish on a note where thank you both. Through the fellowship and through this industry, I've met great friends along the way. And you two and Thomas, you become great friends. And obviously, I've been in competition with Thomas, and we shake hands when he wins Southern and I don't. So... But do you know what? It's great camaraderie. And I think with our industry, what we've got is special because we all share.
Yeah.
And British hairdressing, for me, is without a doubt the strongest in the world for that reason. Because when I go, I'm fortunate to work in so many different countries. They don't share like we do.
No,
we bring people in and we let them see our work.
Absolutely
Yeah.
true. I
And-
work in the UAE and
Exactly.
they don't share. So it's really hard to get other countries to share
Yeah.
because you get so much more out of it.
Yeah. So thank you both of you.
my pleasure.
It's been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry you had the Gravelard slot, but
No.
you know.
You never know, we might get a better one next time.
Thanks, everybody, and thank you for the
Thank you.
fellowship for these last 2 days.
Thanks. Yeah.
Good
Great-
evening,
great
goodbye,
show.
and good night.
Thank you, Bruno.
Thank you, Bruno.